As the non-profit world governing body for surfing, recognized by the IOC, the ISA has been crowning surfing world champions since 1964 and continues to develop and expand the sport of surfing. Humble beginnings off the shores of Hawaii and Polynesia to massive global expansion, surfing is ready for the sporting world's greatest stage. Join us.
Good morning, buenos dias. I'm Bo Hodge. Welcome to the ISA 2014 World SUP and Paddleboard Championships, and happy Cinco de Mayo. Today we're going to be running qualifying rounds number 3 for the men and women in the SUP surfing, and then repechage for the rest of the day. But first, before we get into all that, let's introduce you to a gold medal winner from last year in Peru from 2013. He is the gold medal winner for the SUP technical and the silver medal winner for the SUP distance. Ladies and gentlemen, from Denmark, Mr. Kasper Steinfath. Kasper, welcome back. And let's talk about, is this your first trip to Nicaragua?
Thank you very much, Bo. Yeah, this is actually my first time to Nicaragua. It's been a long trip from Denmark, obviously. We came 40 hours of traveling to get here. But, wow, it's just amazing. The waves, the beaches, the temperature, it's fantastic.
Did you guys come early to scope out the training areas?
Yeah, you know, we came like a week early. We had the Danish team here. Obviously, we have to acclimatize a lot. So we scoped it out, had a few fun surfs further up the coast, and we're just loving the beach lifestyle here.
And talk about your distance competition, moving from the ocean to the lake this year in the ISA format. Are you looking forward to that?
I mean, having the races on flat water in the lake this year is definitely going to change a lot of things. Personally, I'm also a big fan of flat water as I come from Europe, and that's the biggest thing over there. So it'll be different, but it'll bring out some new aspects, and it shows that the sport is capable of adapting to much different venues.
And talk about the Danish team. Last year, your first year in the ISA World Championships, you had 3 members. Now you have almost a full team. You got a full team in the SUP surfing, a full team in the distance, in the SUP, and the technical. You just don't have any prone paddlers.
Yeah, I mean, we've come a long way since last year, and it was actually really cool just to feel it and experience it last year. But we inspired a few people back home to join along, and hopefully next year we can have the prone racers with us as well. But we have a rumor that my brother might sign up for it this year.
And talk about your year this year. Where have you been? Where have you been traveling? What events have you been doing?
Well, it's been a hectic year so far. I started off in Portugal in January, training. Then I went to Hawaii for the Sunset Beach World Tour, and had a blast over there. Then I jetted off to Brazil, Abu Dhabi, Turkey, and just back to Denmark for a little week, and now I'm here. So it's been a busy year on the world tours, and it's actually nice just to be sitting here in Nicaragua with my team enjoying some fun waves.
Well, let's talk about your trip to Turkey, because you and ISA President Fernando Aguirre were over there meeting with the IOC, introducing the IOC for SUP surfing, and tell us about that experience.
Yeah, well, I guess it's 2 weeks ago now. I was in Turkey with Fernando, and it was really interesting. Fernando and Bob called me up one night and just asked if I would be interested in this project, and it's always been a dream of mine to compete in an Olympic sport, and to have surfing or stand-up paddling be a part of it would be unreal. So our mission in Turkey was at the Sports Accord Convention, which is a big convention for all sports in the world and the Olympic movement. We presented them to stand-up paddle racing and surfing, and they created a lot of hype. And it's a new sport still, so you have to remember we have to show people what it's about. And it was awesome. We were paddling around in a pool, having kids playing around on the boards. Me and Fernando even did a small little race, and I think I got to take a rematch with him next time I see him.
Do you think they were impressed? Do you think they're going to take this to the next step?
Oh, the Olympics is it's its own movement, and things move at its own pace. But we definitely left an impression. People were talking about it behind doors afterwards, and I mean, I was just the athlete there, sucking in a lot of experience. But from what Fernando told me, it was a very successful event, and you had IOC members out there paddling. People of all ages were on the water, so that's what's great about the sport. It has this big demographic appeal. And my fingers are crossed that we'll be in the Olympics soon.
Well, I tell you what, with the passion of Fernando Aguirre and the dream of Duka Hanamoku, which he is trying to push on, not only with SUP surfing, regular surfing, longboard surfing, master surfing, junior surfing, one part of the ocean sporting world will get into the Olympics with Fernando Aguirre.
There's no question. I mean, with having such a charismatic president as Fernando, you're destined to go somewhere big. It was a pleasure working with him. He's become a good friend of mine, and it's just incredible to learn from his person. And the Olympic community is special, but Fernando is the right person to take all surfing sports to the Olympics.
Well, let's talk about your experience a year ago. You come into the ISA World Championships at Miraflores. You walk away with a gold and silver. You and Jamie Mitchell, arm in arm, hand in hand, in both the technical and the distance race. Talk about being an ISA World Champion.
Well, I've kind of been pondering that question for a long time now, and actually a year ago, that it was a dream that became a reality. Actually, before the World Championship last year, I was just a few weeks before debating whether to go or not to go, and looking back, I'm so happy that the Danish team made it happen, because it's just taken me places all over the world now, like Turkey, and I've been working with people doing clinics all over the world, and being a world champion is great, but it's all the people you meet along the road and the friendships you make down here. It's fantastic, and being back now, there's so much competition this year. So, unfortunately, Jamie is not going to be competing this year, but I'm sure there's a lot of other people that will step up.
Well, we're hearing rumors, all kind of things, especially with the lake format, going in and out between the islands, dealing with the environmental hazards in the lake. I mean, it's going to be quite exciting. Plus, it's going to be hot and humid, something you're not maybe accustomed to in Denmark, but when you travel the world, you go to different warm climates. Talk about your preparation for the distance and tech race.
Well, the races here in Nicaragua are going to be special. Like you said, the climate's going to be very, very hot. It's going to be humid. So obviously you have to prepare a lot for those conditions, and I think I feel well prepared because I was in Abu Dhabi a few weeks ago competing in 42 degrees Celsius temperatures. That's like 110 Fahrenheit. Yeah. And it's against everyone. You just got to make sure to bring enough water and make sure you're going the right way. I guess that might be an issue, a little challenge this time, because we have all those islands we can choose our own directions through pretty much. So who knows what's going to happen. It's going to be really exciting.
Well, Casper, congratulations. I know you're competing today in the SUP surfing. You're doing 3 disciplines, and good luck to you in the distance race and defending your gold and silver out here in Nicaragua. I'll tell you what, let's take a break right now. Let's show you day 1 highlights of yesterday's competition of the SUP surfing men and women, and when we'll be right back, we'll lay out the rest of the day. Stay tuned. Welcome to La Boquita. We are in the beautiful country of Nicaragua. Today is day number 1 of the ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championship, featuring qualifying rounds number 1 and 2 for the men's and women's SUP surfing. Stay tuned all week for the live broadcast as we'll be crowning SUP surfing champions for both men and women on Tuesday, and then back to the racing on Thursday in Granada. Stay tuned and enjoy these highlights.
Surfer, you right.
It's really so much fun here at La Boquita. Nicaragua is such a beautiful place. I'm really honoured and privileged to be representing Australia for the ISA World Stand-Up and Paddleboard titles. The waves aren't great, but they're quite contestable. And I mean, you get a few really long ones into the beach, and you can really do a lot of turns on them. So I'm really happy with the outcome of the heats. Stoked to getting through the next round, and g'day to everyone back home.
Well, I had a fun heat. I had a few good waves and a very good score, so I'm happy to start the competition like this, and I'm just hoping to keep my level there and keep enjoying the waves here in Nicaragua. I've been here 1 week and it's been really fun. The whole Spanish team is here this year, and we're going to have a strong competition, and I think we have good possibilities of having a medal this year. In race and waves, I don't know, I'm just hoping to have this support the whole competition and enjoy the waves and the race with our team.
To me, you know, I traveled down here about 10 plus years ago, and I fell in love with the people, the culture, the terrain, the mountains, the volcanoes, the lakes. There's so many things to do here in Nicaragua, and I think the people here are some of the friendliest you'll ever meet in the world.
Hola, buenos dias. Welcome back to Nicaragua. We're at the beautiful beach of La Boquita for the second day of competition of the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships. Yesterday, qualifying rounds number 1 and 2 for both men and women in the SUP surfing. Today, we're going to start off with qualifying round number 3 for the men and women. 12 men have qualified into qualifying round number 3. The top 6 ladies have qualified into the top rounds, the top 8 ladies have qualified into the top rounds of qualifying 3. Then after that, we're going to go into the repechage rounds. These are the surfers who did not advance yesterday. It is a double elimination format here at the ISA WSUP PC competition. So, a double elimination format means you got a second chance, and most of our gold medal winners have come through the repo round, so it's going to be exciting. We're still in between swells here at La Boquita, so tide's going to make a factor, and the officials today may hold off on low tide midday. That call has not been announced yet, but we just want to let you know. We've got some exciting surfing action today. Stay tuned. We're going to take you to the opening ceremonies that happened on Saturday. Watch this, and when we come back, first heat of men qualifying round 3 here at the ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships live from Nicaragua.
Buenas tardes a todos. Es un gran honor, una alegría poder darles la bienvenida al Campeonato Mundial de Stand-Up y de Paddleboard de Surf de la ISA aquí en Granada, en Nicaragua. El surf, el stand-up, en sus versiones de olas, en sus versiones de carreras en aguas lisas, nos dará una demostración de su potencial como un deporte que une a los países, que une a los pueblos hermanos y que termina con las distancias que normalmente a veces separan a las naciones. Aquí tenemos 28 países representando los 5 continentes, con todo tipo de lenguajes, de razas, de religiones, de culturas, de niveles socioeconómicos, todos coexistiendo y viviendo juntos por estos 10 días en el Mundial, aquí en Nicaragua. No tengo dudas de que este Mundial SUP y de Paddleboard de la ISA también creará un nuevo nivel, un nuevo récord en organización y en todo lo que hace a la felicidad y la alegría de los visitantes que vienen de otros países. En este momento, bastante más de 200 personas en las delegaciones. Finalmente, quiero que mis amigos de Nicaragua sepan que es la primera vez que un mundial de la ISA de estándar de carreras se hace en un lago. A todos ustedes les doy la bienvenida, mi agradecimiento a todos los que han trabajado para que este evento sea una realidad y en muy poquitos días espero verlos en persona. Un muy fuerte abrazo. Muchas gracias.
We hope from the bottom of our heart that happiness of our folklore, the scenic beauty of the landscape and the hospitality of our nation captivate you.
It is my honor and privilege to declare the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championship in Granada and La Botica, Nicaragua, officially open.
Good morning and welcome to 2014 World SUP and Paddleboard Championships presented by the ISA. Today we start with qualifying round number 3 with our men. My name's Dan Gavir. I'm joined here with Jamie Mitchell, and it looks to be some beautiful conditions this morning, really cleaned up since yesterday.
Yeah, Dan, I was lucky enough to get out there this morning and get a quick little surf in, and it looks like the swell's dropped a little bit, but the wind is nice and clean, and as we see Antoine Delporo from France just get a nice little wave.
Looks like Antoine Delporo with his first ride to get things kicked off there from France here in heat number 1, qualifying round number 3, just 1 minute into it here at day number 2 at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships here in La Boquita Beach, Nicaragua. From Team USA in the black jersey here we see Colin McPhillips, multiple
world longboard champion, has taken to the stand-up paddle discipline over the last, I'd say 6-7 years he's been out there paddling. He's got a whole family full of Groms that all paddle and just absolutely crush it. So here's a little breakdown of who we're going to see in this very first heat. From France in the red jersey, Antoine Del Perro. In the white jersey from Australia, Bo Nixon. In yellow from Australia, Jackson Close. And from United States, Colin McPhillips. This first heat is really stacked, Jamie.
Yeah, that's the final right there. I mean, that could be the final of tomorrow. So interesting way it's lined up. I guess all these guys finished second, so that's why they're lined up against each other today. But as we see, looks like Jackson's trying to line himself up for this one, and there's some heavy hitters out there. So it'll be interesting to see. This should be a really good heat, and Jackson paddling under this wave. Nice little top turn. He's going to try and just generate speed with the paddle. Another little carving top turn as well there, and as you see, it looks really clean out there. And Jackson slides the tail a little bit there, and he'll just try and finish this off and get his first wave under his feet and under the belt and build on that.
And you were out there this morning surfing a little bit. Anything revealing about the break or special things that the riders need to look out for out there?
It was a little high tide this morning, and the wind would fluff up a little bit, which made it hard. Like yesterday, the wind was into the face of the right-handers, as we see Colin McPhillips paddling in again, and Colin using that classic longboard style with his stand-up surfing, which you really love, and nice little bank off the top there.
Looks like he might have gotten his paddle caught in his leash there just a touch. You could see him pull it out, but still a nice solid ride there. He's gotten 2 under his belt, so these guys pretty stoked on the clean conditions this morning for the morning heats.
Yeah, it's frustrating. It happens all the time with the old leash. When you're moving your paddle back and forth, it can get stuck in the board. It's frustrating, but as you see Antoine there just getting caught a little bit with the wind, and looks like Bo Nixon up and riding at the back there in white. Bo's such a powerful surfer, and as we'll see here, nice change of direction with the paddle. Just getting hung up a little bit, but he'll redirect, and nice little check turn. He'll go bank off the top. Another little cut back. And
you see him really leaning into that paddle. You see the flex of the paddle. And with that said, do you think these athletes are using paddles with a little more flex for surfing, or are they going for a stiffer type paddle? Or here we see Antoine Del Perro.
Yeah, Antoine, another longboard background. Antoine, all these guys are classic longboarders, but Antoine's defending champion, I think, from last year. So this is a stacked heat, and all these guys have got some great waves. So this heat is up and running, that's for sure, and we're waiting for some scores to drop to give you an update. But talk back to the flex of the paddles. Yeah, I think they want to have a little more flex when you're surfing, just purely if it's too stiff. Usually the stiffer paddles are used for racing, but a bit more forgiving on your shoulders when you have flex in the paddle. So Absolutely. I'd say these guys are probably a little bit, even not even having the full carbon shafts, maybe even just going to a fiberglass combo.
Yeah, it seems as if when you're paddling in a race, you have a little more time to place the paddle perfectly and get a nice solid plant at the catch of the stroke. Whereas when you're surfing, you're doing a little more choppy strokes and having to throw a brace in here or there, so maybe the flex might be a little bit less impact on the body.
Yeah, as we see some scores dropping now, and looks like Antoine dropped a 5.83, Bo's first wave at 3.5. Jackson drops to 6.5, and Colin a 4.17 for his first. I think that was his first left-hander that he got. So all guys dropping pretty decent scores, with Jackson getting the advantage with a 6.5.
Yeah, it seemed like Jackson had the best wave there, clean, several nice turns there, powerful surfing from Jackson Close out of Australia.
Yeah, it was interesting this morning. I ran down from the house, and the only 3 people I saw out was the Australian team, Shakira, Jackson, and Bo. So they were out there warming up early before anyone was out there. So that was just a quick in and out by Colin McPhillips there. Didn't like what he saw and decided to get out.
And that was at like 5:30 this morning, no?
I was down here at 5:30, and those guys were paddling out in the water as I was getting down here, so they were definitely keen to get out and get a bit of a warm-up without the crowd.
Well, La Boquita, Nicaragua, beautiful little spot. Looks like we're going to have a little ISA replay cam here coming up. Yellow, Jackson close with a nice little turn off the top there, using his paddle to get going. Little redirect there. See him kind of jumping up and down on that board, kind of generating some speed, almost like he's pumping it like a skateboard in a skate park.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Jackson when he does his turn, his back foot slides a bit further back, but when he does those carving turns, you'll see that his back foot moves a lot further up the front of the board, and I think that's important for him because they're such big guys that to keep projecting forward and make that section, they need like the momentum to be forward and his weight to be shifted forward. So it's interesting to see Jackson's his foot movement as we see Antoine's replay here. Nice carving, little half cut back there up to a nice top turn. Just gets hung up a little bit, but transitions the paddle, does a double pump, roundhouse, nearly loses his paddle there. Another cut back to foam climb, and Antoine just moving up the front of his board there to try and get that inside section, and using the paddle well there. And that was Antoine's second wave, I think, which was it drops down to 4.63.
Yeah, I think Antoine's first wave was just a little better. He actually threw the fins free just a little bit on a foam hit there. So that was the second wave that I think we missed while we were showing a little cultural shot there.
Yeah, and Colin drops his second wave at a 5.17. So this heat is well and truly underway with Colin 2 average scores, and so Antoine and Jackson holding his highest score is 6.5, and Bo just won 3.5. So it's going to be a great heat.
Yeah, I think Jackson being very selective out here, looking for the quality of waves. Obviously, he's had a little practice out here this morning, so he may have some secret little indicators of when the better waves are coming.
Well, it's quite interesting to see that Colin McPhillips is a 3-time ASP World Longboard Champion. Jackson Close is, I think, a 6-time Australian Longboard Champion. Bo Nixon's, I think he's won the Australian Longboard title, if not the New South Wales state titles a few times. And Antoine has won the ISA Longboard World Championship. So this heat is unbelievably stacked and talented, and it's living up to expectation right now with a really close heat. So, I think we'll see if Jackson gets a backup score. He'll move into those top 2 places, and then Bo will need to get busy and try and upgrade his score.
These guys taking a look, but that one kind of drifts a little bit to the north here as they move to the south part of the competition area. Peak a little shifty this morning. They're looking at your SUP Panama team.
Yeah, I saw the gentleman there in the long sleeve orange shirt out in the water this morning, and someone was telling me he's the lone Irish, maybe the Irish competitor. And
yes, Mr. Young.
Funny story was the Irish and the Barbados, the 2 single guys, and so when the Barbados guy's surfing, the Irish is flying his flag, and then when vice versa. And so that's pretty cool to see as we see Antoine paddling into wave number 3 for him.
And if you really take a look at their foot positioning, that's what I really like to focus on here a little bit, because everyone moves their feet a little bit differently. They surf the boards from either the middle or the tail of the board, as we saw Jackson more surfing from the middle, and we see here Antoine Del Perro. Seems like he surfs a little bit more off the tail of the board.
Yeah, Antoine sort of, not a bad wave, just sort of didn't really offer too many big sections. He sort of just got stuck behind a little bit. As we see Jackson looking like paddling like a madman, he likes what he sees here. So he's been very selective, and as we see Jackson, you'll see his back foot gets onto the tail and then it slides back up into the, more of the center of the board just to keep his projection, because he's a bigger guy. He's one of the bigger guys out there. So.
And do you know what size board he's on?
He's on an 8.0 JP.
Okay.
He brought 2 8.0s. he actually said this morning that he wished he'd brought a bigger board, just purely because this morning the waves weren't quite as good as they are right now. So the timing is perfect for this first heat. This morning it's a little fuller, the tide was higher, and just he was saying he wished he nearly had like a 9.0, like a longboard style board, but he only brought 2 8.0s. So
that's interesting. Do you think he brought the backup 8.0, or do you think he brought maybe an 8.0? It's maybe a little wider, a different dimension.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Bo going left, obviously. Just getting back into the power source. Bo, nice little top turn, nice use of the blade there, and just falls on that last turn. But Bo and Jackson very similar in styles and in size, and very powerful surfers. But Bo's for such a young kid, he's very, very seasoned in the competitions, strategies and what it takes to win heats. So, as are all these guys being former, longboard champs. As we see Bo paddling for this, but a
little bit smaller inside wave. He decides to give it up to Antoine Del Perro, actually deciding to go left on this one. Nice backside off the lip. Big roundhouse cutty back into the foam pile. Nice job of staying planted there. He had to drop a knee a little bit on that back foot, but really nice and stable, boy. He's got a guy with some lungs cheering him on the beach. I tell you, I can hear him outside the announcer's booth here.
Yeah, I remember that guy from last year. It was definitely fun for about 5 minutes, and then it gets a little old, but just showing his love for France, and you got to respect that. So
it's like the human vuvuzela for France, I think.
Exactly. And we're just waiting for a few more scores to drop from Jackson's second ride. And it looks like it won't be a super high score, but it probably will put him into the lead, I would imagine.
Yeah, we'll wait and see as the scores are dropping for both Bo Nixon and Jackson Close on their last wave, which was the same wave. Just I believe Jackson went right and Bo going on the left.
And that's as you'd expect, the Aussies splitting the peak, trying to work together as you would. I'm sure that any country that has, two people in a heat are going to try and work together. As we see on screen, looks like the Brazilian team there. Last year's champ, Nicole Pacelli.
Yep, some of the other Brazilian team, some of the men's paddlers is making an excellent showing yesterday.
And here we go, look at Australia. They look like they were nearly going to try and split the peak again, but
maybe Del Perro is going to take a shot at this one as it walls up just under his feet here. Sitting back down a little bit. He's going to have to paddle hard for this one, moving forward on his board to try and get some speed as he drops in. The regular footer, I wasn't sure if he's going to go right or left. Looks like he fades back to the left, and that's going to close out in front of him with a nice little hit off the top, now fading back to the right.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's going to factor in his top two scores, but some of these guys love to just keep busy, and that's what Antoine's doing. He's keeping busy, and sooner or later, here we go, Colin McPhillips up and right and going left, and kicks out of that. Doesn't like what he sees with that either. So I think 20 minutes, like today it was. When I was out there, it didn't feel like there was too many opportunities. You couldn't really sit and wait. You just have to keep busy and try and get a lot of waves. As we see Jackson's second wave dropping in at 3.67, which puts him in the second place. And Antoine, 2 pocket fives, that keeps him in first place.
And it's up to Bo Nixon now and Colin McPhillips sitting in that third and fourth spot, respectively. Right now you're looking at Jackson Close on screen in the yellow jersey. He needs a 4.56 to take over the lead, but really just holding down that top 2 position in this double elimination format is really where you want to be. No sense in getting too hyped up to go for that first spot if you're comfortably in second. But you gotta maintain good rides and keep that margin so that even it's not done till it's done, and someone can catch a great wave right on the buzzer. So
Yeah, with only 3 minutes 50 remaining, it's getting down to the business end, and Colin and Bo in those third and fourth positions there obviously need a good wave, so they're going to be selective, but it comes to a point where you need to get something, and it's going to come down right to the end here. Hopefully we get a nice set of waves so everyone gets a chance to put it on the line and see what they can do out there.
Yeah, and as I see heat number 2 heading out to the water with the likes of Papas. Mr. Gonzalez from Mexico has great heat yesterday. Looks like he's going to have some great competition in this heat number 2, men's qualifying round number 3. Make sure you stay tuned to us all day for the surfing action. It's going to be another full day of qualifying and a repecharge round. Make sure
Colin just that could have been just a little move to put himself in better position, catching that little wave there, not actually going for it, but just
moving to the south, actually.
Yeah,
It
he
looks
just
like the
sort
whole pack is now moving to the south.
surfed his way right up to Antoine there just by catching that little swell.
Maybe you saw Antoine catching some decent little waves on the inside section, so it looks like he might have moved into that same kind of positioning and taken the same strategy to get a better backup score here. A nice big deep rail carve. Colin McPhillips paddling for Hobie, Salt Life, coming out of San Clemente, California. Also Rainbow Sandals, Future Fins, and OAM. He's the, like you said, 3-time world longboard champion. ISP, US Sup Tour in Huntington, 2014. He was 3rd in the finals for the Stand-Up World Tour as well, and he's been paddling for 33 years. Since he was 5 years old.
Yeah, he's the eternal Grom, isn't he, Colin? And
Absolutely.
He's got, like we said, his family of kids is just, he's got a bunch of superstars in the waiting. With
Ripping.
They're amazing. So
they're like being incubated.
I'm sure that it won't be too long that you'll be seeing the McPhillips name in these contests, but it just won't be Colin.
Yeah. He'll be the dad on the beach with the camera.
Yeah, exactly. Dad, come film us. So it looks like the ocean's just going a little flat, unfortunately, right now. It's just coming up to 1 minute remaining, and Colin and Bo desperately needing a second wave here to, get them into this first and second spot. So it's going to come down to the last minute here, and Colin just hasn't been able to find something that's going to get him that score. But as I say that, he's just going to paddle for this little insider here. No, he's not. He's going to let that one go past.
And it's a bit of a tricky situation where Colin is right now. He's on the inside looking for anything, but then he's not on the outside. So if something does come, Jackson and Bo are poised for the better, bigger waves, if you will, on the outside. But it looks like everyone kind of scrambling for something here with under half a minute left to go.
Yeah, Colin just needing a 5.01 to advance, and Bo Nixon a 5.95, and it's a very close heat. 11.06 for Antoine in first, and Bo in 7.73. So, and Colin's just going to get this last wave just before the buzzer hits. So he's going to have to get busy on this wave to. I think he realises that this is not going to do it. So.
He might go for something big here. Nice little off the top.
Yeah, I think Colin realises that wave wasn't going to give him the score, and
nice ride there.
Yeah. So unofficially, looks like Antoine Dupont in France will win that heat with Jackson Close from Australia finishing second, Colin McPhillips from the USA of third, and Bo Nixon from Australia in fourth place.
All right, and then we got heat number 2 hitting the water right now. Little recap from the heat here. Antoine Del Pera, great wave selection. Asserting his dominance once again. 2013 ISA World SUP Surfing Champion on that Oxbow custom board coming out of France.
Yeah, and Antoine just picking some really good waves and surfing really smooth as we see Jackson Close. Really big, nice slash off the top.
Another little hack off the top there, finding a really nice wave, and again just doing that patented slash that he has. And this was one of Jackson's top 2 waves for sure. And I think that was the key to that heat. That was wave selection. It seemed like Antoine and Jackson got the 2 best waves, of the heat. So
another nice wave.
Yeah, this looks like one of them
here with a nice big wrapping roundhouse cut back, little foam bounce there. Again, like you said, a really great wave selection, so he had a lot to work with, and this was another decent wave for Antoine Del Perro, and I think he had a nice little hit right here on the next section. So walking with his fellow teammates, I think we need to look out for Team France in the team competition, as they brought a fully stacked team from the SUP surfing side of things to the racing side of things. So don't go away. We'll be right back with the 2014 World SUP and Paddleboard Championships, brought to you right here from La Boquita Beach, Nicaragua. Stay tuned. And welcome back to the beach here at La Boquita Beach, Nicaragua. You're tuned into the 2014 World SUP and Paddleboard Championships presented by the ISA. My name is Dan Gavir. I'm joined here by Jody Nelson. A beautiful day on the beach. The wind hasn't really kicked up yet. Here as we look at Team Mexico, there to cheer on Gonzalez, Papas. Hector Gonzalez from Mexico with a great heat yesterday. We've got Brandon Ribink from South Africa in the white jersey. In the red jersey, Justin Bing. And in the black jersey, Sebastian Del Castillo. So another stacked heat here, so keep tuned for some high-end surfing action here all morning. These are our qualifiers from yesterday, from the last rounds, placing, I believe, first or second in their heats. Once we get into the repecharge rounds, those will be the rounds with the paddlers who were placing third and fourth in yesterday's heats. Up and riding the red jersey, Justin Bing from South Africa. Nice roundhouse cutback, having to milk his speed, bouncing back off the foam into the critical section. Little bit of wave face there to work with, but he's trying to turn lemonade from lemons there on these little bit smaller waves than they're used to dealing with in the red jersey.
Lemons, I like that. Yeah, that first heat, Dan, was a really stacked heat. I mean, that could have easily been a final. I know you guys said that over and over again. And here we see in yellow Hector Gonzalez out of Sayulita, Mexico. And I just caught up with Fernando over there and on the Mexican team, and he was saying how Hector's just been ripping this year, and he's been traveling a lot, doing the World Stand-Up Paddle Tour, and
ripping.
Just really focusing on his surfing. He's the national champion this year, and he's riding a 7.6 Panga board. So yeah, I mean, Hector was a big standout last year in Peru, and he's looking pretty good here this week.
And Brandon up and riding. Big floater off the top. Great job of staying planted there, as you see. Drops down low for the for the whitewash, washes over his board, is able to maintain the section, but that wave just kind of petered out on him, Jody. As he heads back out from South Africa, Brandon Ribink, I believe he's 43 years old. He's been surfing since he was 13, so 30 years out in the ocean surfing. He's got a lot of knowledge.
So this kid right here on the screen is Sebastian Del Castillo. He's just 16 years old, and just talking to the competitors around, I had never heard of Ponaki out of Tahiti, the 17-year-old out of Tahiti, but he's pretty well known in the SUP world, and but this kid kind of came out of the woodwork, and he's kind of raising a lot of eyebrows. People, didn't really have him on their radar, and he showed up yesterday and just absolutely put on a clinic, and I think he's going to be one to watch in this event, and of course years to come as we see him scrapping into this one.
Yeah, and he's looks like he likes what he sees. He's paddling in for it. From Peru in the black jersey, Sebastian Del Castillo up and riding, switching the hands with his paddle. Backside and front side looks like he's on about a 7.0 or a 7.3, maybe by 23, 24 inches wide. So he should get some good performance out of that board. But again, these waves a little bit challenging to find the good nuggets here. Hector Gonzalez picking up a little left-hander there, riding for Team Panga out of Mexico, the Mexican national SUP surf champion. Looking to his Mexican team, maybe for some guidance, some coaching.
Yeah, they've always got a super passionate team. We always see them with the Luce Libre masks on. Last year, didn't Fernando wear one in the race, in the relay?
I think he did wear one during the race.
Awesome.
That must have been kind of warm and hard to breathe through. But hey, these guys are always having a great time, and they really have one of the strongest teams that sticks together and does everything together, and it's great to see it. That's what the ISA World Championships are all about, in any genre of surfing that they promote. So it's really pushing that Olympic style of team format, and who can take the team medal is really what the emphasis is on. It's not on the individuals per se, but more on the teams and their performance as a whole.
As we see a couple of lines possibly coming in, Brandon Ribnik keeping an eye out the back, but the current situation right now, just under 12 minutes, we see Hector Gonzalez out of Mexico in yellow, currently sitting on a 4.33 and a 3.57. So he's holding down the lead, with Brandon Ribnik in white out of South Africa is in second. He just has a 2.67 and a 3.0. Our young 16-year-old out of Peru in black, Sebastian Del Castillo, is sitting in third. He hasn't really gotten his campaign started. He does have one 3-point ride, 3.07 and a 1.07. And Justin Bing sitting on a 3 in red out of South Africa is going to look for a backup score, as we see Hector Gonzalez out of Mexico in yellow catching a little right here.
Gonzalez up and riding again on a little right that just peters out underneath his feet there. Not a lot to work with. Hector Gonzalez, 28 years old, born in Lyon. Sponsors are Bomber Eyewear, Carbonero, Panga, and Lana Azul. He was second place at the C Street competition in California. If you want to hit him up on Instagram, he's at Papas Sup. Looks like we're going to go down to the beach with Jamie Mitchell. I think he's got the winner of the last heat on tap.
Yeah, good morning, guys. I'm here with the winner of the first heat of the morning, Antoine Duprat from France. And Antoine, what a heat. That heat was stacked. I'm sure you've surfed against those guys before in all the longboard contests. So what was your mindset going in this morning's heat?
Yeah, exactly. I know those guys like Jackson and Colin. They're really, really good surfers, even in any kind of board. So they are really good surfers. But the thing is that in this heat, there wasn't many waves. so it was pretty hard. I was trying to stay a little bit on the inside and try to take a couple little ones to have 2 average scores, and that's what I did, and that's what it came to me. So yeah, I was pretty lucky about that. During that, the others were waiting outside, so no wave coming outside, so it was pretty hard for them. I don't know, it just went good for me.
And you're the defending champion from last year. How's it? The year before. Okay, and you obviously looking to make it 2 in a row, because I think you're one of the only people that have won an ISA longboard world title and the stand-up as well.
Yeah, maybe because stand-up has only 3 years, but yeah. I don't know. I'm just confident in my boards and on me, and I just try to make my best and try to keep going like that.
All right, mate. Well, good luck with the rest of the event.
Thank you very much. See you.
All right, awesome. Thank you, Jamie, and thank you, Antoine Del Perro. A little interviews on the beach going to be happening all day today, and as we jam through this second day of stand-up paddle surfing here at the 2014 SUP World Championships, featuring stand-up paddling and prone paddling, brought to you by the ISA. It's like a little wave coming in here. In red, dropping in, Justin Bing from South Africa. Justin Bing generating some speed, and you can see as he's moving those feet around, really looking for maximum glide with a couple nice roundhouse cutbacks. Solid rail turns on those. That should be good for a decent score, maybe a 4 or 5. We'll have to see.
Well, and there's his fellow teammate, Brandon Ribnick out of South Africa. He's looking to improve his 2.67. You can see he moves way up on that board to get through that flat section. Nice little cut back there. As this wave kind of reforms on the inside, he gets a couple little taps there, and he'll redirect, see if he can get one last turn, but the wave kind of dies out on him. So Justin Bing surfing a pretty smart heat. I mean, he's not overexerting himself. He's being real patient. He has that 3.0, and then he got that second ride. Brandon Ribnick also has a 3 in his score zone, and he's, like I said, he's just looking to drop that 2.67, so maybe with that last ride, Brandon in white from South Africa will replace or better his situation. As we see the last wave of Justin Bing in red dropping at a 4.47, so he's in second place. He needs a 3.43 to take the lead. Hector Gonzalez out of Mexico in yellow still holding down that lead with a 4.33, and his last wave was a 3.67. So Sebastian Del Castillo in black, the young up-and-comer out of Peru, is a little bit quiet out there. He's got a 3.07 and a 1.07. He needs a 4.44 or 4.41 to advance into the second place. Third and fourth go into the rapid charge round, and first and second continue in these qualifying rounds. And what happens is the rapid charge guys, they just have to surf a lot more heats. They can still make it to the final, but it's a lot more surfing involved. And we saw that last heat, Colin McPhillips.
That's right.
And Bo Nixon dropping into the rapid charge round. So that rapid charge round is going to start to get pretty stacked.
And the rapid charge round also coming up later in the afternoon, so with that wind that we saw yesterday, it might be a little more difficult. But right now, Castillo tearing the top off that one, just not getting the reform on the inside, but maybe he'll pick up something here as he moves forward on that little chip of a board. I think just 15 years old, coming out of Peru, representing the Groms out there. There's some of his teammates giving him some support. Up and riding right now, looks like in the white jersey, Brandon.
Where's he from? I can't tell.
We hear the vuvuzelas just outside the announcer's booth here, just going nuts for Brandon Ribnick. I'm going to have to get a correct pronunciation on his last name. Having a hard time figuring that one out. Justin Bing, another South African, currently sitting in second place. Right now they're hunting down Hector Gonzalez, a.k.a. Papas, who seems to be patiently waiting.
There's
another wave.
Definitely 2 South Africans in this heat, because there's a lot of vuvuzela noise going on out there.
And we're going to have a little replay for Justin Bing's last wave here as he sets it up here, looking maybe to go left. Taking a look over his left shoulder there, the regular footer decides to hang on the right here, generating some speed, pumping that board down the line. Nice rail carve turn right there. Doesn't quite square it up on the lip, but nonetheless getting some nice rail turns. And rides like this are usually good for the mid-4s to the mid-5s, depending on how many turns they're getting on the wave. So that ride coming in at a 4.47 for Justin Bing out of South Africa in the red jersey. We see his teammate out there in the white jersey, Brandon Ribbink. And we hear the Vuvuzelas going. Maybe they see something we don't see. I see heat number 3 heading out right now for this 3rd round of qualifying. Here in our men's SUP surfing portion of the ISA 2014 World SUP and Paddleboard Championships right here in La Boquita Beach, Nicaragua. Another beautiful day. Yesterday we had a great day. A little wind came up, and here is Hector Gonzalez on the Panga coming from Mexico, the Mexican national stand-up paddle surf champ. Oh, just loses it there. His board was a little frisky when it decided to go left, and he was still committed to the right.
Well, judges taking their time on Justin Bing's last wave. That 4.47 was from one of his earlier waves. So that last replay we saw, the judges haven't dropped a score for that one yet. They're taking their time. It looks like he's going to improve his second highest scoring wave. Judges kind of slow to plug their scores
Castillo taking a look at that one, just doubles up just past his feet, doesn't quite get on it right now. Brandon onto another one. Big layback turn there, almost lost it. Was showing some great skill there and maintaining his stance on that board. Nice line up there, had some speed, just comes unglued. And you see that hand come up to protect himself from getting hit by the board. So a pretty important technique to learn right off the bat is always to protect your head when you fall off your surfboard. If you don't know where it is, you better have your hands up in a technique that I like to call the hands helmet. So
hand helmet. All right, well, we just got some scores dropping in. The last of black, this young man right here we see up and riding, he just got a 4.70 on his last wave. Sebastian Del Castillo out of Peru, the 16-year-old, just getting out of the back of that one, unfortunately. But he's now moved up into the 3rd position, but we still see about 4 waves waiting to drop from the scores. We've got 1 wave to drop for yellow, 2 waves to drop for white, and Justin Bing's 3rd wave came in at a 3.80, so he improves his situation, now sitting in the 1st position with Hector Gonzalez in the 2nd position, and Sebastian Del Castillo needing a 3.30 to advance. Brandon Ribnick in white out of South Africa is looking for a 4.83 to advance. His last 2 scores are 3.17, so Brandon Ribnick had his 2 highest scoring waves on the last 2 rides, and as we see in red, up and riding, Justin Bing out of South Africa.
Yep, with just under a minute and a half to go, these paddlers are starting to scramble. Justin Bing currently in the lead, spinning that board around. Nice maneuver there. Little 360 there on the inside section. Should be good for a few more digits on his scorecard. A nice little redirect back to the left on the inside here. He's going to accumulate some more points, so that should put an exclamation point on his campaign here as he heads back out with only 50 seconds left.
Back out there.
Yeah, he's charging. He's like, I got time. I'm fired up. It's been moving throughout the whole heat, and that's worked for him with a great score there. Looks like
you just never know. You never know if you're paddling back out and a little inside wave can come in, or you have the opportunity to maybe just get back out and block somebody. You know, when you're in that spirit of competition, it's hard. You know, the clock's still ticking. It's hard to come in.
Yeah, but it looks like he's going to catch his breath and head back in. And now it's up to Hector, see if he can bring one in and maybe take the top. But just a few seconds left. I don't think it's going to happen. So that's going to round up heat number 2 of qualifying round number 3 here at the 2014 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships here at La Boquita Beach. We'll have a heat recap here in just a moment. Nice big turn there. Hector Gonzalez on the rail, throwing that spray into the air. That's exactly what the judges are looking for. And held down the lead for much of the heat until Justin Bing was able to get on a couple good waves here. Justin Bing in the red jersey from South Africa, charging down the line. Nice big turn there. Big 180-degree turns. That's exactly what the judges are looking for. As the waves get bigger, we'll see them extending those turns even more up to the face of the wave and really getting those boards vertical up the face of the wave here. The young Sebastian del Castillo from Peru on one of his better waves.
Well, we're starting to see this repechage round get pretty stacked as we see a couple of good surfers get dropped down, Sebastian del Castillo and Brandon Ribnick.
And we'll be right back with the ISA 2014 World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. Don't go away.
Welcome to the beautiful country of Nicaragua for the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships. We're at the beautiful La Boquita Beach here in Nicaragua for the SUP Surfing. We are in qualifying men's round number 3, heat number 3, and let's meet our competitors. Tamil Martino from Peru will be in red. Jeremy Masseri from France in white. Ponaiki Raioa from Tahiti in yellow, and Lucas Medeiros from Brazil will be in black. I'm Bo Hodge along with Jody Nelson, and this is our final heat of this qualifying round for the men. Next time we see the men back out in the water, it will be the repechage round, and also coming up next will be our third qualifying round for the ladies. And Jody, already some hot, heavy heats we've seen already in the water today.
Definitely. It's been that first heat of the day, could have been a final, you know, and so many good surfers that we saw in that last heat. Two really good surfers, Sebastian del Castillo and Brandon Ribnick, getting bumped down into the repechage round. The first heat we saw Colin McPhillips and Bo Nixon get bumped in the repechage round. So Sean Pointer, who, you know, we thought might be a lone man over in that repechage round, now has some company.
Well, everybody's got to go through those rounds because a double elimination format, only 2 surfers will advance out of the winner's round into the straight final. And look at these guys scratching for one of the top waves. We've already had a couple of rides, and we can see surfer in white. This is Jeremy Mercier from France, redirecting to his backhand. A nice transitional move there. Big open face, hits it one more time. Down the line, gaining some speed, setting up for his next maneuver. And look at the cross bend of his paddle, and that's what the judges want to see. There, turning the tail one more time around, spinning it back in. This is going to be a good scoring wave, opening wave for Jeremy Massari.
Yeah, Jeremy had a pretty good day yesterday, 2 second place in both of his qualifying rounds as we see black up and riding. This is Lucas Medeiros out of Brazil. And both the Brazilian boys in the SUP surfing division riding really small, narrow boards. As you can see, a very high performance boards, and but definitely a lot more work on the paddling side of things.
20-minute heats remain in the qualifying rounds. When we get to the repechage rounds, they'll be delegated to 15-minute heats. So still in the 20-minute format this morning for the men and women in their qualifying heats, and we're on standby for scores. We can tell you that Tamil Martino in red there on the left opened up with a 3.5. No waves yet for the man in yellow on screen. Raioa, and he had the best 2 wave scores from yesterday in round 1 and 2. And here's ISA replay last of Lucas Medeiros.
Yeah, Lucas Medeiros, 19-year-old out of where is he from? Espirito Santo. And he's got this nice little left-hander here, able to get a few turns, redirect some roundhouse cutbacks here. A nice little cutback. And, this will be a good wave to get his campaign going because he only has a 1.33 and a .97. So that left offering some good scoring potential for Lucas.
On standby for score, last of white. And when the judges are taking their time, they have dedicated cameras for instant replay, and they're utilizing the instant replay option up on the top level to talk about, discuss, and dissect the waves before they putting in their score. We see Lucas on the paddle back out. You can see Team Brazil on the beach cheering him on. Advancers at it today will go into qualifying round number 4. And that's going to be huge for these guys as they advance on through.
Yeah, well, once you get into qualifying round number 4, they only have, that round and 2 more to the final. So they only have to advance out of 2 more heats to make it into the final.
We'll start with 12 men in the qualifying round today. The top 6 will advance into the qualifying round number 4. And then the top 4 will advance on into qualifying round number 5. And then the top 2 will advance into the SUP men final. Here we go. Up and riding. This is Raioa from Tahiti.
Yeah, Ponaki out of Popino, Tahiti. Got a chance to chat with him before his heat. He's on a 7.2 by 24 inches wide, which is a really narrow board. But, he's just absolutely ripping. He's only been surfing for 3 years, and he's, really excited to be here representing Tahiti. It's just him and Tama. And he was saying after this week he's going to go home, and it's Chopu season.
Yeah, as it comes to the summertime season for Tahiti, and they used to hold the ASP event back in May, but now they've rescheduled it for August. And 5.5 for Jeremy Masseri from France and white, so he moves into the lead. We'll be on standby for scores. Last of black, last of yellow. We'll give you a situation update. You can see the local kids on the beach digging in and enjoying this Cinco de Mayo. 3.77 for Medeiros and black. We're on standby for last of yellow, so that'll leave red and white out on the outside. That's Tamil Martino from Peru in the red. And here we go, up and riding in black, Lucas Medeiros.
Lucas on his backhand, kind of getting stuck there. He's going to try and redirect and see if he can get over to the left, but unfortunately gets caught behind. But we saw a pretty good performance from Tamil yesterday. He, in his round 2 heat, won that heat against Colin McPhillips, Francisco Hernandez, and Vasquez out of Mexico. So Tamil looking really good yesterday. We haven't really seen him get his campaign going too much today. He's got a 3.50, but looking for a backup score as we see white up and riding Jeremy Masseri from France.
Yeah, let's watch Jeremy on the second wave. Not happy with his wave selection. He kicks out, so he didn't want to push that. On the outside, here's our silver medalist from last year, Tamil. And almost winning in his home country last year in Peru in Miraflores, as he decides not to go for this whitewater closeout, redirects and goes over this wave. 12 minutes, 25 seconds. Let's take a look back at Jeremy's first wave. This was the 5.5, Jody.
Yeah, so he got a little left here, and he was able to really dig his paddle in there and get a nice turn there. He got almost vertical on his backhand on a pretty small wave, but he really rode this wave to the best of his ability and kept busy the whole time. Those turns he's doing have 2 purposes. He's getting some points, but he's also generating a lot of speed and setting up his next turn. So he really rode that wave well, and it was a smart wave to go on.
See the other competitors out in front of the staging area getting ready for their heats. There's Team South Africa. They had a couple of competitors in the last heat, with Justin Bing advancing on in, and there's the current lineup out in the water with 11:35 remaining. First wave for Raioa in yellow out on the outside. A 3.93 is currently in third. Only needs a 1.58 to move into second at this stage. So Lucas Medeiros has moved into the lead with only small scores of a 3.77 and a 1.93. So now Jeremy Masseri on this last wave has put himself back in the first with a 2.03 and a 5.5. You can see all 4 are scrambling here, Jody. Trying to get in position.
We see that yellow jersey yesterday. He was lethal. He has the 2 highest heat totals from yesterday. Pinoki out of Tahiti, as we see red up and riding. Tamil out of Peru. Oh, just getting hung up. You can see that wind starting to play a factor as we see white and yellow kind of scrapping for this one, and Jeremy Mazaret out of France kind of getting the nod on this wave.
Yeah, let's watch Jerry on the finish up here. He's currently leading right now with a 5.5 and the 2.03, stroking to stay on the open face of this wave, and he's made the inside connection. Nice redirect back into the whitewater, but loses momentum. It starts to shallow out on the reef section on the shoreline, so a bit of a hiccup there for Jeremy, but he'll regroup, paddle back out. Halfway through this heat, 10 minutes, 28 seconds remaining.
Be interesting to see, Bo. I know yesterday we had a few interference situations. I know we were watching Tamil's wave, but I could see just in the background a little bit of maybe a confrontation or mix-up there with Jeremy and Panaki in yellow. So we'll keep an eye on the scoreboard here and see if the judges deem an interference.
Watch the paddle here between black and yellow. They may split the peak, go right-left, or we're going to be watching, but it's going to be surfer in black from Brazil, Lucas Medeiros.
Well, Brazilians in competition are known for catching waves that aren't even breaking, and we saw Lucas get this wave, and Panaki couldn't get into it as we see him getting a couple critical turns, but he was a little bit out of control in that last turn and comes unstuck. You can see Panaki just getting hung up off the back of that wave, and with the high tide and a little bit of the wind, it makes it difficult to get into these waves. We see white up and riding. That was Jeremy Mazaret out of France.
So Jeremy up and down on his fourth wave, still counting his best two. We're on standby for his third score, still yet to be entered in, and that could improve his situation. So there's Team Peru, and they have a competitor coming up in our next heat. That'll be Brisa Malaga up against Caroline Anabag and our gold medal winner from last year, Nicole Pacelli from Brazil. So a three-lady heat coming up in the qualifying round. Number 3, heat number 1 on deck next.
Yeah, there's just 2 heats in that qualifying round, number 3, and we'll see Emmy Merrill and Taryn Kite out of South Africa and Ibala Ruano out of Spain. So USA, South Africa, and Spain coming up in that round 3, heat number 2, as we see Red paddling Tamil out of Peru. He gets into this right-hander. Nice roundhouse cutback into a 360. Let's see if he can stick into it, but just gets pushed off the back there.
Had it 180, had a chance to spin it back around, but was on the backside of the wave, so an incomplete score. Here we go. Lucas Medeiros leading on that nose. He's going to go backside here, redirects the board. Goes right by Tamil. Nice tap off the top, digs in an inside rail, and goes down. So Lucas Medeiros currently in second. And here's your heat leader, is Jeremy up and riding from France.
That's right, Jeremy Mazaret on a nice right-hander. He's got a real smooth style, Bo, and he's just, he utilizes his turns to generate that speed, but also get to that next section. And nothing too radical. We saw Lucas Medeiros from Brazil in black really putting that board on his backhand up through the lip and getting a little more progressive. So, but he's also falling. So, but if he pulls those maneuvers off, he's going to get rewarded for it.
Well, there was Team France, Antoine Depero, the former gold medal champion from 2012, the bronze medal winner from last year. Hoping Jeremy joins him in qualifying round number 4 as they're cheering on. And Team France doing quite well so far this year, the 2014 ISA World Sup Surfing Championships.
Well, they've got 2 strong surfers. We saw in that last heat, Antoine winning, or that first heat of the day, Antoine winning a stacked heat that could have been a final. So that's a telltale sign of maybe what's to come in this event, as we see Yellow, our young 16-year-old, was he 16 or 17? 17-year-old out of Tahiti, Panaki. He's, again, our standout performer from yesterday with the 2 highest heat totals in his first 2 round heats, as we see him scrapping into this right-hander. We'll see what he can do, Bo.
Yeah, nice carving turn. There he goes, throws the tail, gets the spray. That's what the judges want to see. Generates the turn from that bottom turn. There he goes again. Now he's going to cut back into the whitewater section. 2 great maneuvers prior to that. Let's see if he can stay on this wave. It starts to flatten out as he's going to kick out. So he opened up with a 3.93. He's currently in 4th, only needing a 2.27. And the highest wave score so far out of all 4 of these surfers has been Jeremy's 5.5. So a very low-scoring heat. Up and riding is Lucas Medeiros.
Yeah, Lucas, 19-year-old out of Brazil, on a left-hander, but decides he doesn't want anything to do with it. The wave selection in this heat has been key. We've seen, Jeremy getting a couple of really good waves. He had a smaller left-hander that wasn't a huge wave, but it had tons of scoring potential. So I think surfing a smart heat is key today, especially in these conditions.
Especially in the small surf. Just looking back at the last heat, at the heat totals, 8.87 for Justin Bing, 8.0 for Hector Gonzalez advancing, 7.77. So just about 1.1 separating from advancing and being eliminated. That's how close the scores are coming in today, because we're seeing a lot of 2s, 3s, 4s, and 5s today.
Well, we just saw some scores drop there. What's the situation, Bo?
Raioa from Tahiti in yellow, a 4.07 has moved from 4th to 2nd place, as you see our defending gold medal champion right there. And she'll be coming up, Nicole Perselli. She'll be coming up in the next heat, and she'll be defending the gold medal coming up in the qualifying round. So Jeremy Masseri in white from France in first. Panaki Raioa from Tahiti in yellow in second. Lucas Medeiros from Brazil in black in third, now needing a 4.23. And Tamil Martino, the silver medalist from last year from Peru, in fourth, now needing a 4.5. And there's the lineup for the next heat. Caroline, Brisa, and Nicole battling it out. The top two will advance on into qualifying round number 4, which we'll see compete tomorrow.
Well, Tamil out of Peru in red in this heat is in a very unfamiliar situation right now, as he won both of his heats, his qualifying heats yesterday. So right now sitting in an unfamiliar situation in 4th position. He only needs a 4.50 to make it into the advancing spot, as we see Tamil to the right of our screen in the red. He's taking a look at something. He sees a little bump. There's only 4 minutes and 20 seconds left in this heat, Bo.
Yeah, on the inside, Tamil in 2012 finished 11th at the ISA World Championships in Miraflores. Last year, making the final and winning the silver medal in 2nd place. So he's been progressing through the years here, and one of the few to compete in all 3 ISA World Stand-Up and Paddleboard Championships. Time ticking away, 4 minutes remaining. Jeremy in white in first, Ponaki in yellow in second, Lucas in black in third, needing a 4.23, Tamil in red in fourth.
Look at
needing
how
a 4.5.
far in Tamil's sitting. I mean, he's way on the inside, and you can see here goes Jeremy and Ponaki in another situation here. They're both battling for the same wave. Looks like they're going to split the peak here. We're going to go ahead and follow Ponaki in yellow, the 17-year-old out of Tahiti. He's riding that little 7.2 tri-fin, getting loose there. Nice little cutback and a rebound off the whitewater. He's going to dig back in and see if he can get this reform on the inside here, Bo. And can he get one last section here? And he does. He gets a nice little roundhouse cutback again. He's just waiting for this wave to stand up. It's not really giving him a lip to hit. But we'll see if that improved. This wave can improve his 3.93 is what he's looking to replace.
Well, I tell you what, Jody, he's making something out of nothing and pushing length of ride there with a nice foam climb, right, standing up on the beach. So he's definitely going to improve his cause. We did see Jeremy go right. We did see Tamil on the backside. So, you know, a lot of action happening here. And let's watch the left of Jeremy. He's your heat leader, only leading by 0.47 at this stage prior into this wave. But I like the way he started here, Jody, with the redirect, and then the big bottom turn sets everything else up. Nice backhand spray, working down the line. Here he goes again. Boom. Great transition, using the paddle, forehand and backhand. Switches hands now. Boom. One more time around. So as we saw Ponaki take advantage of the right, Jeremy taking advantage of the left.
Yeah, he's got that backhand down really well. He's pivots that paddle in and really extends his body and is able to generate, you know, water coming off the board, which is what the judges want to see, as we see Tamil getting a nice drawn-out roundhouse cutback, and he gets his fins loose a little bit there, waiting for this to reform. We'll see what this wave offers him. Oh, another nice big cutback there, and a good off the lip there for Tamil. So that was a good wave with a variety of maneuvers, and he had really good speed, power, and flow on that. So I think the judges are going to
I tell you what, he had
Tamil.
flair, style, and speed, power, and flow, as you were saying. So 3 excellent waves there being ridden by red, white, and yellow. So I'll leave Lucas Medeiros on the outside with 1:29 remaining. I'd like to thank all of our great sponsors making this all possible. We are being presented here by the Intour, Nicaragua's Ministry of Tourism, also being sponsored by Avianca, Voz TV, Tigo, and Channel 6 here locally in Nicaragua. Our media partners include SUPRacer.com, Sophos, Latin America's leading surf publication, Passion Extrema on Fox Sports Latin America, and SUP Club along with Waves Brazil, all presenting the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships. All right, there's Lucas Medeiros in black. We already see Jeremy Messeri already getting back out in white, and Jeremy taking advantage of this with 45 seconds remaining.
Yeah, we're still waiting for the last wave of Jeremy to drop in, but he's keeping busy, picking up another right-hander with a nice little cut back there. We see Tamil just trying to get out of the way. Jeremy gets an off the lip. He's going to cut back into the whitewash and see if he can get that inside section. He's just being patient, waiting. He's currently our leader, and it looks like that last wave is going to come in at a solid score for him. He gets one last tap on the inside. A little bit of a victory lap as we see Tamil getting his fins free there. This is our man from Peru. He's currently in the 4th position, but still waiting for his last score as well. So judges really busy right now. They've got their work cut out for them.
Well, the judges have really having to play catch-up here. We can tell you that Raiola with a 5.73 on that right-hander. We're waiting for 2 of red, 2 of white. So please be on standby. And one of them is going to be a near excellent score for Jeremy Messeri from France in white. So Tamil giving it all. He knows he's got to pour it on. He needs an average or above-average score to get into the top 2. So there's his coach. And let's watch the heat recap. And this man from France, Jeremy, was really turning it on.
Yeah, Jeremy's really got, like I said, that backhand technique down, really extends his body and able to throw a lot of water around. And I just really like the way Jeremy uses his turns to generate speed and get into that next maneuver. So he's not really doing a lot of hopping, more S turns, and actually having functional maneuvers help get him down to the next maneuver. As we see our young 17-year-old out of Tahiti, Pinaki, on a nice little right-hander here. He moved up to first for a second, but we're still waiting for some scores to drop.
Yeah, Raiola really pushed this length of ride. He gets a 5.73 on that. Prior to that, that was a 5.9 for Jeremy Messeri. But Tamil Martino really pushing the edge here. He gets a 4.73, and we're still waiting for his last score, Jody. He could be advancing on in if he gets anything over a 5.44. But the talent here was showing it at the end of the heat.
Yeah, you know, Tamil really got a lot of fins-free progressive surfing, but it looks like, Bo, that's not going to be enough.
Well, France advancing their top 2 surfers into the qualifying round. Stick around. We've got more exciting action. You are watching the 2014 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships live from La Boquita, Nicaragua. Welcome back. Welcome to the beautiful country of Nicaragua on this Cinco de Mayo for the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboard Championships. We're in La Boquita Beach in Nicaragua for SUP surfing action for the ladies. Qualifying round number 3, heat number 1, and they're on screen. Brisa Malaga from Peru in white, Caroline Agabad from France in red, and our defending gold medal champion, Nicole Porcelli from Brazil. I'm Bo Hodge along with Jamie Mitchell. Welcome to the live broadcast and webcast wherever you may be watching from around the world. Small conditions prevail today. We're in between swells. We do have high tide conditions, which are ideal here at this beach. Jamie, I know you came down for a quick paddle. Talk about the free surf session this morning.
It's actually looking a little better now than earlier this morning, but very tough. And you can see that, in the surfing, there's not a lot of quality waves. So it seems like there's about one or two good waves in the heat. And obviously the competitors that are getting those quality waves and making them count are getting through. So, we saw that with that stacked heat with Jackson and Bo, Antoine and Colin, that the two guys who got those two quality waves were the ones that went through. So as we see Nicole just having a little hiccup there, but conditions were nice. They were clean. There was a high tide, but very inconsistent, and that's what we're seeing now. So important to get off to a good start and get at least one really good wave under the belt.
Here we go. Brisa Malaga from Peru up and riding on her opening wave. Goofy Footer takes it on her backhand. Switches, redirects her paddle, trying to keep that board moving. Darting it left, darting it right. So she's trying to get the inside connection and does not. Can't tell you, Caroline from France, a 3.5, and Team France looking good, advancing both their two surfing men into the qualifying round number 4. And if Caroline can get through Brisa and Nicole here, they're going to be sitting atop, the possible point leads after 2 days.
Yeah, it was funny. I was talking to Chris from supracer.com, and he's going to put out his predictions today on who he thinks is going to take the team title. And France is right up there on his, he actually thinks that France could take the overall title. And right now, we're sort of overlooking that, I guess, a little bit, because this is the building foundations for the teams going into the racing. And, Australia now has Bo in the repechage. USA have now Colin and Sean are both in the repechage, so they only have one more chance. France, both men are through. They haven't lost the heat yet. And Caroline, well, she beat yesterday. She beat Emmy in the heat as well. So France looking very strong, and they're consolidating here for a good start to give their races a good chance to take home the overall title.
Well, just a couple of weeks ago down in Ecuador at the World Junior Surfing Championships, France, midway through the week of 8 days of competition, was leading in the juniors. So they're supporting great surfing teams in all disciplines. And, of course, we know Antoine DePero, the defending world longboard champ in the ISA World Games. So, they're really supporting some good teams. And even in the world bodyboarding at the ISA, France did quite well. So in all disciplines, France is sending very powerful and competitive teams.
Yeah, France, France and European nations, they're strong, they're competitive, and it seems like the federations and nationality, they get behind the team, So, the only weakness I see, if I see anything, is probably in the prone paddling for those guys. So, in saying that, they do have good prone paddlers, but I'm not sure if they've been able to come here for this event. So, to win a team world title, you need a good all-round team. So, they potentially could suffer there, but hey, they're putting their foot forward right now, making a mark on that overall team title.
Yeah, but it takes every member, as you said, on the team to contribute to the team tally, and Australia has won the very first 2 ISA World SUP Paddleboard Championships. So there's Brisa Malaga from Peru, 2.13 on her last wave. She has a combination of a 1.77 early stages here. Yet to see Nicole Porcelli really get off, and here she goes in yellow with priority here as Caroline kicks out.
Yeah, Nicole, defending champ, it's filling up. You get the little bit of offshore breeze, and wave selection is so key today. You're seeing that. And Caroline now, it looks like she's riding a little bit of a bigger board. So looks like she's, getting into the waves a little easier than these other girls. And she just done a nice little top turn going right, then redirection to the left. And she'll just try and get back into that power source and maybe get this inside little section here as she does. And this will, turn into a nice little wave for Caroline.
Well, Caroline made the finals last year, Miraflores. She took 4th place, the copper medal. So 2 of the finalists from last year in this heat, in this 3-lady heat. You have the gold and copper medal champions from 2013.
You know what I see is like when the heats are becoming stacked. When I see that, it means that the overall competition from all the countries is getting better. You know, we're not seeing easy heats anymore. We're seeing, you know, we're not even into we're at the start of the first heat of day 2, and we had that heat that could have been a final in the men's. So, and here we are with 2 of the finalists from last year, and the women's, qualifying round as well. So, it's I think it's just it's showing wonders of the sport that there's so many good people from each country.
Well, just checking the results from 2012 down below, surfer in white, Brisa Malaga, she was also 4th place in the first year. So all 3 of these ladies have medaled in the past 2 years. Let's go down below and check out Jody Nelson. She's got the winner from the last heat. Take it away, Jody.
Thanks, Bo. Jeremy Mazare, winner of that last heat. Jeremy, you guys had a pretty stacked final with Tamil and Panaki. Tell us about that heat.
Oh yeah, I'm very happy to win this heat, and it's a difficult start for me on a competition, but I make an interference on my first wave on the first heat, but now I'm ready stock, and I win the round 3, and little bit fight with Poenaki, but it's a friend of mine. He come from Tahiti, and Tahiti it's a French Polynesian, so don't worry, and I put my finger crossed for the next round and tomorrow morning.
And talk to us a little bit about the board you're riding.
It's Bons. It's my friend Antoine Del Perro is shaping board with your associate Philippe Moreau, and it's 8 foot per 28, and it's a really, really good board.
And, you're advancing into the qualifying round, which means, you don't have to surf as many heats as if you were to go down the repertoire. What's your strategy in the next heat?
I don't know. I surf my best and not pressure, and I listen my coach Stefan and stay concentrate and focus on the contest and do my best and whatever.
Well, congratulations to Jeremy out of France. They have a really strong team, Bo, so I'm sure we're going to be seeing great things from them the rest of the week. Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Jody, and congratulations, Jeremy. Yeah, Jeremy talking about his board. He's riding an 8.0. I was talking to Antoine this morning when he paddled out. He's taking out a 7.10. So these guys are taking out, top-of-the-line equipment. Every year, these boards are getting smaller, Jamie.
They are getting smaller, but funny, this morning I was out there surfing with Jackson, and he was actually at that time when it was really inconsistent, and he was like, I wish I had my bigger board. So he was sort of looking at going a little bit bigger, but yeah, definitely the trend of boards and even the heights of the paddles is everything is shrinking. Everything's getting smaller and more refined and more like short boards.
Let's watch Brisa right now, currently in 2nd place. Our Peruvian surfer, 4th place 2 years ago. Nice open forehand wave. She redirects over to her backhand as she sees the closeout and loses a back rail there and goes down. Our heat leader is the French surfer, Caroline Agabad. 3.5, 3.7 in the lead. Brisa Malaga currently now delegated down to 3rd place because last wave for Nicole Porcelli, our defending gold medal champion, a 4.6 has moved her, the Brazilian, from 3rd to 2nd place.
Yeah, and that's what we've seen with all the last heats is just one good wave, and she has the highest single wave of the heat so far, and that's put her into the front. And, she'll just be looking for a nice little backup. And, the last few heats we haven't, it seems like 4s and 5s are winning heats at the moment. We haven't really seen any huge scores, but, if she can, get another 4 or 5 sort of mid-range score, then she'll be in good stead for the rest of the heat.
Jamie, I know you're in the board designs with your own JM selection of racing-type boards, but are you venturing off into the surfing world?
Yeah, I mean, I just have so much stuff on my plate that's so hard, but and also my shaper's in Australia, and I'm living in the States now, so it's hard to communicate a little bit, but I'm definitely trying to get my equipment right for me as well. So I've got a few different guys shaping different boards for different places. I like to go to, if I'm going to Jaws, I like to have local guys shape boards for Jaws and vice versa for, Mavericks or certain waves. So it's nice to have a quiver of shapers as well as a quiver of boards.
Well, what I'm trying to get at is where do you see SUP-surfing 5 years from now? Are boards going to get even smaller, or is there going to be a limit to how small they can get as we're going to watch replay? This is the 4.6 of Nicole Porcelli. This is live right now, but we have her 4.6 ride. First, let's dissect this wave, Jamie.
Yeah, just a nice little carving cutback there back in the power source. She changed the paddle in the hands and does a nice little cutback. The judges will like that, a little bit of variety. And again, just another little slash to finish it off. But, just making the most out of that wave, which there wasn't too much to offer, but she milked it for all it was worth.
So going back to the designs, kind of close your eyes and look at 5 years from now. Where are we going to see SUP Surfing design boards? Are we going to see 6-foot boards out there? Is it possible?
I just don't know. I just think it comes down to, I think materials, we might see the biggest change in materials, but, I'm 170 pounds and there's only a certain limit I can go to. I'm not sure how small they'll go. They'll definitely become more refined and maybe the materials will become better. Maybe we can make boards that are that small that actually float better, that actually, so you can ride smaller boards. But it's going to be interesting. It's been amazing to see the last 5 years where the boards have gone. So never say never.
Yeah, here we go. This is your gold medal champion looking for just a 2.9 or better to drop her 1.0 to get into the lead. Our leader is the surfer in red, Caroline Agabad, with a 7.5. And there's Nicole. She's looking back at her coaches with just under 7 minutes remaining. She now has her good 2-wave minimum here, and that wave, her third wave there, is really going to count for her top 2 scores.
Yeah, she's just looking for a low-range score to move herself in the first place. But, Caroline's been pretty patient. We haven't seen her catching too many waves, so maybe she's just waiting for a bomb out there, and we all know what she can do. So, tactics coming into play. Do you keep busy and just hopefully in that being busy, a nice one comes along, or do you be patient and just really try and pick apart the swell?
There's Caroline Agabad, your heat leader. Her last wave a 3.8, her best ride so far. She's comboed that with a 3.7. She has a throw wave of 3.5, and as you're saying there, Jamie, she's outside looking for that bigger set.
Yeah, and she might be rewarded right now. It looks like a nice set approaching, and as we see the girls in the second heat getting ready, Emmy and Abella, so that'll be a great heat as well.
Yeah, and you got the South African in white also, Taryn, so that's another stacked heat. That could even be a final right there. So 5 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Top 2 girls from this heat, top 2 girls from the next heat will advance on into qualifying round number 2.
Yeah, I saw Abala out there this morning, and she's a strong girl. She was doing some really nice turns, and I've seen Emmy surf before, and she's a real power surfer. And Taryn was the first time I'd seen her surf yesterday, and she impressed me. She had that one big turn, that one wave that was I think she got like nearly 6 or 7 points for just that one turn. So she can obviously lay it down as well. So. There's going to be one surfer out of that heat that's a quality surfer that's going to go to the repechage.
Yep. All right, 5 minutes remaining. Ibala, the bronze medalist from last year, and Emmy, the gold medal winner from 2012. This is Brissa Malaga. You can see she's currently in third place with a 2.13 and a 1.77. What does she need to advance? A 5.17 now, and she can't quite get to this board. And last wave for Nicola Porcelli, a 2.7, so not enough to get her into the lead, but it does boost up the margin for Malaga to go from third to second place. There's the 5.17 score she needs with 4.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, we see Caroline. I think she's definitely playing the patient game right now. She realizes that she's in the first place, and she's just going to try and consolidate with a really good wave. But you can be a little bit too selective and just it can work against you. But it's easy to say from the commentator's booth, Bo.
Yeah, and look, with 4 minutes remaining, our top 2 surfers just separated by 0.2 of a point. 7.5 two-wave total for Caroline in red. For Nicole, our defending gold medal champion from Brazil, 7.3. So very good surfed heat by our top 2 ladies. And there's the boys from Brazil cheering on Nicole.
Yeah, Brazil. God, what such talented people coming out of there for not just stand up at shortboarding. They're so passionate, and they have so much talent. And it seems like every time I see the guys, there's new young kids coming up. And
well, right now on the ASP World Tour, Gabriel Medina, after the Australian leg, leading and heading into his home event coming up at the Billabong Pro coming up this week.
They're unstoppable. Adriana de Souza is such a competitor. And
how about Miguel Pupo this year at Pipe?
Yeah, I mean, charging, those guys they're not scared anymore. I think before they got stereotyped into being like beach break type surfers. But now, even I was hanging out at the Quicksilver House at Pipe, and Jadson Andre was putting in his time there, and he was charging Pipe as well. And so there's and Wiggly Dantas, and so there's so many of those, the Brazilians, and they're really stepping it up.
Well, just like you said, Wiggly and Adriana made the final of the QS, the Vulcan Pipe Pro, which was won by Kelly this past winter. So Kelly winning both the Pipe Masters and the QS event in the same winter season. There's Team France. Just as we said in this heat, if Caroline can get through, all three of their qualified surfers will be advancing to the final day competition. They will not have to surf the rest of the day.
Yeah, it's that's good. And like I talked about yesterday, just having that mental edge of, like now we're going to see Caroline. Now, she beats Nicole today. She's now beat the last two champions in the heat. So that's got to be a great psychological advantage. It's got to be great for her mindset and the confidence going into that final day. So France really stepping it up. And as we go, looks like she's going to be a little too far out. Nicole might swing and get this one.
Watching on the inside, here's your gold medal champion from last year, Nicole Percelli, only needing a 2.9 to regain the lead. And, Jamie, she's got this wave.
She does. She paddled really hard to get that. She's fading left to go right. Just a small little cutback, but that wave is just going to peter out. And, tough conditions. It really is tough conditions today, for not just for the girls but for the guys. And it's going to make for a long day, and they're going to have to be really selective and really just try and pick apart this swell.
As you said, tough conditions, long day, and when we get to the repo rounds, we're going to knock them down from 20 minutes to 15 minutes, so they're going to be quick turnover heats.
15 minutes is I was sort of sitting out there this morning, and myself, I'm going, okay, what would I do in 20 minutes? And 20 minutes goes past so fast, and with not many waves, and then you have three other or two or three other hungry people trying to take those waves from you, it is brutal. And that's why I think, if it was me out there, I'd be just trying to stay busy. Just be busy, and sooner or later a good one's going to come. So it's amazing how fast that time goes.
Here we go. Brisa Malaga drops in, can't make the connection. 40 seconds remaining.
Yeah, 40 seconds remaining, and it still looks like Caroline is going to hold that number one position unless we get a little flurry at the end here, and here we go. Speaking of Caroline, she's up and riding a nice little slash, and she's waited for that. There we go. That's a second nice turn. So I think that's just consolidated her heat win there. And I like the look of her bigger board compared to the girls' smaller boards. A little bit more rail in the water, and just it seems like the girls are really struggling to get into the waves. So the extra length is helping. As we see Nicole do a nice roundhouse cut back into the foam, but again, the wave really just petering out and not offering too much else.
Well, our two medalists from last year have advanced on into qualifying round number 4, Nicole Percelli and the Caroline Agabad from France. So here's the heat recap of heat number 1, qualifying round number 3, and Jamie began with Caroline Agabad.
Yeah,
setting the pace.
One of Caroline's best waves, and a couple of little check turns at the top, using that paddle to get through that flat section. Another little rebound section. Redirects the board to the left. Nice little cutback, and just making the most of it. It's not easy out there, as we've been saying all morning, but she really milked the most out of this wave, and that got her off to a really good start of the heat.
And our defending gold medal champion, can't forget about her, Nicole Percelli.
Yeah, Nicole, nice looking wave, nice little cutback, changes the paddle, nice redirectional cutback again into the foam, but just petering out there, and not too much.
But it was Caroline Agabad, 4th place last year. She's on a mission to win gold this year.
She looks very focused, very determined, and the French team look on point. They look very confident, and she right now, I think she's the form surfer on the women's side of the surfing.
Well, stick around. We've got heat number 2 of this round, and we're going to be talking to Caroline just momentarily. And as she comes back onto the beach, you are watching the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships live from La Poquita Beach in Nicaragua. Happy Cinco de Mayo.
Welcome back to the 2014 ISA SUP and Paddleboard World Championships. My name is Dan Gavira. I'm joined here by Jamie Mitchell in the webcasting booth here as we get on with qualifying round number 3, heat number 2 of the women here in our SUP surfing competition, day number 2 of a long event here going on all week. Make sure you stay tuned and bookmark the page at ISAWSUPPC.com right now, looking at our white jersey. Taryn Kite out of South Africa. In red, we've got Emmy Merrill out of the United States. And right here in yellow, dropping in, Ibaya Ruano from Spain. Ibaya Ruano putting on a clinic for us yesterday with the highest scoring wave total of an 8.0. Ibaya lined up on a nice wave here, coming to the inside. Some nice turns. 4 or 5 nice turns, nice transitions with that paddle in between. Just getting a little squirrely there on the inside, trying to milk that for all it's worth. That should be a great warm-up wave for her. Or that'll be our second wave, actually, as we're 17 minutes to go in this heat. Already 3 minutes into it.
Yeah, as we see Ibella Ruano from Spain, Emmy Merrill from the United States, and Taryn Kite from South Africa. Again, what a stacked heat. This could be a final as well. I hadn't seen Taryn surf until yesterday, but she impressed me a lot. And, you know, I've seen Emmy and Ibella before, and they both rip. And I was surfing with Ibella this morning in the warm-up, and she was definitely impressing me. So as we go back to a replay of Emmy Merrill, and nice bottom turn, and just a really nice, powerful carve there from Emmy. And she's at the low center of balance. Another nice little turn, and she's making that Hobie really work well in that wave. And she had a nice little clean face on that wave, and she's going to finish off with a very nice off the top there. Gets a little air under the nose, and that'll be a good score for Emmy, and she should be really happy. You know, that's one of the best waves we've seen in the last few heats.
I think that could have been a competitive wave in the men's round, Jamie. That looks awesome, and she continues to take that all the way into the beach, milking it for 8 or 9 turns. That should be good for the highest score we've seen so far out of the ladies, I believe.
Oh, yeah, the scores are dropping, and that's going to be probably the highest score of the whole day with the men's as well. She really milked that all. You could see right at the end, her legs would just were burning, and so she gave it all she had. And Emmy Morel starting off with a bang, and trying to get Team USA back on track after, you know, both their guys are in the rapid charge heats now. So Emmy charging out there and making the most of that that first wave of hers. As we see White, Taryn Kite from South Africa just trying to paddle for that one, but you know, as we see the offshore wind pick up more and more through the day, it's going to become more and more difficult, especially if these waves aren't, you know, really too hollow out there to get into. There's a lot of paddling involved, and so they'll be really using their paddles today to get into position and get into these waves.
Ibaya Ruano taking a look there, decides to turn. Taryn Kite might pick it up. And that just kind of sat down for him there on the outside. Ibaya Ruano gesturing at the next peak here. Let's see if she can pick it up. The regular footer from Spain, riding the starboard 7.4 carbon.
And yeah, Ibello's she's really like gets a lot out of her board. Those smaller starboards are really responsive for her, and it seems to be working really well. And you see her foot there, just really moving the feet around, and even like getting a heel off the board there. So just really feeling the board, and oh wow, that's
All right, looks like we have a toss down to Bo. He's on the beach with the winner of our last heat.
Guys, we're down here with Caroline Agabad, the 4th place competitor last year in the final, the copper medal winner. But Caroline, let me ask you first, how are the conditions? Very tough conditions, small surf today.
Yeah, the conditions are quite difficult because this is smaller than yesterday and there is less wave. So if you miss the first set, then you're going to be completely not in a good rhythm. So it was really important to catch the good ones who are coming. You don't have to wait.
Last year, 4th place, you made the final, you got the copper. I know mission wasn't complete. You want to go gold this year, plus your teammates, Jeremy and Antoine, already advanced on in. Team France doing quite well this year.
Yeah, last year I was a little bit disappointed because I didn't surf in the final. So yeah, this year the team is really good also. So we are a great team, we are having fun, and the results are here for the moment, so we keep going.
You want to say hi to anybody back home in French?
Yeah, of course. I'm going to say hi to my friends and family and everyone who is watching in France. And thank you so much for all the cheering on the internet and stuff like this.
Well, there you go. Very happy Caroline. She doesn't have to surf today, and she's made the final day tomorrow, qualifying round number 4. Maybe a repeat back into the final for next year. Back up to you guys.
Thanks, Bo. And as we go back to the action here, and ocean has gone flat, but nice conditions out there, Dan. Not quite as windy as we saw yesterday this time, but surf has decreased, which is a shame, but conditions are nice. But, you know, girls are just looking for a nice, clean wave face, and, you know, if they do get that, like Emmy did that, you know, that last wave, they can really actually make a good score out of it. As we see, actually, Emmy dropped 7.0, so, you know, she has one wave, and she's in 2nd place.
That's right. Her one wave total more than most will get in 2 waves. So she's sitting in a good spot, even though she is sitting in 2nd right now. Ibaya Ruano dropping a 4.33 and a 3.50 on her last wave, taking over that top spot. Emmy Merrill only needs a 0.83 to take the lead. So she's going to be selective and look for something. Right now, Taryn Kite picking up a little transfer there on the inside as she goes from kind of a left peak into the right peak, still working it on the regular foot to the right there on that Korban, coming out of South Africa.
Yeah, she made the most of that wave. She milked it for as much as she could. It wasn't that too much to offer, but she definitely made the most of it. And I would imagine that, you know, will go into her top 2 wave scores, and she'll be, you know, paddling back out, looking to try and, you know, potentially look for a set wave and, you know, try and get herself into that first 2 positions.
That's right. So your situation as it stands right now, Ibaya Ruano in 1st, Emmy Merrill in 2nd, Taryn Kite in 3rd. We've wound down about halfway through the kite. There's a nice look at our webcast crew, a little view behind the scenes where it all happens. Got a lot of hardware in place and a lot of professionals that know how to run this equipment here, putting on a great webcast for you. Make sure you stay tuned throughout the week for all the SUP surfing action. We've got prone paddleboard racing, stand-up paddleboard racing coming to you Thursday of next week, so that's going to be really exciting as we get closer to the end of these World Championships, see who's going to take the team medal. There's your situation on screen with Ibaya Ruano with a 7.83, Emmy Merrill with a 7.0, and Taryn Kite with the 6.63.
Yeah, and make sure if you're watching online, go to the ISA website, www.isasurf.org, for all the updated information after each day. And, you know, if you're a social media, you know, person like ourselves here in the booth, make sure you check out the Facebook, facebook.com/International Surfing Association. Get on Twitter at ISA Surfing, and the Instagram as well at ISA Surfing. And if you can, hashtag ISA Worlds and WSUPPC. I know I'll be trying to hashtag as much as I can during the event, and get out there on social media and make the most of it.
Ibaya Ruano maybe taking a look there, decides to call it off. Maybe something else coming from the ocean out there.
Yeah, it's a little slow, but a few little lumps on the horizon there. And as you can see, it looks like a bit of a wind swell. Where right now the waves are very close together, and you know, and not really too defined. So that's what happens with beach breaks. It's very tricky, and you know, sometimes you get lucky, and you know, it seems like every wave comes to you, and other times you feel like you're never in the right place. So a little bit of luck to go with little bit of wave knowledge can go a long way.
And it looks like Taryn and Ibaya moving to the south or to the left of your screen.
As
and
we
Emmy
see,
Merrill in a good spot.
Yeah, Emmy, nice low center of gravity turn there. She's just getting hung up a little bit, and yeah, and then you see the offshore just blow her off the back. But you know, I think as the wind gets stronger, like we were saying yesterday, you need to do those turns not right at the top of the wave. They nearly need to be mid-face turns, just not to get blown off the back. So, you know, the girls may have to adjust, you know, with the conditions throughout the day.
Well, some great pointers there, Jamie. Hopefully some of our athletes are listening out there on the live webcast there as we see Ibaya Ruano just getting blown right up the face of that one as well. And a little bit more bumps coming in behind that, but as you said, a little bit disorganized. Looks like remnants of yesterday's wind swell coming through. So at least we have something here, and obviously some of our athletes have been able to work well with it. This woman right here, Emmy Merrill, 20 years old, coming out of California. She was the 2012 ISA Women's SUP Surf World Champion. She's riding for Hobie. She enjoys shortboarding, ultimate frisbee, bodyboarding, rollerblading, and dance parties when she's not out on her stand-up paddleboard. So,
oh, there you go. There's
no
a nice
shortage
mix.
of fun there.
Rollerblading and dance parties. I wonder if she combines them together. She looks like she could just roller derby. You know, just full roller derby, like just elbows, everything. Maybe that helps in the heats out here sometimes.
Yeah, maybe that's an idea for a future format, Jamie.
Yeah, well, there you go. Always looking for good formats, Dan. We need to, you know, stand up world. We need to, you know, have some fun formats and good formats. So maybe we can, you know, we can incorporate that one day into something.
There we have our Japanese competitor getting ready.
Yeah, he's looks like he's scoping out the lineup and mentally preparing himself for the next heat. So, Japanese tend to be very focused competitors, no matter what they're doing. So, whether it's Olympic Games or stand-up paddling, they're serious and they're very passionate. So, hello everyone in Webland.
Hello everyone. Having a great time here, sitting in our webcasting booth here. My name's Dan Gavir, joined by Jamie Mitchell. And we're delighted to be here bringing you the live webcast along with Jody Nelson and Bo Hodge. And here we go back to the live action with Ibaya Ruano in the yellow jersey. She's found a little something here to try and improve her score upon.
Yeah, Bella grabbing a nice wave. This is one of the best waves of the heat we've seen. Looked nice and clean. You just didn't see those little lumps in that wave. It was definitely a cleaner wave. And we just missed the start of that wave, but I'm pretty sure that Bella is going to improve on her low score, and that's going to, you know, potentially put her up in the first place. So we'll wait and see as those scores drop. But a nice clean wave. You could really tell the definition that wave was a lot better than the previous one. So very good wave selection by Bella.
She's looking to replace a 3.50 as her backup wave score.
As we see the Spanish flag flying proud on the beach. And it's really good to see, you know, it's a little bit of it takes me back to high school, the history lesson with all the flags and countries, and I'm just revisiting my youth right now with learning all the flags again. So good to see all the support from the different countries, and they're all putting it on the line to try and take home that team title at the end of this long week of competition.
Spain also fielding virtually a full team, so they should be in contention for the team medal as well. So that'll be interesting to see here with just about 4 minutes and 20 seconds left in our last women's qualifying heat. Our men have hit the water. Basically, once we get to within 5 minutes of the heat ending, the next heat can go ahead and paddle out and get lined up. So I believe this will be the first heat of our men's reprecharge round. Stay tuned.
And it looks like a couple of the guys I was surfing out there with this morning, warming up. So they've had a chance to check conditions out, and I'm sure they'll be ready. Today, you hear a lot of, the competitors. They get, seem like they. I listen quite, intently to see what their mindsets are like, and I think the guys and girls that can just focus on this is what the conditions are like, this is what they're going to be, and now let's just focus on that. They're the ones that are getting through the heats. People that are the ones that sort of get bummed that the surf's not good and this and that, they tend to take away the positive side of it. So, I think it's as much as picking good waves and everything. I think it's the mental attitude you go out with into the heat that's going to help these guys today.
Absolutely, and there is your situation right now. Emmy Merrill sitting on top with an 8.87 after that big first wave of a 7.0. Ibaya Ruano sitting in second with a 7.83. And Taryn Kite in third from South Africa. Emmy Merrill taking off on the left there. Nice big carving roundhouse deep on the rail, Jamie. She's looking good on this one.
Yeah, it's a nice looking left, and she's had 2 nice turns. She just missed opportunity for that section there, but again, another cut back into the power source, and that's one of the best lefts that we've seen all morning. So Emmy really picking some nice waves this morning, and she deserves to be right now. Oh, as we see a nice paddleboard in the foreground there.
Oh, hey, that's the jmpaddleboards.com.
Yeah, there you go. Nice little plug there, JM Paddleboards. But no, Emmy definitely picking the best 2 waves of the heat so far, and that shows in the scores. So be interesting to see what she gets for that left. But she definitely made the most of it. Just missed one little section she could have tapped there. But anyone knows surfing on your backhand, it's just a little bit more difficult than your forehand.
Takes a little more flow because you just can't generate that speed and power out of the bottom turn since you are on your heel edge. So that's a little bit more difficult of a maneuver than doing it on your toe side or your forehand.
Yeah, definitely. Like if you put it this way, if you live on the Gold Coast in Australia and you're a goofy footer, you're going to love going backside because that's all you've got. You've got right hand point breaks as far as the eye can see. So. I guess some people love surfing backhand, but me personally, I love seeing right-handers.
I'm right there with you. As a regular footer, I love being able to have my eyes and my paddle and everything right on the wave face, and I feel like I can generate a lot more drive out of a bottom turn.
Speaking of that, I've got a question for you, Dan. Being you're the river charger, and is there a difference in the way that if you're going down the rivers and the way that they turn, is there really a backside and front side going down the rapids and stuff? Is that something that you've got to be careful of? Or?
Oh, definitely. A lot of times when you're in the rapids, you're hitting the waves. So if you're standing in a parallel stance, you're eventually going to fall forward. So I tend to be in a staggered stance, maybe not a surf stance where both feet are right down the stringer of the board, but more of a staggered stance. And so I basically am running most of the rapids in a regular foot stance, but which makes it very easy to turn one direction. But when I need to turn the other direction, boy, I'm on my offside and paddling on the heel edge, so I go ahead and just ride switch. So
I'm going to have to get some tips. I'm going to go to my first river race in Idaho this year, so I'm going to pick your brain.
Well, that should be a great race. The Payette River Games has now offered up the largest cash purse in history at $50,000. So, for anyone out there that loves paddling the river in whitewater, make sure you hit up the Payette River Games website and get all the information there. And that's going to be the end of this heat, our final heat for the qualifying.
As we saw, Emmy getting a 4.27 for that left, so really consolidating with a 7.0 and a 4.27. We go to the heat recap, and Emmy just really laying it on rail there. That was a beautiful turn, and the judges love seeing that committed rail turn on the first move of the day. So, again, another nice rail turn there. Transitioning high up in the power source and finishing it off with that nice lip. And that was the first ride of the day for her in this heat, grabbing a 7.0. So, a nice way to start the heat off with the highest single wave of the day. And milking it all the way to the beach, just not stopping.
And she still has a few more turns left in that one, I think.
And then her legs just give way right at the end there, as we saw. Bella, again, she just gets a little hung up a little bit there, but she's just trying to get back into the power source. You see the ridges in that wave just aren't allowing the turns that Emmy's wave did, because hers was a lot cleaner, but still making the most of this wave and drawing it out. Nice little slashing cut back there. She redirects with the paddle back into the power source, and Bella getting a nice wave there.
Very nice little recap, and here's Emmy Merrill on that left that really stood up for her.
Yeah, she just does 2 little turns here, and this is where she just misses that little opportunity to tap that section, but goes around that and does a nice little another, turn back into the white water, and one more turn into the white water, and that really just capped off a really nice heat for Emmy Merrill from the US of A.
And we'll be right back from the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships here at La Boquita Beach, Nicaragua.
Welcome back to Nicaragua for the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboard Championship. We are at La Boquita Beach on the Cinco de Mayo for SUP surfing, repercharge for the rest of the day. And let's meet our competitors out in the water. In the red jersey, we're going to see Felix Palmero in red from Spain, Ricardo Chiari from Panama in white, Toshihiro Harada from Japan in yellow, and Pedro Vergara from Guatemala in black. And up and riding, this is Ricardo Chiari from Panama. I'm Bo Hodge along with Jody Nelson, and welcome to the Repercharge. These surfers in this round have already suffered one defeat in round number 1, so third and fourth place are eliminated from now on in for the rest of the day.
Well, it's been an exciting day of surfing, that's for sure. That last heat of the women's, we saw the wind kind of pick up. We saw Emmy Merrill get that 7.50 and coming away with a double-digit heat, which, so we know that they're out there. And now we're into the men's repercharge, and things are a little different here now, Bo. If you lose, you are out of the competition.
Yeah, this is the double elimination format, and I like the way the ISA has set this place up for team competition and for double elimination, because a lot of these competitors fight and compete to represent their country, and they come all the way from different parts of the world, and if they go into one heat and lose out, then they're out. But no, here at the ISA, you're at least guaranteed 2 competitive heats. And there's the surfer in yellow, Team Japan, waving fine and strong. On the inside, we can see Ricardo Chiari up and riding on his second wave, as we'll focus in on him. 11:30 remaining in this repercharge. Heat number 2, round number 1. The reason we're skipping into heat number 2 is because heat number 1 was only a 2-man heat, so thus they'll already automatically advance due to the seeding that came into that heat. And there you see Harada just falling off on his board. No waves yet for Vergara from Guatemala in black. We can tell you, opening wave score for Palmero, Felix Palmero from Spain, a 0.63 and a 1.71.
Well, this is important for Team Japan and Panama in this heat, because Team Japan only has a 3-person team, and 2 of them are a father-daughter duo with Yuka Horikoshi and Hironobu Horikoshi, and so they desperately need these points, as well as Team Panama only has a 2-man team as well.
Yeah, let's watch an ISA replay. This is the opening ride of the Japanese surfer Toshihiro Harada.
Yeah, Toshi getting a nice little right-hander. You can see that wind blowing straight into those rights, and so, as these guys have those bigger boards, they're often getting pushed off the back of these waves, but here we see our surfer in yellow getting a nice little section on the inside, and here he is up again, picking off a little insider, getting a couple cutbacks here, Bo. He'll redirect, try and get back to the power source of the wave and see if this thing will stand up for him on the inside. He's digging that paddle in, trying to generate a little more speed, gets a little tap off the top, redirects over to the left, and gets another little hit. So keep him busy. He started out with a 4.67, and then he has a 1.77, so he's already caught, I believe that might have been his 4th wave.
3rd or 4th wave, and Toshi second place in the All Japan SUP Championships from last year. He was first place in the wave portion of that competition, so very all-around athlete. Toshihito Harada. So he's leading in this heat. We're on standby for scores. We can tell you Chiari from Panama opened up with a 2.33 and a 2.2. And we can also fill in Palmero's last scoring wave from Spain in red, a 2.77. So no waves yet for the man in black. There's white, Ricardo Chiari from Panama. And coming into screen, there's Harada-san paddling back. 9 minutes, 15 seconds. So a lot of these competitors, if they come up through the amateur ranks, they are quite attuned to the 15-minute turnaround heats. And that's what the repo round does for these guys here, because we have so many heats to get through. We have delegated the time constraints from 20 minutes to 15 minutes. So it's going to be quite fast. And there's the Panama flag flying proud for Ricardo Chiari.
I believe that looks like the Irishman, Mike Young, who's the sole man on the team of Ireland. And he's.
I was going to say that, but, you know, but it does look like him.
I think Ricardo's teammate, Jolene Marwex, she's in the technical sup race, so she might not even be down at the race. But Ricardo Chiari is no stranger to the ISA format, as he's surfed in the Masters in 2012 and 2013, and this is, I believe, his second ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships that he's attended. So he's very familiar with this format, the repecharge, the double elimination, and I'm sure we'll see him use some of that knowledge in this heat.
8 minutes remaining. Last wave for Harada. A 2.53 has pushed him into first place. So a combination of scores of a 4.67 and a 2.53. And there's the competitors getting ready for the next heat. There's Dennis Picado, another Spanish sup surfer. And he'll be joined along with Oliver Solaz and Melvin Palomano and Alan Gunther Vaught. So there's the guys going over the course criteria. And here we go, up and riding. This is Ricardo Chiari from Panama. Not happy with his wave selection, so the back end of the wave. He's currently in second place, so Felix Palmero currently in third in red, needing a 1.76 to move up. And Pedro Vergara, in black, still no waves yet. He needs a combination score of 4.53 either on one or two rides. But 7 minutes, 11 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so this heat about halfway over now. The 15 minutes goes really fast. So you have to be surf a really smart heat, as we see red up and riding Felix Palmero out of Spain. He's trying to stay with this one. As you can see, he's kind of getting pushed off the back and just kind of missteps there and falls off of his board, as we see our rider in yellow. That's from Team Japan, Toshi Harada. Yeah, they're a three-man team. So this is very important points for Team Japan, and they have traveled pretty far to get over here to Nicaragua, and it looks like they've got a family of three paddling for Team Japan, three sup surfers. Doesn't look like they have anybody racing this year.
So again, tide conditions going down. We will be taking a 2-hour midday break. Tide peaking at its low at about 1 foot at about 12:40, so an hour before that. So around 11:40 to about 1:50, we're going to be taking a break of competition from the surf because the low tide conditions are prevailing midday, and then we'll resume action around 1:50 and finish up towards the 5 o'clock hour. And there's the Spanish and Japanese flags on the beach.
Yeah, the team spirit here at the ISA events are really cool to see, because these are very individual sports, so it's not often you get teams cheering each other on, and just the camaraderie among the teams is really cool to see as well. Everybody's kind of staying in the same hotel, and you know, some teams have different strategies. I know Team USA is staying in Grenada. Their entire team is staying in Grenada. So like Jamie was mentioning earlier, Team Australia was up at 5:30 out here surfing. Well, Team America, USA, they had to drive an hour and a half from Grenada just to get out here. And, you know, they've split their teams up from the racers and the stand-up paddle surfers. And Ian Cairns is coaching the surfers, and Jimmy Terrell is staying in Grenada working with the racers out there. So be interesting to see if that gives them an advantage, knowing the course knowledge out there and having Ian out here.
Here we go, up and riding. This is Felix Palmero from Spain, up and riding in red, currently in second place, trying to stay on the backside of this wave. A couple of good turns there before he falls off the back. Needs a 4-2-1 to take the lead. On the outside, this is Toshi Harada, your heat leader in yellow, in position, Jody.
Yeah, Toshi paddling hard to try and get in this. You can see how difficult it is with that wind as we see Ricardo Chiari out of Panama getting into this one kind of behind the peak. He's going to try and get around the corner here. He gets to the open face. Still stroking on that paddle to try and get some more speed. Looking to do a cut back into the power source, but he just comes unstuck. Wasn't really able to get that board on rail, so that was a bit of a missed opportunity for Ricardo Chiari out of Panama. The sole stand-up paddle surfer representative on Team Panama. And there we can see the Costa Rican team cheering their boy on, giving him a little pep talk. That's going to be our Dennis Picado out of Costa Rica coming up in that next heat. So it looks like Team Costa Rica, they actually do have a pretty solid team. Jenny Kallenbach and Dennis there. They've got, I believe they have a full team.
Yeah, we're going to see Jenny coming up in the rubber charge round also. Here we go. Let's watch Harada right here, your heat leader, scoring on a 4.67 and a 2.53, paddling. And I like his equipment, Jody. He's really in tune to his gear.
Yeah, his board looks really good under his feet. It looks like it's a high-performance board, but not too small. It's still got a lot of buoyancy. You can see and get him up over the lip there. Got a nice little float. And, with this wind, we're going to see the guys using that paddle a lot more just to keep in the wave because they're getting pushed out the back a lot. But that was a good ride for Toshi.
And he's got a wooden paddle, a very thick handle paddle, personal choice for the competitors. You see a lot of carbon fiber paddles, quick blade paddles, all type of paddles out here being used in the competition. But look at Toshi's paddle. Very traditional, very old school.
Yeah, Tamil out of Peru was using a wood paddle last year. I remember that. And it was a very interesting shape, too. I think more traditional outrigger type shape. And so I've seen Tamil this year. He's got a regular carbon fiber paddle now. So, yeah, it's all personal preference. And, it's really the length of the paddle and the size of the paddle blade. And, the wood paddles, they still perform really well. They're not too heavy, and some people just like the way they feel in their hands.
Yeah. So Pedro Vergara, a no-show in this heat, so a three-man heat. Top two will advance, so third place is Ricardo Chiari from Panama right now. He needs a 3.57 or better on his next ride as we're watching Felix Palmero, our Spaniard surfer, in position for this next wave. Stroking in, and let's see if he can get this one. He'll have to heat off to Ricardo Chiari, so this is the opportunity that Panama was looking for. Nice rebound hit off the whitewater section. Let's see if he can get around this one, Jody.
Yeah, that was a great first section that he had, and unfortunately just comes unstuck. But you can see these guys are having a hard time catching the waves, but we saw Ricardo, he had to catch the wave. It was almost breaking on him, where Felix was a little bit more on the shoulder, and with that wind wasn't able to get in.
There's Mike Young waving the flag, proud for our Spaniard Ricardo Chiari, currently in third place. You see him on the paddle out, 1 minute remaining. So his last wave score, a 2.33, not good enough. He needs a 3.57 or better to advance and keep
Heat's
competing.
Almost over. 55 seconds left. These
Exactly.
15-minute heats go fast.
Yeah, they are going to go quick today. So the rubber charge round, so possibly our first eliminated participant is the man on screen right there in white. But here we go. Here's our heat leader, Harada-san, up and riding.
Oh, this is his big moment right here. There's just 37 seconds left in this heat. He needs to get a 3.57. He's got a couple great turns. Oh, just comes unstuck. That was his moment right there. And that was a great looking wave. I think maybe just the pressure got to him, and he just he blew it right there on that wave, and he knows it. You can see the look of disappointment. He's hanging his head low, and here we've got our second place rider out of Spain, Felix Palmero.
Let's watch Felix here as they're counting down the final seconds. And as he gets tangled up in his leash there, Jody, he's got to be careful. I don't think he realized now he has let go of the paddle from the leash. And there's the horn. So this wave will count for Felix. Will it improve his position? We know Japan and Spain will advance on through. Just the order of finish will be the determination right here as
Well,
we
I think
get.
some scores were still dropping because looks like things have moved around a little bit.
But Harada still in first place. And we're on standby for last of yellow, last of red. And here's the heat recap. It all began with Toshihiro Harada from Japan.
Yeah, Toshi surfed really well in this heat. He, you could tell he was struggling a little bit with the wind, staying on those waves. But that board, like I said, looks really good under his feet. He had a nice floater there, kept his speed. He's getting his paddle stuck in his leash as well. That's a problem these guys see with those longer leashes. But he's really maneuvering that board around, getting some nice cutbacks. You can see he had a little fumble right there, but was able to recover and get this little inside section. And it looks like his last wave came in at a 3.80, so he solidifies that first place position. And we see Felix Palmero here in the red ended up securing that second spot.
Yeah, his last wave score coming in at a 3.87, so solidifies. So the Spaniard and the Japanese competitors advance on through Repo round number 2. We're going to see him later on this afternoon in Repo round number 3. You are watching the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboard Championships live on the Cinco de Mayo from La Poquita Beach in Nicaragua. Welcome back to Nicaragua for the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboard Championship. We're live on the Cinco de Mayo at La Poquita Beach in Nicaragua for the SUP Surfing. We are in Repo round number 2, heat number 3. And let's meet our competitors you see. In red, Alan Gunther Vaunt from Chile. In white, from Canada, Melvin Palomino. As you see red up and riding, there's Alan. We can tell you our other competitors from Costa Rica, Dennis Picado in yellow and Oliver Soles from Nicaragua in black. I'm Bo Hodge along with Jamie Mitchell. And quick turnaround, we've already had a wave ridden by Surfer in Black from Oliver, a 2-point ride. And here we go, Dennis up and riding from Costa Rica.
Yeah, Dennis pumping that board, just trying to generate some speed. And he's opting for the left on his front side. And you know, as we see, it looks like the texture of the water has changed from the last time I was in the booth. We may have that wind just have kicked up a little bit, and the lefts will become a little bit more cleaner than the rights, if that's the case, if the wind pops up.
So beautiful day here on this Cinco de Mayo, wherever you may be watching, live in Hawaii on Oceanic Channel 250 and 1250. On Time Warner Sports Network or any of the live broadcast here in Nicaragua and the Central and South America and on the webcast. And there we say aloha to everybody in Hawaii, waking up early, catching all the exciting action and tape delay in Southern California, Los Angeles, Desert City, San Diego, and on the Time Warner Sports Net. And especially on the broadcast on the website at the ISAsurf.org. You can tune in to our dedicated website at isawsuppc.com. And also follow us on our social media contacts. We're on Facebook, /International Surfing Association. We're on Twitter and Instagram at ISA Surfing, and also hashtag us at ISA Worlds or hashtag WSUPPC. And here we go. In red, this is Alan Vaunt from Chile.
And, of course, the Chilean will be going left because that's all they have over in Chile's is long left. So, but just, yeah, making the most of a small wave. But as we see, yeah, everyone's keeping busy out there. But it's challenging conditions today. We have some inconsistent waves and the wind is, just piping up a little bit. But It's, you know, what time the tide is draining out right now, Bo?
12:40 will be low tide, and talking with Marcos, our contest director for the surfing portion, we're going to be breaking at about 11:40 to 1:50, so an hour before low tide, an hour after low tide, and giving the surfers the best possible conditions with the higher tides.
Yeah, we definitely saw that yesterday. You know, that was pretty hard to surf through that part of the tide, and then so. Good call, I say, on the contest directors, by that, because you want to see the guys and girls get the best part of the swell. So taking a little lunch break, I'm sure everyone will be happy with that, and then come back and hopefully with a little bit of a push, in the tide in the afternoon, we can have some nice contestable waves for the guys and girls out there.
Team Canada, Team Costa Rica with the flags on the beach, and here we go. Team Chile up and riding, Alan up and down. He's currently in the lead with a 2.0 and a 1.5. We can tell you that Dennis Picado from Costa Rica in yellow on the one-wave score in second with a 2.93. Oliver Soles from Nicaragua with a 2.0 and a 0.5. And our lone Canadian, Melvin Pamanino, with a 2.3. He's currently in fourth place, just needing a fraction of a score. So these guys just early in this heat, but already the first 5 minutes have passed by, 9:20 remaining in this heat.
Yeah, someone's got to tell the Canadian girl that it's not snowing here with the beanie on. We're actually in Nicaragua, so love the support, but she's flying the flag as we see Black up and riding and just taking a nice left. A lot of the guys are taking lefts. Obviously now with the wind picking up, it's a lot cleaner, taking the lefts instead of the rights. But again, still hard work out there for the guys. They're just trying to pick and select the best waves they can, but. It's definitely challenging conditions here.
And there's the host country flag from Nicaragua as they're cheering on Oliver Soles, the surfer in black, currently in third place.
I like it. I've never seen a Nicaraguan flag before, so there you go. It's for some reason I had a picture in my mind a different color, but blue and white it is, and good to see the support. Everyone down here has been a big crowd down here. I've been surprised by the, how many of the local kids get in the water swimming, and, definitely looks like it's a beautiful beach culture down here.
Well, Jamie, you've been at all the ISA SUP World Championships in the past 3 years, the first 2 years being held down at Miraflores in Peru. 12, 15 teams in the first year. Now we're up to 27 teams. Wouldn't be surprised next year in 2015. We're up to maybe 30, even 40 teams. The ISA has grown up to 84 countries worldwide. Their goal is to go over 100 countries in the next couple of years. I mean, the growth of this sport, as you know, you're a big part of it, is growing.
Yeah, it's huge, and I think, it's, all in all, with, potentially the big goal of, saying that word, the Olympics, I think that we have a realistic chance, and with Fernando, behind the wheel of that, and, just, all these countries that are just, seems like there's 10 or 20 countries each year that keep, joining the ISA, and it's just an amazing, and stand up, especially seeing the growth and the different countries, and not just the countries, but filling a lot of the spots in each country, so, it's the last 2 years we've seen just a lot of countries with these one or two competitors, and now we're seeing those countries from, 2 years ago that have full competitor rosters. So,
well, look at Denmark last year, 3 competitors last year. Almost a full team. All they lack is prone paddlers. And Casper this morning telling me that his brother may be doing the prone portion of the race up in the lake coming up on Thursday through Sunday.
Yeah, and look, those guys, that's the thing with the prone paddling. You'll sort of give away a little bit if you don't know how to knee paddle, but these guys that still surf, regularly, that's the same motion as prone paddling when you're on your stomach. So these guys, they're young, they're fit, they can pull it off, and that just goes to show that they're trying to do well in the overall team performance. So Casper's obviously had a big influence in Denmark's rise with winning last year and just being a face of the ISA as well. So it's great to see. You sometimes just need that one standout kid or person to really drive a sport in a certain country.
Well, especially in Europe, we could see the ISA SUP championships moving up into that zone and possibly SUP surfing in a wave pool. I mean, is possible.
It's definitely possible. You know, we've seen the Wave Garden in Spain. You know, we have Greg Webber's design from Australia. He's pretty close to, you know, being, you know, the first one going in somewhere in Australia. And then, you know, I'm not sure about Kelly Slater's one, but Kelly's was working on a wave pool as well. So, you know, they're out there, and we just had, there's a, you know, event in Dubai and the wave pool there. So it's already happening, and you know, I'd love to see the ISA go to, you know, somewhere like Europe. I think that it would be very, very, very well supported over there.
Here we go. Our Costa Rican surfer trying to do the 360, gets the 180, spins it back around, and he's trying to pull off all the tricks, and he's your heat leader right now, Jamie. Dennis Picado from Costa Rica, a 293 and a 383. Let's watch our Chilean surfer wiping out on his last wave. Currently in fourth, that's Alan Vaught, now needing a 2.3. Melvin Palomino, a Filipino descendant, but with Canadian roots. Surfer in white is in third, needing a 2-point ride. But right now, Costa Rica and Nicaragua sitting in first and second. And there's the scores on your screen. Those are two-wave scores tallied up. So with these small conditions in the repo round, small wave scores you're going to be seeing throughout the morning and the afternoon.
Yeah, I think, you know, Dennis is, you sort of see a little bit of, like we see with John in the ASP, you see a little bit of some skateboarding moves and snowboarding moves coming into stand-up as well. So, you know, whereas before it was just big longboards, you know, running up and down doing helicopters, now these kids are doing air reverses and, you know, and trying to throw grabs and all this crazy stuff. So, you know, the progression that we're seeing is just year by year is just getting better and better, and I can't wait to see what these kids are doing in, you know, 2 to 3 years.
Let's go down below and check out Jody Nelson. She has our heat winner from our last round. Take it away, Jody.
Thank you, Bo. Yeah, down here with Toshi, and my Japanese isn't very good, so we've prepared one question, but he's going to say hi to the folks at home in Japanese for the second question. But Toshi, tell us a little bit about the surfboard you're riding.
Both sides is 7, 4, and wide 27. Good feeling. Made in Japan, yeah.
Okay. And you have the wood paddle, going for the wood paddle. Do you prefer that?
My working company, my boss, handshake only one. Yeah, okay.
Nice.
My name, Toshihiro Harada. From
Awesome.
yeah, Japan.
Well, do you want to say hi to anybody watching from home in Japanese?
Japanese, okay? 日本の皆さん、応援ありがとうございます。次も全力で頑張りますので、応援よろしくお願いします。Thank you for everything.
Well, congratulations, Toshi, on winning that last heat, and Bo, we'll send it back to you in the booth.
Ohayo gozaimasu, Ichiban-san from Harada-san. And love his technique, love his equipment, Jamie. I mean, he's styling.
Yeah, he's looks like he's just come from San Clemente, California. He's got all the stickers, all the gear, and actually, like that little turn I saw then looked like a really smooth style. And you know, Japanese are they're just such lovely people, and it's so great to have them here at the ISA, you know, World SUP and paddleboard titles.
Well, I tell you what, you're familiar with the Japanese. They always put together a good surf life-saving competition teams when they compete internationally. Also,
they do. They were very instrumental in you know, back in the day with the Duke's Ocean Fest and, you know, Ocean Man, and you know, there's a you know, I actually trained a lot back in Australia with you know, Taku Araki, who's a famous guy back in Japan. He's done many Molokais on the surf ski and the 6-man and the paddleboard. So, you know, Japan has a huge history in, you know, surf life saving, and you know, great people to have around. They're always smiling, and they charge too.
Yeah, and there's Oliver, a little bit of switch stance, showing a little bit of style and flair. And let's see if he can improve on his low wave score of a 2.0. Last wave for Dennis Picado, the young 15-year-old from Costa Rica, 5-point ride, mixing it up there. And it's great to see the youth now in SUP surfing, and especially in this contest.
Right,
our youngest, 15. Our oldest is Mike Young from Ireland, from 62. So the ISA World Championships offering a van of ages competing here in Nicaragua.
Yeah, and I was actually surfing with both those guys this morning, and it was amazing. You know, the age spread, and you know, I think that, you know, that's awesome. Obviously, I think, you know, in the years that come, you know, all these countries are going to have the young kids, you know, and 15 will be maybe old. Look at Slater Trout back in the day. He got second in the Battle of the Paddle at age 14 or 15, and it's just the kids these days, the opportunities they have and stuff with the, homeschooling and all that. They become professional athletes very young, so the opportunities are there for them.
Another great young competitor coming up through the ranks in Hawaii, Riggs Napoleon from his Nappy Napoleon, his grandfather, and of course Aaron Napoleon, a world champion surfer and sup racer also.
I mean, just that name just gave me goosebumps. It's I was one of the first times I ever came to Hawaii to do Molokai, and one of my first ever paddles was with Aaron Napoleon, and what a family, what a character he is, and what a naturally talented guy, and the whole family is so naturally talented, and I think Nappy's done like 50 Molokai crossings, and just as we see the end of that heat, and as we see, I think we're going to see Dennis Picardo from Costa Rica will take the heat win, and Oliver Solids from the home country of Nicaragua will play second.
As we watch the heat recap, as there's a swan song there for Dennis, and very impressed by this young boy. 15 years, he's got a lot of tricks, as you said, here, and he's trying to show them off here in this round.
Yeah, he's just really, moving that board, trying to create momentum, and just waiting for it, like trying to tail slide the tail out there. And here we go on this his second wave here, and I'm pretty sure this is where he tries this. 360, he gets halfway rotated and slides it back around, and then tries for another one. So,
and mixing it up, forehand, backhand. And this was his high-scoring wave during the interview with Jody Nelson and Harada. So this was his best wave of the heat.
Yeah, keep him busy. He's pumping that ball a lot, and I guess just trying to keep that speed through the flats, and really like nice little turn at the end there. So great surfing from the young 15-year-old.
So Costa Rica and Nicaragua advance on into Repo round number 3. We're going to have more exciting action. Thank you for watching the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboard Championships live from La Boquita in Nicaragua. Stay tuned for more exciting action.
And hello from La Boquita Beach in Nicaragua. My name is Dan Gavir, joined by Jamie Mitchell here at the 2014 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. Into our Reprecharge rounds. I believe we are in heat number 4 of our first round. In black, we have Mike Young from Ireland, Rex Calderon from Nicaragua, Brian Sandoval from Costa Rica. In the red jersey. Right now, looks like each of our riders has one wave under their belt, with Mike Young out in front.
Yeah, I saw Mike Young out there this morning, actually, and I think we're saying he's the oldest competitor in the field right now, and he's from Ireland, so he's got to be loving the weather over here. Hope he's wearing plenty of sun cream, bud.
Absolutely. Well, I saw in his bio that actually I think he spends most of his time in Southern California, so maybe this is pretty comfortable for him. And
bit of a transplant.
I think this is him right here trying to scratch onto that one there. The winds come up quite a bit, so changing conditions here, maybe making it a little bit more challenging. Looks like we have Brian Sandoval on screen right here, live action from our ISA webcast camera crew.
I was surfing with Brian as well this morning. Both those guys are out there, and had a chat to Brian about Costa Rica and the waves over there, and sharing that international love. He invited me to Costa Rica, so might have to take him up on that offer one day. I hear the waves are terrible, so never go there. But no, he was really nice. He was a gentleman out in the water, so he was getting his warm-up groove going on this morning, and he was doing some nice turns I saw. So as we see up in yellow, Rex Cauldron from Nicaragua, the local boy, doing a nice little carving cutback back into the foam there, and yeah, another little turn. Oh, just falls off on the little bubble there at the end, but looked like there was a bit of a boil there, so hopefully he didn't hit any of those rocks. But looks like he's riding a Rogue SUP, so the boys just trying to get a few scores under their belt before when you're trying to pick apart a better wave. But looks like we're going to go into a replay of yellow, the local boy. Nice out in the flats and turned back into the power source, and another carving cutback, and just gets caught up a little bit there, and basically the wave sort of runs out and just catches that toe side edge.
He got caught in the pocket there as that wave kind of tried to double up on the inside section there, but a nice wave there for Rex Calderon right now, leading the pack with a combination score of 6.3, looking to replace his backup score of a 0.97, and that wave will certainly do so. So I think that'll put him into a comfortable position. Looks like he dropped a 3.77 on that last score, giving a combination score of 9.10. Brian Sandoval moving into second. And looks like we'll have another replay of yellow here, and a nice little floater to get things started on his highest scoring ride. That was during our break in between the heats, so this was his second wave.
Yeah, just a nice little section there. He got a little bit of a runner. This one connected all the way through to the inside, and you know he's doing a couple of nice little top turns there, and he rides that one with all the local knowledge all the way through to the inside. And when I was going back to talking to Brian this morning, and he was talking about that when he was younger, he didn't have, you know, the surfing in Costa Rica. He did some shortboard contests, and there wasn't too much support. And then he said that he, you know, all of a sudden, you know, 20 years later, he did a stand-up contest. He happened to win. They're like, "Hey, you're going to the world titles," and he's like, "Okay, cool, let's go." And he was saying that the board he's on is Infinity from. Okay, we're going to drop it down to Bo Hodge with the last heat winner.
Thanks a lot, guys. We've got the young 15-year-old Dennis Picado. Dennis, small waves today. Talk about, and we've got Rolando, one of his teammates over here. He's going to translate for us. Dennis, talk about surfing in the small conditions this morning.
Titi, te preguntan, ¿qué tal, qué piensas de las condiciones? Estuvo un poquito complicado, pero trataste de sacar las mejores maniobras.
Sí, yay. Traté de hacer más power surfing y maniobras más fuertes en la primera maniobra bien fuerte, y después lograr concretar las demás y finalizar con una fuerte para poder sacar más puntos, ya que los jueces son más estrictos y hay que hacer maniobras fuertes para ellos. Entonces traté de hacer eso, igual las olas estuvieron demasiado pequeñas y no estaban nada buenas, pero logré conectar una derecha buena y también tuve una izquierda.
Well, he says basically, you know, he tried to do power surfing first to try to get first or second wave for his score. And after that, he tried to do some tricks. He got a right and he got a left that the judges scored a good points. He got a 5 points right. So based on that, he tried to do some other tricks. But yeah, he's focused on the next round now.
Well, he'll be competing later on. You want to say hi to anybody back home in Costa Rica in your native tongue?
Yeah, bueno, gracias a todos en Costa Rica que nos están apoyando y viéndonos en vivo ahorita, y a todos los que nos apoyan, y viva Costa Rica. Yeah.
All right, Costa Rica proud and strong of this young 15-year-old. Remember him, Dennis Picado. He's going to be one to contend with. Back up to you.
Thanks, Bo, and congratulations to the young Costa Rican coming out ripping in that last rep charge round. Right now, situation stands with Rex Calderon still in the lead with a 9.10. Brian Sandoval in the red jersey coming out of Costa Rica as well with a 4.0, and Mike Young representing Ireland with a 2.33, and 6 minutes exactly to go in this heat.
Yeah, I think we were talking about earlier how we're going to take the time off with the the hour either side of the low tide, and I think we're seeing that inconsistency starting to creep in right now, just with the tide draining out. So, the heats are slowly becoming more inconsistent. So these guys are, either going to have to keep busy, or strategy-wise, are they going to just be really selective and try and just get that? Seems like one really good wave, a heat comes through, and whoever gets that obviously is getting through if they surf it well. But tough work out there, the offshore wind, and they're earning their money out there today, the guys and the girls surfing.
Absolutely, and there's your on-screen graphic of the situation. ISA celebrating its 50th year of surfing sports. And here we've got red jersey up and riding from Costa Rica, Brian Sandoval, 34 years old, from Costa Pacifica de Guanacaste. Been surfing for 24 years, since he was 10 years old. So got a lot of experience in these types of waves, and it's proven to do him well here. Looking for a better score on his fourth wave here to better his third wave of a 1.27, and that just might do it.
Yeah, it's definitely going to, looks like a few scores are dropping now, and it'll be similar to his high wave of the heat so far. But yeah, Brian, must be nice for these guys. Very, very close to home. All these guys from Central America, and they must feel, pretty good being in waters similar to where they're from. So, I'll tell you what, but there's no reprieve in that ocean. It is like a bath out there. The water must be up to the 26 degrees Celsius and up in around the 80s, I'd imagine, in Fahrenheit. It's high
70s, low 80s.
Yeah, it's definitely there's no relief. So as we see Brian swinging and looking at this wave again, then he's gonna take this one, I think. As we just miss, here we go. He's gonna take the left, nice little top turn, check turn again, a little slashing layback and into a carving cutback. So Brian making the most out of these conditions, and nice change of direction with the paddle and dodging a few of those inside rocks there. So you can just see how low the tide is getting right now. He's standing right there on the rocks. So as we will take a break from competition, as that tide gets too low.
Mike Young posturing here. Let's see if he can pick up something here from Ireland.
Yeah, you see that big wide nose, that longboard style board. When the wind gets under that, it makes it really hard to get down the face. But he was catching a lot of waves this morning out there when I was out in the water, so he definitely knows how to get onto them. But with this offshore breeze, it's really easy to get blown out to sea. It's sort of off your marks and off your lineup. So these guys have got to be careful not to, when it becomes inconsistent like that, it's easy to just sort of lean off your line and forget where you are. So, hopefully these guys can be in position for most of the waves. And as we see, Mike is going to paddle for this one and he's just going to miss it, I think. Or he's going to prove me wrong. He's going to prove me wrong. So
here he goes on the left. Moving forward on that board to try and get that board going. Now a redirect maybe back to the right.
Little switch foot. I just love the enthusiasm, man. Like, obviously no one from Ireland stepped up to, to come over for the paddling part. And he's, got himself a spot in the team, and he's here competing with some of the best guys in the world. So good on Mike Young for having that Grom enthusiasm and getting himself to Nicaragua.
Here we see him paddling out using that longboard style technique there to punch over the waves, and up and riding Rex Calderon from our host country, Nicaragua, on the Rogue paddleboard. Nice little backside for the regular footer, taking the left towards La Boquita Beach, kind of fades out on him, and got a couple nice little turns there, a little bit of a ride.
As we see, Brian dropped his highest score that last wave of a 4.5, so that puts him in a little bit better position, and he only needs now a 4.61 to take the lead, and Mike Young needs a 5.73 to go into second and to advance. So with only 50 seconds remaining, it's going to come down to these last few waves.
Brian trying to pull himself onto something there. It just sat back down for him, looking over his shoulder.
As we look out into the Pacific Ocean there, nice and glassy right now. The wind has been sort of fluffing in and out as it was this morning, but you can see the wind has just sort of dropped off just a touch. But as we see there, we talked about earlier, the lone Barbados surfer is flying the flag for Ireland, and Mike Young will do the same for when the Barbados sub team member will be out there. So that's a great shot there. It just goes to show the love that each country has for each other, and the support. So yeah, good to see those guys supporting each other.
Very cool, very cool. And that's going to end the heat number 4 of Repechage round number 1 for our men's stand-up surf here at the ISA 2014 World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. We'll have to see if this one counts here right on the bell. Rex Calderon looking to replace that low score of a 3.77. Let's see if he can transfer from that kind of south running wave into a bit of a north running wave here. Let's see what happens. And your recap from our ISA cameras. Why don't you walk us through this one, Jamie?
Yeah, Rex getting a nice wave and a couple of nice little top turns, and then another little like checking top turn. He'll go into a cut back here, back into the power source of the wave. Gets hung up a little bit just there, but he's going to try and finish this off, as he does with a little sliding the tail there, releasing the fins, and he gets a nice wave. And again, he nice on-rail cutback there. Very nice stylish turn from Rex, and again, he gets the same sort of turn back into the foam there, and he'll just do another little check turn and just catches that inside rail. And as we transfer over,
I think this is Brian
to the man from Costa Rica, and Brian, slashing his way on that left, and this was I think the wave towards the end of the heat that he got was probably his best wave, was a 4.5. So just dodging a few of those rocks on the inside there, but trying to finish off with a 360, he just doesn't quite pull it off.
So we'll be right back from the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships right here at La Boquita Beach, Nicaragua. Stay tuned. And welcome back to the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships. My name is Dan Gavira. I'm joined by Jody Nelson, and we're looking at heat number 5, Repechage round number 1. And Jody, why don't we explain a little bit to our viewers how the Repechage heats work after we do a little rundown here of who's actually in this heat. In red, Peter Louis Steinfath. And in white, Federico Benetolo from Italy. And in yellow, Matthew Barker Smith. Little error there on our on-screen graphic. Peter Steinfath actually coming out of Denmark. Ooh, a nice wave out the back here. These guys battling for it. Looks like red's going to take priority there on the Nash. This is Peter Steinfath from Denmark, 17 years old. Riding the Nash, looking good on his backhand for this goofy footer. I think Peter's been making his debut here, but kind of surfing in the shadows of his brother. So trying to make a mark of his own, and obviously Casper, one of the spokespeople for the ISA. We had a nice interview with him this morning. He got a chance to travel to Turkey, I believe, and represent the ISA as an athlete to an event that had a lot of the International Olympic Committee there, and try to pique the interest of the IOC in stand-up paddle. It's a really cool thing.
Yeah, and at such a young age, Casper's such a great spokesperson. He's just really well spoken and a great representative for the sport. And it looks like, Peter's following in his footsteps. He's a great surfer. He just that was a really good wave to start off his campaign on his backhand, and he's looking at a 3.93 for that opener. But to answer your question, the way the repecharge works here, the ISA, wants to support these teams. A lot of them funding themselves, making a lot of sacrifices to travel really far to represent their countries, and so they want to give these guys and girls an opportunity to surf twice. So if you lose in your first heat or lose in any of your heats, you're not packing your bags and going home. So it gives these guys and girls an opportunity for a second chance, and that's exactly what this repecharge heat is. So this is round one of the repecharge, which means these guys lost their heats in their round one qualifiers yesterday, and saw a lot of really stacked heats. So a lot of upsets as well. We'll see coming up in repecharge number 2. We have Sean Pointer and Colin McPhillips and Bo Nixon. A lot of the top guys got bumped down in the repecharge round, so it's going to start heating up once we get into that round 2 of the repecharge.
Yeah, and the conditions changing here, a little bit more difficult today, so I wonder if that's going to change up strategy or maybe some of the equipment that our athletes are going to choose to put into effect here, put into play. Right now, yellow up and running. Matthew Barker Smith from Great Britain with some nice lines on this wave here.
He's got a bigger board, and you can tell it's really flying across the wave, and he's not having to do a lot of extra work. He's still using his paddle quite a bit, but we saw in that last heat the young Costa Rican Rex Calderon, Nicaraguan, he had to do a lot of work. He was doing a lot of work with his board, a lot of hopping around, and I think that the judges want to see boards that are gliding a little more smooth style. Here we see in white Federico Benetolo out of Italy.
Out of Italy, 17 years old. He's been surfing for 4 years. He's the second on at the Junior Italian Championships, riding for Bic Sport stand-up paddleboards. He's also a windsurfer, kiteboarder, does some free ride skiing, surfing and running when he's not on a stand-up paddleboard. Nice shot of him paddling back out. That looks like a pretty small board there for him, probably in the 8.0 range. Looks like a hand-shaped board.
You can tell yellow's on a little bit wider of a board. He's able to kind of relax a little more as he's paddling. It's still pretty small though, but it's hard to stand on those tiny little boards. We're going to send it down to an interview real quick. We've got the winner of that last heat.
Yeah, guys, I'm down here with Rex Cauldron, the local boy who won that last heat, and we're just going to do some translation here. But I just wanted to ask Rex what it feels like to be representing Nicaragua in his home country, and how it makes him feel to be representing.
¿Qué se siente representar a Nicaragua y que este sea el país que se este campeonato?
Bueno, me siento muy feliz por representar mi país. Estoy muy feliz, primera vez que compito en Stand-Up Paddleboard Surf. siento muy feliz por haber pasado mi hit en primer lugar. Bueno, ya ahora, primer hit de repechaje, ahora voy a mi siguiente hit y a tratar de dar lo mejor.
He says he's really happy. He was representing Nicaragua, and he's really happy also that he passed his heat, and he passed it in first place, and that even though it was a repecharge, he's still going for it, and it's his first stand-up paddleboard competition, but he's planning on doing good.
Okay, well, congratulations. Good luck, and the whole of Nicaragua is behind you, and we look forward to seeing you in the next heat. Back up to you guys.
Awesome. Thank you, Jamie. And great little interview there with Rex Calderon, representing our host country of Nicaragua. Right there, we caught the tail end of Peter Steinfast's last ride. I believe that was his fifth wave, excuse me. Score starting to drop here. We've had a little bit of a change up. Your situation right now, Matthew Barker Smith from England, right now in the lead. However, Peter Lewis Steinfath now taking over the lead with that last wave. So right now, 8.50 to lead the group out with Denmark's Peter in the lead. Second place, Matthew Smith from England with a 7.10. And in third place with a 5.70, Federico Benitolo. Right now looking at the ISA replay there for Peter Lewis Steinfath. Nice. He caught a left, Jody, and was able to catch some nice deep rail carves on his forehand there.
Yeah, the wind seems like it's not as blowing straight into the face on the left, so the guy's able to let loose a little bit more, because on the rights it seems like they're worrying a little bit more about getting pushed off the back of the wave. But Peter getting a great wave there. His last score was a 3.63, so all the scores have now dropped in the situation with Peter Steinfath in first place. He's sitting on that 5.17 and a 4.17. There you can see his fans and family. The Team Denmark cheering on Peter, and we've got in second place Matthew Barker Smith in yellow. He's holding down that second position.
So we got a pretty heated battle here between Peter and Matthew. And Federico could come in there too. He's got a high score of 4.0 in the yellow jersey, just moving in to second place. Federico has a high score of 2.83, and Peter with a 5.17. So showing a little bit of their potential right now here as we wind down this heat with just under 5 minutes, or 4.5 minutes, I should say. Men's repecharge, round number 1, heat number 5. In red from Denmark, in the lead, Peter. In yellow from England, Matthew Barker Smith gesturing on this one. Let's see if he can get a takeoff here, Jody.
Well, he's digging. You can see he has to really dig hard to get into these rights because the wind's just kind of pushing the board out the back. He gets that first good turn right there into another second turn. He's going to redirect, cut back, not quite going all the way back to the whitewash, but he's trying to stay on this wave, using that pivot turn, that cross bow to kind of pull himself back around. And here he's just bringing it all the way in to see if he can get the most scoring potential on this wave. As out the back, we see in red Peter Steinfath on his backhand, pulling off, getting a pretty good size right there, Dan.
Yeah, that's looking nice with a big roundhouse cutty back into the foam pile there. I believe he's riding the 8.0 Nash. Nice little tail slide there. You see him really moving his feet around. Very tall, Peter, so he's got a lot of torque in those legs. Great reach with the arms. And we see Matthew Barker Smith trying to move out of his way, showing some great sportsmanlike conduct there to give Peter the best possible opportunity to get a great wave score, and that I think he will with probably one of the better rides we've seen in this heat. Right now looking to better his top score of a 5.17 or replace his backup score of a 4.57. Currently in the lead, Matthew Barker Smith needs a 5.74 to take the lead. We're looking for, I believe, his last wave to drop right here. Taking a look at the Italian here in the white jersey with another nice wave. This right is starting to line up here. Maybe we have the perfect conditions at this tide. You see that offshore wind blowing right up into the face of these waves. Kind of holding up the wave, though, and giving these athletes some room to move on these waves. As long as they've got a wall in front of them, that wind may actually help them out and give them some more room in the pocket to execute these maneuvers. So nice job there, staying upright as he has to kind of throw a wild brace there. But I think that might be good enough to replace his low score of a 2.83. His high score of a 2.87 might even get replaced with that ride. We'll have to hang tight and see what the judges drop for him on his 6th wave. Want to remind everyone to tune in to our social media outlets for all of your information about the event throughout the event. Twitter at ISA Surfing, Instagram at ISA Surfing, also hashtag ISA Worlds and hashtag WSUPPC. The official event website is isawsuppc.com. Make sure you stay tuned and bookmark the page for the live webcast and all the live updates throughout the week.
Well, here we've got yellow up and riding. Matthew Barker Smith out of the UK getting a nice, good cutback right there. He's really digging everything in. Almost gets pushed off the back of that wave. You can see this wave reforming. He's really having to use his paddle and pumping his rails kind of back and forth to try and stay in this wave and get the inside reform. He goes over to the left, does a little turn, and now redirecting back over to the right. You can see him just digging in, because he knows that there's one last section here on the inside, and he gets a little bit of a turn there. And, he's had to work hard for this score. His last wave was a 6.33, so he's looking to replace a 4. I'm not sure that wave is going to do it, but he's definitely putting, everything into that wave to try and get the most out of it. So.
And a little change up in the situation, Jody, with his 6th wave score coming in at 6.33. to take the lead and also the highest scoring single wave in this heat, forcing Peter into 2nd place, as we see here, trying to milk one last wave at the buzzer in the red jersey from Denmark. Peter Louis Steinfath sitting at a combined score of 9.90. He would need a 5.17 to take the lead. Let's see if he's got it right now on our ISA recap. Let's take a look at some of the better rides of the heat right here.
Well, these 15-minute heats go by so fast, and this is Michael Barker Smith. I believe this might be his 4.0 ride. And here we've got Peter Steinfath. He had a 5.17 earlier in the heat and then backed it up with a 4.73. So opting to go on those rights, he got a little bit loose on some of his turns, but, was able to hang on and get a couple of great rides. 1st and 2nd advance on. 3rd and 4th go home, and well, not necessarily go home. They'll be cheering on the rest of their team, but that'll be the end of their campaign. But here we have red up and riding. Peter Steinfath, who will be advancing. Team Denmark will be happy with his performance here today.
Absolutely. You really see him moving his feet around quite a bit on that board to keep it planing and keep it moving. So a lot of great action right there in heat number 5. So had a great time, and we're going to be right back. My name's Dan Gavir, joined by Jody Nelson here at the ISA 2014 World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships from La Boquita,
Unofficial results of the last heat. In first, Matthew Barker Smith from the UK. In second, Peter Louis Steinfath from Denmark. And in third, Federico Venetolo from Italy. Now we are in heat number 6. We have in the water in red Adam Rowe from the UK, and there it is. Red up and riding. Adam Rowe surfing for Team UK. Vemos al británico entonces tomando la primera ola de la serie rápidamente. Now we have in yellow Bruce Plimo from New Zealand, and in black Roberto Moreto from Italy. Está de rojo el británico Aaron Rowe, de amarillo el neozelandés Bruce Plimo.
Happy Cinco de Mayo and welcome back to the beautiful country of Nicaragua for the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboard Championships. We are live at La Boquita Beach here in Nicaragua, and we're in our final heat of the Repecharge Repo round number 1. And let's meet our surfers out in the water from the United Kingdom, Great Britain in red, Aaron Rowe. In the yellow jersey, Bruce Climo from New Zealand, and in the black jersey, Roberto Moretto from Italy. I'm Bo Hodge along with Jody Nelson. Welcome to day 2 competition of the ISA World Surfing Championships as we are in the SUP and paddleboard competition of the ISA. And for the first 3 days of competition, SUP surfing for men and women. And today, a big day, elimination day, packing day for a lot of the competitors because if you can get through the conditions today, you'll be into the final day of SUP surfing for men and women tomorrow. And here we go, stroking in. Here we go from Great Britain, Aaron Rowe, up and riding.
Well, Aaron going on his backhand here, getting a nice little right. This is about shoulder-high wave. Oh, but we've been seeing that a lot with this wind. So on the right-handers, the guys are getting blown off the back a lot. So you've got to be really careful to kind of manage where you're at on the wave and make sure that you're generating enough speed, but they're having to really paddle back in as they do a maneuver so they don't go off, get kicked out
Jody,
the back.
Jamie Mitchell earlier was saying going into that wind, hitting the top of the lip, that's where the wind's going to play a huge factor on the rights. The left, not so much.
Yeah, well, we've been seeing guys on the left. You can tell they're relaxing a lot more because you don't have to think about getting kicked off the back of the wave on these lefts. But on the rights, you can tell the guys' minds are in two places. They want to hit the lip and do that maneuver, but they also don't want to do what just happened to our surfer in red, where he went to hit the lip and then got pushed off the back. So then you end up missing the whole rest of the wave and that scoring potential.
So 3-man heat. Top 2 will advance on into the Repo round number 3. That will be run today. And let's watch our man from New Zealand up and riding. This is the 21-year-old Bruce Climo. Excuse me.
Yeah, so Climo getting a little cut back there. You can tell, he's just redirecting. Coming unstuck there, and he's going to need to get a bigger set wave. I think the judges want to see these guys on some bigger waves than that.
Bruce, the 2014 New Zealand longboard and SUP champion. So representing New Zealand, and there's the Kiwi flag, and the guys performed quite an inspired haka during the opening ceremonies.
Yeah, I got goosebumps. It was cool watching those guys. They're so passionate. I was like, man, if I were any of the other teams watching those guys, Team New Zealand doing that dance, I wouldn't want to be in any of their heats because they were intense.
Well, even the juniors down in Ecuador just about 2-3 weeks ago performed a haka with a bigger contingency. And not only did they perform the haka at the opening ceremonies, but when the last New Zealand surfer finally was bowed out, they welcomed him back home with a haka on the beach. So it was like, you did well, you represented your country well, now come back home. And it was very emotional.
Yeah, it's they get really into it, man. You look in their eyes and they got crazy eyes. So it was it's pretty intense, and really it's a great tradition that those guys are carrying it on, representing their country here. And it's what I love about the ISA's organization so much. These competitions, you're able to see that passion come out for your fellow countrymen, and all the different cultures come out. And you see, Team Mexico coming out, the Lucha Libre masks, and the Vuvuzelas with Team South Africa. We saw Team Denmark. They've got one of those Viking horns in their hats. So here we've got the father-daughter duo for Team Japan. That's Hironobu and his 15-year-old daughter, who'll be up competing pretty soon here, as we see Red up and riding Aaron Rowe out of the UK.
Yeah, let's watch Aaron, the goofy footer, taking it off his forehand. Nice mixture of his paddle going from forehand to backhand, mixing it up here. He's currently in the lead with a 3.17 and a 2.77. Bruce Climo from New Zealand in yellow in second with a 2.3 and a 2.07. No waves yet for our Italian surfer in black, Roberto Moretto.
And here's our next heat coming up. We've got Yuka Horishikashi, and that's her father there, Hiro, just to the right of her. And she'll be up against Jenny Kallenbach representing Costa Rica, Karen Jacobson out of Mexico, and Ana Uroz.
From Nicaragua.
From Nicaragua, local girl. So this is women's Repecharge 2, heat number 1.
And so we're going to be having 3 heats of the women's repo round 2. Then we're going to take a 2-hour break because that is the peak of low tide. And contest director Marcos upstairs has said 1 hour before low tide, 1 hour after low tide, and then we'll resume competition when we come back. We'll be going back into the men's repo round number 2, 6 heats there, then back into men's continuing. So there'll be back-to-back repo rounds of men's 2 and 3 rounds. So 9 heats straight there for the men, and then back with the women around 4 o'clock this afternoon with their Repocharge round number 3, 2 heats there, and then we'll end the day around 4:30, beginning with the men's repo round 4, 3 heats. So all the way to 5:30 this
So
afternoon.
some of these guys could potentially be surfing 4 times today. It's a lot of heats.
Well, that's the goal. If you can get through 4 rounds today, that's just going to even make you better because some of the surfers competing tomorrow will only have surfed 1 round today who have advanced in the qualifying round. So talking with a lot of the ISA competitors in the many different disciplines of longboard, sup surfing, the juniors, the masters, they treat this event as a marathon because sometimes in these repo rounds, you do have to surf 4 or 5 times a day and then back-to-back days.
It's a lot of surfing. These Repocharge heats are only 15 minutes. As we can see, we've only got 7 minutes remaining left in this heat. As we see Black up and riding Roberto Moretto out of Italy. We've got a small Italian team. I think there's only 3 guys on the team we saw in the last heat. Federico Benitalo getting bowed out, so he's out of the competition. But this is Roberto Moretto, who's still flying the Italian flag strong, and hopefully he can keep the dream alive as we see Team Italy, the cheering squad there on the beach. And yeah, that is a marathon. It's not a sprint, this event, especially when you get bumped down in the Repocharge round. And you know, we saw Colin McPhillips, first heat of the day in a very highly contested heat, get bumped into the Repocharge round. Now he'll be joining the likes of Bo Nixon as well as Sean Pointer. So that Repocharge round is going to start heating up. We're going to start seeing some really stacked heats in that.
Roberto paddling back out, opened up with a 2-point ride. He's currently in 3rd place and looking for a 2.37. Here we go. This is our Kiwi surfer out of New Zealand. This is Bruce Clemo up and riding on his backhand, taking it right. Currently in 2nd place, needs a 4.2 ride to move into the lead, who has been taken over by Aaron Rowe from Great Britain with a 3.33 and a 3.17. Time check, looking at 5 minutes, 40 seconds remaining.
Well, here we've got 17-year-old Aaron Rowe out of Gloucester in England and getting a nice bank off the top there, redirecting over to the left. So now he's got some open face to work with. He's going to cut all the way back into the whitewash, redirect, and he'll kick out. But he's looking to replace a 3.17. And, you know, it's great to see, like we've been talking about, the age of the athletes in this division. Really a lot of 17-year-olds, 19-year-olds, a couple of 15-year-olds, and it's great to see the sport growing in some countries where we, you know, haven't seen a team before. Nicaragua is great to see. They've got a team together, and the sport's just going to continue growing and growing.
Yeah, Aaron Rowe, 17, from Great Britain, winner of the trials at the La Torche Pro last year and qualifying to represent the UK in this year and doing quite well. And I believe on that last wave, Jody, he's going to improve his lead and his margin here. There's Team Mexico as they're going to get ready, and Karen Jacobson in the white jersey will be representing, and there's cheering her on and teammates. And that's the best thing about the ISA competition is the camaraderie and the team support that you get, because when you go to individual events around the world, you don't see that a whole lot.
No, you don't. And, yeah, Team Mexico, they're a pretty tight-knit group, and we see Karen here heading out. She rides a really small board. It's like a, did you get the dimensions on that? It was under 24 inches wide, I believe. And I want to say it might even be under 7 feet.
See the other competitors. Let's watch Aaron Rowe on the outside. He's in red. He's not going to be able to get this wave. Yellow, this is Bruce Clemo up and riding.
So Bruce pumping down the line, cutting back into the whitewash. And he's looking to connect this little left on the inside. He's kind of pumping his board up and down as well as using his paddle, but it looks like this wave's just going to die out on him. And He's got a 2.30 for his opening ride, and his third score is a 2.67. So I'm not sure he's going to improve either of those scores. He's currently in the second position. And we see Team New Zealand there.
Here we go. Aaron Rowe back up and riding, the young 17-year-old from Great Britain. On his backhand, riding it right, trying to look down, looking for that scoring opportunity. Gaining some speed here. Nice carving turn, slides the tail. 3 minutes remaining in this last heat of Repechage round number 1. So Aaron Rowe, 4.5 on his last wave, 3.33 is solid hold on the lead. Climo now needs a 5.16, the Kiwi in yellow, but now the pressure is put on the surfer from Italy in black, Roberto Moretto, with a 2-point ride, only a 1-wave score, now needing a 2.97 to move up into the top 2. Top 2 will advance into Repechage round number 3. We'll be running that round after our lunch break as we let the tide drain out and start to fill back in. And coming up next, we have our next 3 heats will be the Repechage for the ladies, round number 2, heats 1, 2, and 3. And there's the crew from Great Britain.
Yeah, you know, Roberto Moretto from Italy, he really needs to get his campaign going because he just lost his teammate in that last heat. And I believe they only have 3 guys on their team. They're doing a lot of double duty, though. That's here we see Bruce Climo out of New Zealand on a nice little right-hander. Getting a couple cutbacks in, redirecting. He's, you know, pumping his board to try and stay in the wave. He's not really switching his blade, his paddle back and forth. There he goes. He corrected me. He must have been, must have heard me. But yeah, he's just trying to connect this thing to the inside and see if it'll offer him anything. And he just goes ahead and kicks out. He's looking to replace a 2.30.
Here we go. Here's our Italian surfer now needing possibly more than a 2.97. Let's see what the 42-year-old from Como, Italy can do right here. He's stroking in, trying to get on the open section. This is a smaller wave, Jody.
Yeah, and he's just, his stance is a little too wide. He was a little too far forward on that lipper he tried to do, and so he wasn't really able to get it on a rail, and then unfortunately comes unstuck right there. But, you know, he just needs to get another wave under his belt, and he's only got one 2.0 ride on his scoreboard, and that last wave drops in at a 1.53. So he's still currently in the 3rd position, needs a 3.10 to move up into the advancing spot. Otherwise, Team Italy will be packing their bags from the beach and heading back to Lake Nicaragua.
Yeah, last wave for Climo from New Zealand, a 2.43. Here we go. Aaron Rowe paddling, stroking into this wave. Big carving turn on the inside section. Starts to wall up here. Let's see what he can do. He redirects the paddle. There he goes, throwing some spray with the tail. All set up by the bottom turn there. One more time around. Stays with this wave. Just about 15 seconds remaining in the heat. And that's going to be a good scoring wave for Aaron Rowe. Already counting a 4.5 and a 3.33.
I like this kid style. He's got a good style. He's uses his paddle well. As we see one last ditch effort here for Bruce Climo to replace one of his lower scores, but he comes unstuck. But yeah, really impressed with Aaron Rowe's surfing. He surfed a smart heat. He, you know, he did what he needed to do. He got a 4.50 and a 3.33. His last 2 waves aren't going to be anything to replace, but you can see he's got that nice, long, sweeping cutback. He really knows how to use that paddle and draw his turns out. And he picked off a couple of lefts, but then was able to get over to the right-handers and get a couple waves in.
Yeah, he was showing his variety here and working the waves, and like the way he uses the tail and they use the spray, and the judges want to see the transitional moves, and Aaron's got the full package.
Yeah, I think, you know, England's pretty lucky to have him on his team, young up-and-comer. Here he's got a nice right-hander. He's checking to see if he wants to redirect and go left. He gets that nice bank off the top there and sees that he's, you know, with this higher tide, he's able to work his way back over to the left and really get the maximum scoring points out of this wave as he kicks out. We see Aaron Rowe coming in from his heat.
Stick around, more exciting action coming up next. Repechage round for the ladies. You're watching the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboard Championships live from La Boquita in Nicaragua. Welcome back to the beautiful country of Nicaragua on the Cinco de Mayo, the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboard Championships. We are live in La Boquita Beach on the Pacific side of Nicaragua, and now we're heading into repechage round number 2, heat number 1. The next 3 heats will be our 3 heats for the ladies before our lunch break, before we take a timeout for the low tide conditions. So let's meet our competitors. Jenny Kalmbach from Costa Rica, and you may recognize that name from Kailua Kona from the Big Island of Hawaii, but she has her parents, and actually Jenny was actually born in Costa Rica, so she does have some Costa Rica roots, even though currently living in Hawaii and sometimes in California. Karen Jacobson will be in white, representing Mexico. Yuko Hirokoshi from Japan in yellow, and Ana Uroz from Nicaragua in black. I'm Bo Hodge along with Jamie Mitchell. And Jamie, welcome back to the commentary booth. And the ladies now get their charge out here in the repechage. And in repechage round number 1, the way the seeding went was just 2 girls in each heat. So they are automatically advanced into this round. So that's why we have 4 surfers in this round for the next 3 heats. So if some of the viewers were wondering.
Yeah, this is the nitty-gritty for these girls in this heat. I think if you finish 3rd and 4th, your campaign is over. So, you know, it's going to be a couple of disappointed girls, but a couple of really stoked one as well. So we'll see how it plays out. But, yeah, Jenny's starting off with a 4.5. So that's a nice score. It's hasn't been too many scores over the 5-6 point range, you know, most of the morning. So she started off with a good score. And here we have a little bit of a paddle battle going on, and we'll see what happens here. They want to go left, right. Oh, here we go.
Well, it looks like our Japanese surfer wanted to take this wave left, and our Mexican surfer, this is Karen Jacobson, wanted to take it right, so they wanted to do the crisscross. They didn't want to split the peak, and here we go up and right. And this is Jenny Kalmbach from Costa Rica.
Yeah, Jenny finding herself a nice right-hand wave and doing a nice couple of little S-turns there, and I think we were in the booth yesterday. Oh, there you go. Look, and she's looking a lot better on her feet today than she was yesterday. I think she was saying that she probably hasn't had too much time surfing, and she was just sort of finding her feet. And with that wave there, looks like she's finally starting to get her sea legs and doing a nice few turns there.
Yeah, there's Team Costa Rica. Team Costa Rica did quite well at the ISA World Juniors, at the Vizsla World Juniors just in Ecuador about 3 weeks ago. A young girl named Leilani McGonigal made the under-16 and under-18 finals. And she was trying to do the double gold, but did not. But that's quite an accomplishment for Costa Rica, as they did quite well.
Yeah, as we just saw the Japanese girl do like a one hit, but Karen Jacobson on the screen, and the girls are just having a little trouble there, but she got around that section, used the paddle well. She changed her paddle there for that little, you see how they just use that paddle there for just a little bit of leverage to just tweak that board around. So a couple of little, good little turns there for Karen, but you know, they'll all be looking for a few better waves here as we see that rock starting to expose itself.
Yeah, the judging criteria for SUP surfing is still very similar to shortboard and longboard judging, where the judges want to see the progressive and innovative maneuvers. They want to see speed, power, and flow. They want to see the surfers pull critical maneuvers in the most critical sections of the waves, but they want to see the transition of the paddle and the use of the paddle in many different forms.
Yeah, they do, and it's, you know, as we see the young girl from Japan, and she had a nice turn off the top there, and, you know, they do want to see the changing of the paddles. They don't want to see the same turn with the same, you know, the paddle on the same side. So, you know, I think that's good. And I see the surfers are really trying to do that. They're really trying to change it up and, you know, and make it look diverse. And, you know, so yeah, I mean, it's there's a lot to think about, you know, with the stand up with the paddle. So as we see Jenny Kalmbach paddling into this wave, and she's going to fade left and then come back right, and Jenny seems like she's in a little bit of a rhythm at the moment with the ocean, and as soon as I say that, I put the commentator's curse.
Well, you know what? Maybe she changed equipment from yesterday to today. You know, maybe some of her teammates were seeing her out of sync yesterday. More in rhythm. 4.5 opening score. She backs it up with a 3.5. This is going to be a throwaway score for her on her third wave. She has really set the pace here. We can see Black. This is our local Nicaraguan surfer utilizing the knee paddle to get up, and she's probably one of the last-minute entries for Nicaragua since they're the host country, trying to put together a full team. And this will be a learning experience for Anna. We're going to show you instant replay from the earlier confrontation early in the heat between Karen Jacobson and our Japanese surfer. Watch the turnaround here, Jamie. It looks like our Japanese surfer, but look at Karen. She quickly turns around too.
Yeah, it's a bit of smoke and mirrors right now because Karen was looking left and then she realized that she wasn't going to go left. So then she's like, well, I'm going to go right. And then, you know what? It really comes down to was it a left or was it a right? And, you know, this happened yesterday with Shakira. You know, Shakira and Karen had the same problem and you know, Shakira got bumped out with an interference call. So there'll be an interference. We just got to see which way it goes.
Well, we're going to wait for the judges' call. The judges have not declared any potential interference there from either of the surfers, so it could be a no call because what the judges first look, as you said, Jamie, was the wave more a dominant right or dominant left? And being it hadn't broken yet, it could have been 50-50.
Yeah, we don't know. We just saw her go right, so we didn't get the pan off to the left. So yeah, hopefully I think we're going to go to a replay and. This is a replay of Karen's last wave and a little bit of a late whitewater takeoff, but changing the paddles in the hands, getting that little turn there, and she's paddling, using the paddle to try and stay connected with the wave. And another nice little check turn there, and just that offshore breeze making it hard. As we go live and see Jenny come back up again and getting a nice, decent sized wave and just sort of getting stuck in the whitewater there, but managing to ride out of that. And she might get a little bit of a reform section here, Bo.
Yeah, last wave for Jacobson. You see her on the outside at 2.9, so this could be one of the top waves for Karen. For Jenny Combach. Let's watch Karen Jacobson now. This will be her fifth wave, Jamie.
Yeah, she just dropped a 4.27, so she's obviously feeling good about herself now, and she's starting to connect a few turns. And, it's amazing what happens when you get one good wave, the confidence and everything rolls through, and you can just see she's surfing with a little bit more confidence right now.
So we're going to watch the opening wave of Jenny Combach in red. This was during the commercial break of the opening heat. This was a 4.5. This is the highest wave so far of the heat.
Yeah, Jenny just picking a quality wave, and and speaking of criteria, that's another thing the judges like to see is picking good waves. And Jenny probably got the pick of the waves this morning with that wave, and she's making it work, doing a few turns. She just got stuck there at the end, but picking a quality wave and riding it right through the end.
Last wave score for Jenny Combach. You see her paddling back out, a 2.37, so not one of her top two. I believe we have one more score yet to come in. Karen Jacobson finding her rhythm right now as we watch the turnaround. This is Jenny Combach up and riding.
Yeah, Jenny just a bit of a late takeoff there, and she's sort of stuck behind the whitewater there, and I don't think this wave is going to offer too much for her, and she'll jump out of that and regroup and get back out into the lineup. So
Karen Jacobson, our surfer in white, representing Mexico. As we watch, here is our Japanese surfer Hirokoshi up and riding. She's currently in third, Jamie. She now needs a 4.77 to get out of third.
Yeah, and I like her style. She's got a nice style. That bottom turn there looks nice and nice and smooth. So it's just great to see the Japanese. They've got such a surfing heritage and culture, and they love it, and they're smiling, and good to see some nice style with a young lady.
And she's only 15 years of age.
Unbelievable. So I think that's what you got to see. I think Karen Jacobson, the first time I saw Karen was the first year in Miraflores, and from where she's come from, I think that year she was actually just paddling the prone board, but now she's now I see her all around the world. She's not only surfing, but she races in the SUP racing as well. So, she's expanding her, repertoire, and they're going to see girls like that. Like for example with Yuuka from Japan, and who knows what they're going to be doing in 2 or 3 years' time.
Speaking of the ISA, they had their Vizsla ISA World Junior Championships, as we're watching Jenny Combach just last month. Here in Nicaragua in the month of May, where ISA is hosting the World Stand-Up Paddleboarding Championships. Later this year, the ISA will be holding its 50th anniversary ISA World Surfing Games in Punta Rocas, Peru. The coming up November 1st through the 9th, and then coming up in Chile in the month of December, the ISA World Bodyboarding Championship. So the longboard is on standby. The Masters are on standby for the ISA. So a lot of different disciplines of events for the International Surfing Association.
Oh, I love it. You know, they've got skimboarding, buoy boarding, paddle boarding is, you know, and that's the great thing about the ISA is that, you know, there's no discrimination, as I say. You know, and anything that we can do in the water, they're promoting it and they're supporting it, and you know, that's an amazing thing. And you know, for stand up, you know, I was saying, you know, seeing those Olympic rings, you know, with
Let's go down below and check out Jody Nelson. She's got the last heat winner with Aaron Rowe.
Thanks, Bo. Aaron, you had a great heat out there. Tell us a little bit about the conditions with that well, it's kind of like a side shore wind blowing into the rights.
Yeah, I tried to avoid the rights as much as I could and go left, but then it's a lot. I'd definitely say it's a lot better than my heat yesterday was, because the waves I had yesterday were horrendous. But yeah, the lefts today were working a lot better than they were. Yeah.
Now, tell us a little bit about your team. You know, England, you guys are putting together a pretty strong team. You know, young guy like you coming out representing your country. Tell us a little bit of a background about your team.
Yeah, we got team members from like all over the country. We got some from Wales, some from Cornwall, and then some from Jersey, which is where I'm from, like the island in between England and France. Yeah, we've got quite a strong team this year.
And how long have you been stand-up paddle surfing?
Probably since the end of 2010. If my maths was good, I'd be able to work that out.
All right, and you know, what's your favorite part about competing in the ISA World Championships?
I just love the atmosphere here. It's so good. Yeah.
Congratulations on making it into the next round, and we look forward to watching that next heat. Bo, we'll send it back to you in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Jody. Congratulations, Aaron. And a very well-rounded young man there, Aaron Rowe from Great Britain, and he's going to improve each and every year.
Yeah, I know Ollie Shilson, he's from Great Britain. He's a good racer, and he's come over to compete, and yeah, these guys, you know, they have plenty of waves. I mean, the Atlantic this year just got slammed by swells, so it's not like they don't have any waves. It's just how cold it is.
Well, they're determined, you know, to compete wherever it is around the world. There's less than a minute to go, and she's on the elimination bubble. Our Japanese surfer now needing a 4.77. Our Nicaraguan surfer in black has yet to catch a wave. She needs a 7.44 on one or two waves. Looks like time's not going to prevail there. Karen Jacobson in white placed 8th last year, and she needs to keep advancing here in the repechage rounds to continue that or better. 17 women are involved in this year's competition for the ISA World Surfing Championships here.
Yeah, and as we go down to the Y here with 18 seconds remaining, Japanese competitor is desperately looking for a wave, and she's going to take off on this left, and you know, she bottom turns and just goes up for a nice turn, but just comes unstuck. So looks like we're going to have unofficially Jenny Kalmbach in first and Karen Jacobson in second place.
Yeah, and there's Team Costa Rica, very proud of their own. There's Jenny. There's even 15-year-old Dennis right there next to the flag. He advanced earlier, the young Costa Rican surfer. We'll see him coming up after the lunch break in the repechage round number 3 for the men. And here we go. It all began with Jenny Kalmbach scoring this 4.5, Jamie.
Yeah, Jenny picked a great wave to start off the heat, and you know, she surfed it really well. You can just see this had a lot more wall to it and a lot more power, this wave, and she utilised that all the way to the inside, and you know, she drew on some confidence on that. So as we see our Japanese competitor, she, you know, I was impressed with her surfing, you know, and at 15 years old, what a future she has, and you know, hopefully in a few years' time, we'll see Japan competing for the world overall title.
Yeah, Yuka Horikoshi, remember that name. But Team Costa Rica, Jenny Kalmbach will take first. Karen Jacobson from Mexico in second place. You're watching the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboarding Championships live from La Poquita, Nicaragua. Stick around. 2 more heats of the women's repechage of this round still yet to go.
And welcome back to La Boquita Beach in Nicaragua. My name's Dan Gavira. I'm joined here by Jamie Mitchell here at the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships. And we're into repechage round number 2, heat number 2. And our lineup is from England, Holly Bassett in the yellow jersey. In the red jersey, Alex Poulter from New Zealand. And in the white jersey, Diane Wenzel. But I haven't actually seen her taken to the water yet, so hopefully she'll get out there with the remaining 12 minutes and 30 seconds left in this heat. It's like the wind is turned on, and then the tide is just dropping out from below our feet here. Jamie?
Yeah, I saw a couple of nice waves that last heat that Jenny got, that high score that she had. Definitely had a little bit more push to it. So hopefully these girls can find a couple of nice waves with some wall on it and, let their surfing do their talking. So, but as we see right now, just one small score from Holly Bassett, a .67. And she'll be looking to throw that away, I'm sure, by the time the heat's over. As we see some little swells approaching, and Alexis Poulter is going to try and take this one in the white water, and she pulled it off just for a little bit, but she'll regroup and get back out the lineup.
She's coming unstuck there just a little bit. Holly lining up this one for the goofy footer, just getting a little bit off balance there on that heel side edge. You can see a lot of water moving around, the wind pushing around. Not the easiest of conditions. Holly just 15 years old out of Chichester, UK. Her favorite surf break is Kanaha Beach Park in Maui.
Surprise, surprise.
Know it well. She's been surfing for 5 years, and she's the BSUPA UK Women's Paddle Surf Champion 2013. Her sponsors include Fanatic International, Ion, Kiloa Paddles International, Pro Sport, 2XS, Freestyle Watches. She's coming out with a nice little title under her belt and some great support. So pretty stoked to see how stand-up paddling has really grown in the United Kingdom. And outside the United States, I think it was one of the first countries to really embrace the sport and really start organizing races and surfing competitions.
Yeah, well, the UK has a pretty rich history. They used to have those big Board Masters series down in Newquay, and surfing in a hole and surf life saving with the lifeguards. I know in Australia a lot of Australian lifeguards would go to England to lifeguard in our off season and their summer. So there's a lot of paddling, and last year I did a paddleboard race, which is really cool. I went to London and paddled in the River Thames. So that was and they had over 150 competitors. So that just goes to show the racing side of things there. They're really popular, and it's pretty cool to be paddling in the the famous River Thames over there in London. So SUP is alive and well in the UK and right throughout Great Britain. So
I think there's a lot of canoe and kayak going on in Great Britain with some of its heritage as well. Looks like we're going to throw it down to Bo. I think he's got Jenny Kalmbach, our winner from the last heat.
Thanks a lot, guys. We're down here with Jenny Kalmbach. And Jenny, great to see you competing out here. I'm from Hawaii. I know you're from the Big Island, but let's talk about your Costa Rica background. A lot of people may not know about your folks and your history about that.
Yeah, I was born and raised down there. When I graduated high school, I moved away to university in Canada, and then I made my way out to Hawaii, and that's where I've been living for the past 13 years. So I've had a few competitors ask if they paid me to come represent the country, but no, it's home for me, and it always will be. And I'm excited to be able to represent the country. I'm excited to have such a great team, and it's just great being here and being able to compete in Nicaragua at the Worlds. And yeah, it's awesome.
Now, the ISA format, a team format, you don't see that in other competitions. It's more you're on your own competing against everybody else. Talk about coming to Nicaragua here and representing Costa Rica and the support of a team and how that feels of an Olympic-style format.
It's really neat. It didn't really hit me till the Parade of Nations. You know, I felt really proud to be able to, you know, wear the flag and represent the country. And you realize that it's a lot more than just you. And, you know, at other races, if you do well or you don't do well, it's just kind of on your shoulders. And here, you know, I really want to, you know, do well for my team. And, you know, I want to do the best I can and hopefully maybe bring home gold for Costa Rica. Maybe not so much in the surfing, but, you know, in the technical race, if I can have a good race, I think I have a shot at podium. So it's just neat having a team support you, and it's totally different mentality, you know. Yesterday I had a tough heat and I was getting frustrated, and where I normally might have just given in, I kind of just said, you know, I don't want to let my team down. They've waited in this hot sun all day to watch me compete, so I've got to give it my best. So.
Well, you really regrouped today. You look more in sync with your equipment today, in sync with the water yesterday, out of sync yesterday. But let's talk about the lake. Going to a lake, usually these long distance and technical races are in the ocean. How are you looking forward to that with the climate here?
It's going to be different. It's going to be exciting. You know, I hope we get a little bit of wind. You know, that always mixes it up. It'd be nice to have a little bit of wind to cool us down and make it a little bit, you know, more technical for the technical race. But either way, you know, we're all in the same boat and we'll be competing. And, you know, there's a lot of really strong girls. And so just got to go out and, you know, do your best and hope you have a good day and stay hydrated because it's hot down here.
You want to say hi to anybody watching from around the world?
Yes, hi to my dad and hi to my husband, Darbs. Hope you guys are doing well and hope you're awake and watching this.
Well, there's Jenny Kalmbach. She's still competing in the SUP surfing for women. She'll be having another heat later on after lunch today. And also we'll be seeing her on the lake on Thursday through Sunday. So congratulations to you and good luck to the rest of the contest.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
All right, back up to you.
Thanks, Bo, and congratulations to Jenny Kalmbach with an amazing round there and some great waves, Jamie. She looked really good, and I was actually sitting down with Peter Steinfath, and she came up and said, hey, Peter, your brother said you might have a board I could borrow. And he said, no problem, absolutely. As soon as I'm done with my Repercharge round, it's all yours. So I know she took out an 8.0, so I think she might have changed up her equipment a little bit today, and that certainly benefited her out there in the waves.
It definitely looked like it was a better choice of equipment. And, you know, a little bit of extra length, water, you know, rail line today I think mightn't be a bad thing. Just purely paddle power, getting into the waves. And, you know, that bump up the face too just, you know, keeps a little bit of extra rail in the water. So, good choice. It's good to see she changed it up. Yeah, I mean, yesterday she did look like she was a little jelly-legged. And today she's come back and she surfed a great heat. And she'll just probably, roll on. And she's a competitor, Jenny Kalmbach. So, you don't win Molokai and Battle of the Paddle by, going easy. So, she knows what it takes to win and she knows, how to work hard. So, as we see Red up and riding, Alexis Poulter from New Zealand and Anzac.
Yeah, she's up and riding on the right. Nice long ride here she's got going. Looks like she's on the Starboard 8.0 Pro.
Yeah, she's working that wave all the way to the inside, kicks out, and that I would imagine would be her highest scoring wave so far. So nice wave selection by Alexis.
That's right, coming out of Auckland, New Zealand, 21 years old. Favorite surf break is Waihi Beach. She's been surfing for about 10 years, and she wants to throw a big shout out to her mom and dad for helping her get all the way over here, and she's got a lot of team support there on the beach. See the boys waving the flags.
Definitely smart too. She's studying a master's in international and commercial law, so if we ever get in trouble, we know we can get her number and we'll be fine.
Yellow taking a look at this one, sizing it up. Holly Bassett out of the UK, currently sitting in second. She needs a 2.28 to take the lead away.
Yeah, it sort of looks like these girls are going to... Oh, no, here we go. We have... I was going to say these girls are going to get a bit of a free ride with just having two competitors in the heat, So, it's a nice time to be able to just work on some things and maybe work on equipment out there. Seems though Diane has gone MIA.
Yeah, no word from Diane Wenzel from Team Canada, not making the round.
Not sure if we can get any info on what's happened to Diane or not, but might be nice to let the Canadian fans know what's happening there. As we see the Anzacs down on the beach there, as New Zealand and Australia. Fierce rivalry between us two nations, but a lot of healthy respect there as well. So good to see
good to see the Australian and New Zealand flags down there flying side by side.
Absolutely. And Red currently in first place right now. Alexis Poulter from New Zealand with a 4.17. Holly just behind her only needs a 2.28 to take the lead. Currently she's posted 2 scores of a 1.90. From New Zealand, Alexis, that last wave, posting a 2.57 as the scores drop. Nice little wave for her. Just taking a look at Holly as she paddles back out.
She looks like she's on a Fanatic board, and that's looking like it's under 8.0 if I'm correct. It's probably somewhere in the 7.6 range. But, you know, these girls tend to have better balance than the guys, natural balance than the guys, and you know, they weigh a lot less, so they can get down in size on boards down around the 7.0 range, and you know, even some girls are riding in the 6 foot range boards. So as we see, the wind is still staying offshore, but definitely blowing up the face into the right hander. So both these girls opting to go right, you know, being regular footers, so they have to adjust with this wind, and you can see the wind blowing off the back of the waves there. So it definitely looks like it's increasing as we go through the day. As we see Team Great Britain on the beach supporting Alexis. I'm sorry, not Alexis. Holly Bassett.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day out here at La Boquita Beach once again, but a lot quieter today than it was yesterday. We had all the families out here and the locals, and boy, today it seems deserted compared to yesterday on the beach as I was walking around.
Yeah, well, I guess Sunday afternoon, it's everyone's out and about, and we're back into the working week, and everyone's back at work. So, but if you're watching this, if you finish work, get down here, come on down, and you know, support everyone down here competing. And as we see Alexis Poulter from New Zealand taking a nice left-hander and dodging the little landmine on the inside there that we've been seeing get exposed more and more as the tide drops. And she's just going to try and pump and work that starboard through the inside, and nice little rebound floater and nice little wave. And she's going to kick out there, and yeah, you can definitely see the wind is definitely increased in this last heat.
Yeah, and you've got to be careful as the wind wants to blow those boards right back over and onto you with that offshore breeze. Here we got the ISA replay of Holly's last wave, I believe.
Yeah, Holly just taking a left and just working it towards the inside, but that really didn't have too much off of that wave. So, you know, she's going to try and paddle out the back with only 20 seconds remaining, and realistically, both these girls are going to find themselves through the next round, so they'll be happy, and they got to surf a nice sort of heat without too much pressure. And as we count it down, Holly just gets one last little left-hander, and she'll bring this all the way to the beach.
Yeah, or the rocks, as you say.
Yeah, all the rocks. And be careful, you want to keep those fins.
So we'd like to take a quick moment to thank all of our sponsors, including INTUR, Nicaragua's Ministry of Tourism, LuxDev, European Union, Viva Nicaragua, Channel 13. Our media partners include Surfers Village and StandUpLatino.com. Make sure you tune into our official website at isawsuppc.com and the official ISA website at isasurf.org. We're going to break for a little commercial. My name's Dan Gavir, joined by Jamie Mitchell. We'll be right back in a minute with the ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships from La Boquita Beach, Nicaragua. And welcome back to La Boquita Beach, Nicaragua, and the 2014 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. My name is Dan Gavira. I'm joined here by Jody Nelson. We are into our repecharge round number 2, heat number 3 of the ladies, with Shakira Westrup from Australia, Esperanza Zubero from Venezuela, and Annette Karsing from Canada in the yellow jersey. Jocelyn Alibi from El Salvador in the black jersey. Shakira is going to be in the red jersey, and Annette in the yellow jersey. So,
well, I remember Annette from last year, 41 years old, out of Denmark. You know, these guys, they surf in 5 mil, 6 mil wetsuits, and they just charge it all season long. So it's really cool to see Team Denmark putting a team together. She's only been surfing for 5 years, so you know, got into it late in life. But it's really cool to see, you know, the variety of people that are out here. And it looks like Annette's on a bit of a smaller board than she was last year. Was able to catch up with Shakira earlier today, and she gave me the lowdown on her board. She's riding that 7.4 starboard thruster. It's just 25 inches wide. So, you know, with the waves this small, we can see the low tides starting to play a factor out there, and those smaller boards are going to be a little bit more difficult to get into the waves on.
Yeah, especially with that offshore breeze there. Looks like Esperanza trying to line up on the left there. These ladies having to take off just in front of the rocks. Shakira already with one wave under her belt, posting a 5.0. So that's a great score for these conditions as she takes off on another wave. Nice little cutback roundhouse there, back into the foam as that wave kind of closes out in front of her. Let's see if she can regain the section with a couple nice foam climbs there as she gets into the more shallow, reefy section of the competition area. And Annette trying to dig herself into that one. Doesn't quite get in there, but now we look at Jocelyn taking a look at this one.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to see Shakira in the repecharge round as we see Jocelyn out of El Salvador up on this one. You know, she had a little incident. We were calling that heat yesterday, Dan, and she, at the very end of the heat, got into an interference situation, which was pretty unfortunate for Shakira. But now she'll have to make her way through the repecharge round as we see White up and riding. This is Esperanza out of Venezuela.
Yeah, with a nice little top turn there, bouncing off the foam for Esperanza. Great way to get things going there. I believe that'll be her first scoring ride. Meanwhile, waiting for Shakira's second ride to drop. She is leading the heat right now with a 5.0 on one wave. Looks like her next wave's going to be probably in the mid-3s, so that should be pretty good, mid-3s to the 4.0 range. So that should be a great combined score of just probably a 8 or a 9 points. So that's going to put her in an early lead here. Sounds like we have last heat's winner. We're going to toss it down to Jamie Mitchell on the beach.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm here with the last heat winner, Alexis Poulter from New Zealand. Alexis, only 2 girls in that heat. The Canadian girl never showed up, so puts a little bit of a different spin on it. Not so many nerves going into that one.
Yeah, well, it took me about 5 minutes to realise that there was no other girl out there. I thought she could have been, I don't know, down the beach or something. But, yeah, it's still, you know, you still want to win the heat, so you're still going to surf as good as you can and try to get the best waves.
And was there any sort of, like, just knowing, well, I guess you didn't know, but, like, just trying to work on, you know, some different moves or equipment, just knowing there's only going to be 2 in the heat, or just go out there and surf it like there was four girls in the same heat?
I think just go out there and surf like there's 4 girls. That's how I was feeling out there. Like, yeah, just you wanted to win, and because, you know, if you win, you get the better heats going through. So, yeah, it's still just surf it the same.
And coming all the way from New Zealand, close to Australia, I know the Anzac, we saw the flags flying down the beach there before. How's the team spirit in New Zealand? You guys got a good team this year?
Yeah, no, we've got a good team. Yeah, we've got some good prone paddlers and some the long distance race and good surfers too. So it's really cool. Everyone's supporting each other. So yeah, it's just awesome.
All right. Well, good luck to New Zealand. Good luck to yourself in the next round, and hope to see you soon.
Cool. Thank you.
Back up to you guys.
I wonder if Jamie really meant that good luck New Zealand. That Aussie boy. I have a feeling he didn't really mean that. No, I'm just kidding. He's got to be partial. He's here working. We're lucky to have Jamie on the team. Last year's gold medalist in the SUP technical race. And it was such an Oh, the distance race. Yeah, that was such an exciting finish, though, between him and Casper last year. So.
Absolutely, sharing a wave into the beach. And, you know, after that long, hot paddle, the one thing I remember Jamie saying in the interview was that it was like a radiator out there.
Yeah.
And his body was just heating up from the inside out. There was no rest, and those guys really had an amazing pace right off the bat. And he literally had to dive across the line after a pretty difficult beach to navigate there. It was extremely steep,
yeah.
a lot of rocks, so
Crazy.
it
I
was
wonder
tough.
if that heat's going to come into a factor this year. You know, it's really warm down here in Nicaragua and out on the lake. You know, there is a breeze. We heard Jenny Kallenbach talking about it earlier, but that breeze is an offshore breeze, and it's coming from, you know, the warm air from the inland areas. So I think managing heat and hydration in the distance and technical races are going to be,
It's going to be difficult. And you know, you can only take so many clothes off, you know, and a lot of these paddlers really like to let the air blow on their exposed skin because that's the best way to keep themselves cool. So I think we're going to see a lot of shirts off in the men's class and a lot of hydration being utilized, and maybe even some of the paddlers opting for some nutrition. I know after about an hour, personally, I need to get a little bite to eat in myself to keep myself going. In these kind of conditions, you know, they might want to consider some kind of sodium or some kind of salt tabs to keep their body kind of regulated as far as the sodium in their blood and stuff like that. So it'll be interesting as we get into the race portion. We'll talk a lot more about the preparation and what goes on with the fuel and nutrition during a race.
That's also going to come a lot down to, like, you know, coaching and the team and everybody working together to check on each other and make sure everybody's managing that. I know, you know, Team USA has Jimmy Terrell down here. He's no stranger to racing and hydrating and fueling the body. He's a former Olympian. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. That's going to be definitely a factor in the racing portion as we see Red Shakira Westhorpe out of Australia paddling into this right-hander. She's got a 5.0 on her first wave and a 3.67. This is her fifth wave. Her fourth scoring wave was a 3.30. So Shakira just keeping busy out there. She's definitely been catching the most waves, and she's going to try and see if she can get this reform on the inside. But
and she's looking very comfortable out there on her equipment. She's already got 5 waves under her belt. And with a combined score of 8.67, she's taken the commanding lead right from the first wave. And second place, Esperanza Subero is going to need a 6.77 to catch her. So we'll have to see what happens with just about 6 minutes left in this heat. And yellow jockeying for position around white, doesn't quite get into it. Annette Karsing out of Denmark. Coming around Esperanza from Venezuela right now, up and riding. Jocelyn Alibi.
Yeah, it's interesting looking at their team for Team El Salvador. There's just 2 girls on the team. They've got a prone paddler. Oh, sorry, a guy and a girl. A prone paddler representing the Team El Salvador for the men, and then we've got Jocelyn here in the black representing Subsurf, as we see white up and riding out of Venezuela. Esperanza Subero just getting kind of pushed off the back of that wave, trying to hang on there, but comes unstuck. You know, it is tricky once you pull off the back of a wave, keeping your balance, turning around, and we see her falling off, getting back on, and she'll head back out the back to try and, you know, wait patiently for a set wave.
And looks like she might have to climb over a set wave on the way back out. Meanwhile, live action surfing for you right here at ISA 2014 World SUP Surfing Repecharge Heat number 3. Repecharge round number 2. On the JP Australia board, Annette Karsing out of Denmark. She's been surfing for just 5 years. But at 41 years old, she's having a great time and out here representing Casper and the whole team from Denmark, and it's great to see. And she's probably loving these warm conditions, I would say.
Yeah, and she's a teacher. I remember last year I had a chance to catch up with her, and, you know, it's cool. Everybody's, you know, a lot of these people, and the young guys are sponsored, and girls, a lot of them have sponsors, but some of the older crew, you know, they've got full-time jobs, and they're, you know, leaving family behind, and husbands, kids, and jobs, and coming out here representing their country. So it's really cool to see.
And we got to send a big shout out to all their friends and families back home holding down the fort. And, and that's what it's about, supporting your loved ones and your friends and family and supporting them in what they love to do. And for a lot of these paddlers here, it is a lifestyle. It's what they do now. It's what they love, and it's their passion. So they're here because they want to be. No one made them come, and they're having a lot of fun. And I think the camaraderie really is the things that they're going to remember most as they go home and represent stand-up paddling back in their local area and their region and their country. And these are the local professionals in their own communities. And so that's great that they have this international experience to go back and help grow the sport and share the stoke and the aloha that seems to be just the common denominator here at the ISA World Champs this year.
Well, there we saw Jocelyn out of El Salvador. This is probably her teammate here. I would guess that would be Amando de Jesus or Alvarado Vasquez. Maybe that's his full name.
That would be a long one.
But they've got a young team. Both of their team members are 21 years old. Jocelyn just 21. And she's doing a good job getting busy on her backhand. It is difficult surfing on your backhand on these stand-up paddle boards and utilizing that paddle, and Jocelyn's doing a great job at that out there, and she's currently in the second position, and Esperanza in white is in third. And here we see our heat leader, Shakira Westhorpe, out of Australia.
Nice late drop there. You see she caught that as that whitewash was just coming over the tail of her board there. Jody, it's a really nice late takeoff there, and now she's got a bit of a right that she's lined up on, being a goofy footer, having to dodge some of those rocks there, going to the inside of that rock. Nice backside turn. She's looking very comfortable out here, and maybe this will be good for her. Maybe this is just a little bit more surfing, a little more just practice out there, getting used to these conditions. And maybe it's just the practice that she needs to get out there and get on the podium. Looks like she just nailed the rock with her paddle, kind of checking it there to make sure she didn't break it. But everything looks fine. With 1 minute and 30 seconds, we see Team Denmark there on the beach cheering on their competitor, Anna Karsing. And we also have Australia also there on the beach to the left, sporting the Australian flag there. Very cool. A lot of support there for Shakira Westhorpe from Australia, currently in the lead with a 8.97. Her came out charging with a 5.0 on her first wave.
Well, she just improved her situation with that last wave coming in at a 4.37. So Shakira really holding down that first place position as we see Black paddling over a little wave out the back. And Jocelyn is in that second position pretty comfortably. I should say she's got a 1.67 and a 1.97, so there's a pretty big gap between first place and second place, but it's pretty close between second, third, and fourth. So Annette Karsing out of Denmark just needs a 2.47 to move into that advancing position, and Esperanza Subiero out of Venezuela just looking for a 1.75 to advance. So pretty close for that advancing position. Second and or third and fourth are going to be, done for competition for the week.
Yep.
But
just about 15 seconds to wind down this heat. Want to remind everyone to check in on Instagram, #ISA Worlds and #WSUPPC. Make sure you check us out on Twitter at ISA Surfing and our official website at isawsuppc.com. Looks like we'll have a little heat recap coming up for you here, looking at Shakira on her backside, just zooming down the line against the wind from Australia, riding on that starboard 7.4, I believe. Some nice turns there as this wave kind of reforms on the inside. It gives her some more opportunities to put some digits on her scorecards as she redirects and goes back to the left on her forehand. I believe this was her opening wave for the 5.0, and another wave there on her backside. Nice carve on the open face, coming back to the foam, getting a little more speed there, having to paddle a bit for it. See those waves kind of converging there into another peak just to the south of her, trying to outrun it. Gets caught a little bit behind the curtain there, but riding the foam in. And there's that late takeoff we saw late in the heat for her final score of a 4.37. Nice roundhouse cutty back into the foam pile there. Changing hands. Nice transition move on that cross nose turn. Really helps get the upper body initiated like we see in traditional surfing, where they're leading with that upper body and the lower body is going to follow with the board. Makes for some powerful snaps, as we saw right there. And she comes into this inside section where she knows she has to be kind of careful because it does get a little shallow. So my name's Dan Gaviro. I was joined by Jody Nelson here at the 2014 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships here in Nicaragua from La Boquita Beach. We are going to take a 2-hour break here to kind of let the tide fill back in. So please come back and join us at approximately 1:50 p.m. Mountain Time, and we'll see you then for the men's repechage round number 2. Thanks a lot, and we'll see you in a few.
As the non-profit world governing body for surfing, recognized by the IOC, the ISA has been crowning surfing world champions since 1964 and continues to develop and expand the sport of surfing. Humble beginnings off the shores of Hawaii and Polynesia to massive global expansion, surfing is ready for the sporting world's greatest stage. Join us.
Yeah, this one's for all you smokers, herbalists, and all. Give me the Mary J. Pass it my way, come in a joke, a smoke, a straight eye, Joe, me no coke, a marijuana, me Japan, you on the corner, tell the cops no provoke, and we the play
Taylor, man. And then you get to know you call me Mr. Sexy. And special request to all the girls in Jamaica and all over the world. You know? I hear the man come to me feel irate. Do it, ja! You could have lived in a Kingston or country. Do it, ja! Them over me, them mama over me. Over me, them mama over me. St. Thomas girl gone crazy over me. Kingston girls, them a love me. Them over me, them mama over me. Them over me, them mama over me. I one thing with them when they get hungry. One thing with them when they get hungry. Just cool, just cool. It's not right to call yellow man a fool. You're just cool, just cool. It's not right to call your boyfriend a fool. You're just cool, just cool. It's not right to call your boyfriend a fool. Because I know that you're still going to school. Just cool, just cool. Them over me, them mama over me. Over me, them mama over me. St. Thomas girl gone crazy over me. Kingston girls, them a love me. Them over me, them mama over me. Them over me, them mama over me. Hey, over me, them mama over me. Hey, over me, them mama over me. Birds in the tree go, lovers in the dark kiss. Over me, them mama over me. Over me, them mama over me. They see me on the road and I laugh off of me. Some of them a can't put me
freshman year, I was going through hella problems till I bit up the nerve to drop my ass about a college. My teacher said I was a loser. I told her, why don't you kill me? I give a fuck if you feel me. I'm gonna follow my heart. And if you follow the charts or the plaques, so guess who's back? You see, I'm so shy that you thought it was bashful, but this bastard's flow will bash your skull, and I will cut your girl like past the troll. And I don't usually smoke, but past the dro. And I won't give you that money that you asking for. Why you think me and Dame cool? We assholes. That's why we hear your music getting fast forward, cause we don't wanna hear that weak shit no more. Throw your motherfucking hand. Get 'em high. All the girls pass the weed to your motherfucking man. Get 'em high. Now I ain't never tell you to put down your hand. Get 'em high. Throw your motherfucking hand. Get 'em. Get 'em. Throw your motherfucking hand. Get 'em. Your motherfucking hand.
What did you say your name was again?
I didn't.
Rolling, roll.
What did you say your name was again?
I didn't.
Stop.
Asian girls.
love my bed shit. I love my bed shit. I love my bed shit. I love my bed shit. My bed shit. I love my bed shit. I love my bed shit. I love my bed shit. Love my bitch, 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 bitch. Love my bitch, love my bitch, love my bitch, girl, bitch, love my bitch, girl, bitch, love my bitch, girl, bitch, love my bitch. She ain't scared of the dick. Girl, bitch, love my bitch, girl, bitch, love my bitch, girl, bitch, love my bitch. She ain't scared of the dick. Girl, bitch, love my big, girl, bitch, love my big, girl, bitch, love my big. She ain't scared of the dick. Girl, bitch, love my big, girl, bitch, love my big, girl, bitch, love my big. She ain't scared of the dick. I love my nigga, yup, yup. I love my boy. I love my bitch. I love my nigga, yup, yup. I love my boy. I love my bitch. I love my nigga. I love my bitch. I love my nigga. I love my bitch. I love my nigga. He bring me joy. And she the type keep shit on the low. And never stress the kid when I'm surrounded with hoes. If you knew the shit that she be doing to me in the club, in the crib, or when I'm pushing the VC. Girl, get it a dig, girl. She ain't scared of the dig, girl. Get it a dig, girl. Get it a dig, girl. Get it a dig, girl. She ain't scared of the dig. Love my bitch. Love my bitch. Love my bitch. Girl, bitch. Love my bitch. Girl, bitch. Love my bitch. Girl, bitch. Love my bitch. She ain't scared of the dig. Girl, bitch. Love my bitch. Girl, bitch. Love my bitch. Girl, bitch. Love my bitch. She ain't scared of the dig. Girl, bitch. Love my big. Girl, bitch. Love my big. Girl, bitch. Love my big. She ain't scared of the dig. Girl, bitch. Love my big. Girl, bitch. Love my big. Girl, bitch. Love my big. She ain't scared of the dig. Girl, big. Girl, big. Girl, big. She ain't scared of the dig. Girl, big. Girl, big. Girl, big. She ain't scared of the dig. Girl.
Hi, my name's Holly Bassett. I'm from Great Britain. ¿Qué onda? My name is Yosemite David. Hi, my name is Nicole Pacelli.
Kia ora tātou, ko Regan Fairley tōku ingoa.
one's for all you smokers, herbalists, and all.
Give me the Mary J. Pass it my way, come in and choke. I smoke a straight eye, Joe, me no coke. I'm marijuana, me up on the corner. Tell the cops to provoke. I'm weed a playing on my brain like a poker. Just give me the skunk and give me the camola. We got the color gold, a purple, yes, circle for days and I'm mola. When me roll it up and pop the sun, I block it really uplift my soul. Yes, I'll be smoking till me gray up on the hola. Yeah. It's in my brain. Cocaine. I don't wanna go insane. With my brain, no cocaine. I don't wanna go insane. Under me, sense me under.
Welcome back to the beautiful country of Nicaragua for the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboard Championships. We're at La Boquita Beach here in Nicaragua. We've been on a 2-hour pause break, and we thank you for being patient. The surf contesters and the surf organizers taking advantage of the extra time here today and giving the competitors the best ideal conditions. About 12:40 was extreme low tide. So they took an hour before low tide and an hour after low tide to give a break and the lunch for the competitors and the officials. And now we're back in action. So resuming heat competition. We're in the Repechage men's round number 2, heat number 1. In the water right now in the red is Regan Farley from New Zealand. Regan Fairley from New Zealand. In white, Karsten Kermes from Germany in white. Kevin Talma from Barbados in yellow. And Felix Palmero from Spain in black. I'm Bo Hodge along with Jody Nelson. Welcome back to the broadcast. And we've seen some free surfing in the past couple of hours, and we've been walking down the beach, Jody and I, and checking out the scenes here, and been pretty quiet. A lot of the teams went back to their hotel rooms. A lot of teams just exited out here. A few of the competitors went out for the free surf, and so they were taking advantage of the downtime.
Well, it's all about staying cool and staying hydrated, Bo. It's pretty warm down here, so you saw everybody kind of reserving their energy. I saw Amy Merrill paddle out, but she wasn't out for very long. Colin, everybody just kind of going for a little rinse off, but trying to stay hydrated and keep in the shade because it's a long day down here. And if you're going to be surfing in the Repechage heats today, you're going to have a lot of heats to surf.
So 6 heats are in this round, and we told you who's coming up in this first heat, and we're going to be seeing surfers like Sean Pointer coming up in the next heat.
Yeah, Sean Pointer, Bo Nixon out of Australia. We've got Colin McPhillips in the Repechage round, and even in the women's, we've got Shakira Westhorpe and a few of the good girls who've dropped down in the Repechage, and a lot of that's just come down to some of the heats have been really stacked. The first heat of the day today, we saw 4 of the best guys out in one heat. It could have easily been a final.
So you heard the sound of the horn. We're underway again. 15-minute format in the repo round, and here we go. Our first paddler looks like Felix from Spain in position, and he's up and riding.
Yeah, Felix in the black. He's been putting on a great performance. You can see that wind still blowing out of the south. It's a little bit of cross shore. Wants to be a little bit offshore. Nicaragua is famous for their offshore winds, but with these bigger stand-up paddle boards, we've seen the guys getting kind of hung up as we see Felix trying to get to the inside section here, and doesn't really have much to offer. With the tide still being a little bit on the lower side, we still do have some of those exposed rocks, so you can see some of them poking out there. You got a lot of obstacles to weave around, but that's a good opener. Felix getting started. Sometimes it's good to just get the nerves out of the way and get that first wave under your belt.
You can see Fairley in red, Kermes from Germany in white, Talma from Barbados in yellow, and Palmero from Spain in black. There's your 4-man lineup. Top 2 will advance on into the Repechage round number 3, which will follow this round. And bottom 2 will be eliminated and start gathering points for the respective team.
Well, and like Team Barbados, Kevin Talma, he's the lone guy on that team. So, no racers, and he's on his own. And we've been seeing the Irishman, Mike Young, flying his flag because Mike's on his own team. There's nobody else from Ireland here representing their country. So some of these lone wolves coming down and flying their flag as we see the cheer team for Team Spain. They're cheering on Felix Palmero in the black jersey out in the water right now.
Yeah, opening wave for surfer in red, Regan Fairley, a 0.5. You just saw competitor go down. We see outside Kevin Talma stroking into this one, Jody. It looks like he's got it on his forehand.
Yeah, Kevin keeping really busy here. He's got a little left, which you can see the winds, not as straight into the face on that one. It's coming from behind, and unfortunately, this wave's really, really small, but that low tide, he's looking for one more rebound. He's going to redirect onto the right and see if he can cut back and get this wave to shape up for him. But, that's 2 waves under his belt. So, keeping himself busy.
I'd like to thank all of our great sponsors and presenters here at the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboard Championships here in Nicaragua. We're being presented by Intour, the Nicaragua's Ministry of Tourism, sponsored by Avianca, Voss TV, Tigo, and Channel 6 in Nicaragua. Our media partners also include SupRacer.com, Surfos, Latin America's leading surf publication, Passion Extrema on Fox Sports Latin America, and SUP Club along with Waves Brazil. And there's a list of all of our great sponsors as the ISA celebrating 50 years of surfing. And coming up in November, Jody, the 50th anniversary of the World Surfing Games coming back to Peru, where Peru hosted the 1965 World Championship with Felipe Palmar winning back in 65. But the first one was down in Manly Beach with Mitchell Farley winning the very first ISA event in 1964.
Yeah, ISA's got some strong roots in the history of surfing. And last year when we had the Stand-Up World Championships and Paddleboard Championships in Lima, Peru, it was really cool to see the history of surfing there, even just in Peru. They've got a long history of surfing, and some of the first people to actually stand up and surf on what were those things called? The
well, there were reed-type boats, but it was around many years, like when the Hawaiians were learning how to surf, and the two cultures are so similar. And you see in red, that is our New Zealand surfer, and we got a bio piece here from Regan Fairley. Let's check it out.
Kia ora tātou, ko Regan Fairley toku ingoa, no Aotearoa hau. My name is Regan Fairley and I'm here from New Zealand representing Tolaga Bay, Tokomaru Bay and Ngāti Porou East Coast. Here doing the stand-up paddle surfing. My favourite break is Kakepo Waima. Just like to invite all my friends, all our fans, everybody in Aotearoa, New Zealand to watch the ISA SUP World Championships going down here in beautiful Nicaragua.
Boy, he's pumped up.
Yeah, he definitely is.
But poorly, Reagan has incurred an interference call from an earlier maneuver in this heat, so he's going to be playing catch-up. But still, early times in this heat, and we haven't seen much scoring. We're seeing our German surfer just finishing up on his second wave, and Karsten opened up with a 0.83 opening ride. So still not out of it is Regan Fairley, so we'll keep you intact to that.
Well, we're still waiting for quite a few scores to drop. We're still waiting for, I believe, 2 scores from Kevin Talma in the yellow jersey, and Kirsten Kermis, his last wave is about to drop in, and we're waiting for Felix Palmero's second ride as well.
So possibly Reagan was going in for that one wave where we saw the redirect. Possibly the judges were calling that for the interference earlier today. So there's a shot of Reagan right now. He's just lying on this board. I bet the beach announcer just incurred to him that the interference call is, but still currently in third place at this stage. If the heat were to end, he would only need a 0.95 to get into the top 2, as still waiting for scores to come through, waiting for last of black, last of yellow, last of white also. So a 2.83 for Felix, our surfer from Spain, Palmaro. And there's the Kiwi flag, the All Blacks flag, and the national flag.
There we see, looks like Sean Pointer. Nope, not Sean Pointer.
Josh Gordon.
Josh Gordon in black for Team Canada. He'll be coming up in the next heat. Up against in white will be Sean Pointer and Jose Magra in red from Venezuela. So that's going to be a highly contested heat there. We also have
our Japanese surfer, Harada.
There he is.
Toshihiro Harada. He'll be in the yellow jersey. He's there on the shoreline. That is coming up next. First score for Kevin Talma, a 2.4. So Talma moves into second. And we're on standby still, last of black. So a bit of a lull here and transitional as we are waiting for the tide to push back in. A 7-foot tidal difference between high tide and low tide. So seeing a lot of the rocks and the reef being exposed here at La Poquita. And the judges and the officials taking advantage of the 2-hour break, the hour before the low tide, hour after the low tide. And there's Team Canada.
Yeah, those guys were wearing beanies at the opening ceremonies, and it was like, 85 degrees out? I mean, it had maybe even
it was
warm.
in the 90s.
90s, yeah. It was warm and humid. So, team spirit.
There we go. Kevin Talma stroking in, trying to get his momentum. Now he can start doing his turns, but not much room as the closeout section right in front of him. I know Brian Talma, a former professional windsurfer, used to compete out in Hawaii on the Pro Windsurfing Tour. I wonder if Kevin's related to World Touring windsurfer Brian Talma.
Now, was that his third wave?
I believe that's his second wave right there. So Talma with a 2.4 opening ride is in third place right now. Karsten Kermis with a 1.6 and a 0.83, but we're on standby. So there goes Kevin Talma moving into the lead with a 1.8 and a 2.4. So watch this. Our German surfer on the inside opts not for this wave, but sees something out the back, far out the back. That is surfer in red, Reagan Fairley.
Well, the judges are definitely keeping their scale pretty low. They giving themselves lots of room because there's still this tide's going to turn around and sets are going to start coming in, and so they've got to leave themselves enough room. If somebody really gets a overhead wave or shoulder high wave and gets some good critical turns in there, and we saw that happen yesterday, Bo, when the tide came back in. It really brought the swell back in. This place really likes the high tide conditions.
6 minutes, 25 seconds remaining in our first heat of the Repo round number 2. 6 heats conduct this round. You can see the beach marshals there in the red and pink right there in the blue shirts. That's where the surfers will be checking in, grabbing their jerseys. And they've got bilingual beach marshals there dealing with all the 27 different nations that are competing here at the 2014 ISA World SUP Paddleboard Championships. Up and riding, this is Reagan Fairley.
Yeah, Reagan had to work really hard to get in this wave. He opted to go left, but you can see it's just not really standing up. If he wasn't on a stand-up paddleboard, he probably wouldn't have been able to keep going on that wave. And black up and riding, this is Felix Palmero out of Spain.
Yeah, let's watch Felix here. He's kind of stroking back into the wave. A little shuttle out here. A little bit of a push, a little bit of a double swell, but he's going to stay with it, looking for a scoring opportunity. He's going to get some speed generated right here. Banks it off the top. But going into that wind, very hard and stable to maintain position. So Felix will regroup. He's currently in second place, counting a 2.83 and a 0.5. Fairley goes down on that last wave, and he's really behind the 8 ball now. Now needing a 3.08 as once other surfers gain points and position in this heat is only going to make it harder. And there is Mike Young from Ireland, who currently lives in Panama, flying the Barbados flag.
I saw he had a Panamanian shirt on. It says, Team Panama, and then he's carrying everybody else's flags. I'm going, what's this guy's deal? Like, I know he's on his team on the team on his own for Ireland, but he's sure is a good sport cheering.
Well, I was
on
talking with
else.
Mike during the break, and Mike said, we only have 2 stand-up boards in all of Panama. So I couldn't rely on, coming over to Nicaragua without a board. So he's got an 8-foot and a very wide tail and a quad setup. And you can see Kevin Talma as he's paddling back out, our heat leader in this heat. But Mike, full of energy, fully into subsurfing, 62 years old, and having just a blast, having a good time. Originally from Ireland, now living in Panama, but helping support because he's the lone surfer from Ireland. He's supporting the Barbados Talma as he's the lone surfer here. And here we go. This is Reagan Fairley from New Zealand.
Yeah, Reagan getting a nice left. He picked this off, a little bit to the south, and this wave's standing up a little bit more. He's able to cut back, redirect into the whitewash, and get one last hit off the top there. But that's a good wave for Reagan, with just 3 minutes and 42 seconds left in this heat.
Karsten Kermis from Germany, currently in third place, up and down, needing a 3.73. Not going to get it there with 3.5 minutes remaining, counting down into this heat. So these 15-minute heats are going by very fast. See Team New Zealand waving the flag for Reagan. And Reagan's going to get, he's got 4 scores registered right now, 2 more still yet to be put in. There's Kevin Talma, who has been delegated down to second place because of the last scoring wave for Felix Palmero, a 3.23. So there's your 2 leaders. On the left, Felix in first. On the right, Kevin in second with just under 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, pretty low scoring affair. If you can get a wave up in the 3-point range like Felix Palmero has, that's going to put you in a pretty comfortable position. So we see Karsten Kermis trying to get into this one. He hangs on and is able to get into this little left. He's cutting back and forth, waiting for it to stand up. Going to try and get a little tap there off the top. This wave not offering a whole lot of juice to it. You can see he's kind of struggling to get some speed, but he's making the most of it, cutting back. Get one last off the top there. And, Karsten Karsten looking to replace a 0.83. So still waiting for his third score to drop. That was his fourth wave.
Well, definitely going to be his best ride. Here we go. You can see our top two leaders out on the outside with 2 minutes remaining. And we're going to have Kevin Tama paddle into this wave, stroking. Still not into it. Now he's into it, Jody.
Yeah, Kevin getting a nice little right here. You can see he's really got to keep that paddle going and keep his speed, not lose the wave. He gets a nice off the top there on his forehand and just kicks out there. Kevin looking to replace a 2.40. That leaderboard there has been moving all over the place.
Yeah, last wave for Kevin Tama still not registered in yet, but for Reagan Fairley, a 4.23 has permanently put him into second place right now. But we're going to be on standby for last couple of scores, especially for Tama. Tama only needs a 2.54 to regain top two status, and here you go. Reagan Fairley, remember, he has an interference call, and he has a chance to advance out. Nice carving turn on the forehand. Big scoring opportunity on the end of this wave. He gets out in front. Nice carving turn there. Slides the tail around. Moves the paddle back from his forehand to his backhand. And this is going to be a good scoring wave. And remember, his best wave will be kept. His second wave will be halved.
Yeah, and we're still waiting for his, actually it just dropped his, let's see, that's his fifth wave, came in at a 4.23. So that was his sixth wave that he was riding just then, as we see Felix Palmero from Spain in the black jersey up and riding. He's looking to replace a 2.83. He's currently in the lead, but he'll want to solidify that first place by, getting rid of that 2.83. And, this wave, not a great wave, but he's definitely, trying to make an effort to replace that 2.83. So hopefully something will happen here with just 20 seconds left in the heat.
Well, we're going to be on pins and needles here to see who advances, because Tama could easily pass up Reagan Fairley here on his last ride. Score's not in yet, but if scores remain constant, as we're seeing on the scale. But remember, Reagan still has a score yet to be entered in. And here we go. Karsten Kermis from Germany on the horn. This wave will count. He was on it before the first of the two horn ends this heat. And let's see what Karsten can do here, right over the rocks.
Well, he's only looking for a 3.49, not one of the set waves here, but he was running out of time, so he had to go for this wave. One last turn there on the inside, and Karsten, giving it his all. He wants to try and get up into that second place position so he can advance on to repecharge round number 3.
So we're going to be on standby for last of white, last two of yellow, last of black, because they could play factors here. Right now, Reagan Fairley is in the lead, but remember, his score will be halved on his second wave due to the interference call early in this heat on his third wave. So, again, we're on standby. And here's the interference call. Boom. That was red as he was directing the left, and the judges deemed this a right wave, where the Spaniard had already committed to it, and you could see on the left it was already whitewatered and closed out. So here's the heat recap of heat number 1, repo number 2.
Well, here's Reagan Farley out of New Zealand on a nice left-hander here. He had two pretty good scores, his 4.23 and a 4.90. His 4.23, I believe this might be it here. This wave will be cut in half, but he still has a great opportunity with that last wave that he rode, 4.90, to stay up in that first or second position, as we see our man in second, Felix Palmero.
Yeah, Felix still waiting on last score. He has a chance to lock in one of the top two. And Felix taking advantage of the current conditions out there. Nice carving turn on the inside, mixing up the paddle. Staying with the small conditions out here on the outside. Pushing the length of ride. And he finishes up nicely here, Jody, as he pushed it. You could have easily kicked out there, but some of his best turns are right here.
Yeah, he's real patient to stay with it and see if he can get any connection on the inside. And that looks like it's going to lock in the scores there. And Felix Palmero finishing off in second place, with Reagan Farley out of New Zealand with an interference coming away with the win.
Stick around. More exciting action live from the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard World Championships, coming to you from Nicaragua.
prophecy. How long shall the wicked reign over my people?
Welcome back to Nicaragua. You're watching live action of the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships coming to you from La Boquita Beach here in Nicaragua. And let's get you updated on heat number 2, repo number 2. Jose Magra from Venezuela in red. Sean Pointer, our defending gold medalist from last year from the United States in white. Toshihiro Harada from Japan in yellow. Josh Gordon from Canada in black. I'm Bo Hodge along with Jamie Mitchell giving you the play-by-play of this another 15-minute repo heat as we're watching Harada paddle back out. And we're seeing our gold medalist compete in repo round number 2, Jamie, because yesterday Sean Pointer just had a shocking heat out in the water, out of sync in the qualifying round number 2 and got delegated to the repo round.
Yeah, Sean was a little bit out of sorts yesterday, and I saw a post on Instagram where he was sort of psyching himself back up for today. So I saw him get a couple of waves this morning in the free surfing, and he was back to old Sean Pointer. He was ripping, and I'm sure we'll see that right now.
Yeah, this is Jose Magra on his second wave. We can tell you that Sean Pointer riding right now, and he's exploded with an excellent score on his first wave during the break. Nice carving turn, throwing the tail around and digging in the nose right in the shallow section. But that's what a world champion can do right there. He's got more flair, more style. And there's Team USA. There's Kanga, Ian Kearns on the left. There's gold medalist Emmy Merrill in the middle, and there's Colin McPhillips, who advanced well out of today, and he'll be in one of the last rounds of the day in the repo round number 4.
Yeah, this is the more I talk, the more I think about it. This surfing is so important for the for the overall standings. Like if one of the Australians or the Americans go down or the French go down early, it can really it's really going to play a big part in the overall team standings.
Well, let's take a look if we have time. We have Sean Pointer earlier on the beginning of this heat racking a 7.33 score. And watch the way he generates board speed, Jamie.
Yeah, and you see his back foot now is when he slides it up the tail just to keep that momentum, a bit like what Jackson Close does. The waves are so hard. You can see just working to stay with the wave. And, talking about using the paddle, the boys are really using their paddle really hard right now. And just Sean's patented, sort of lay back, setting the fins free turn, and as we see Toshihiro from Japan up and riding.
Yeah, this is a replay. This is his 417 opening wave, and I like his style and his technique.
Yeah, he's just gonna dodge the rocks there. The paddle clips it, but it looks like he's riding similar board to the. Actually, that's the one we saw earlier. So he's on the same board, but now we're up with live action. You see he's got his paddle stuck in the leash there, which is such a pain sometimes. But the Japanese, both the men and the women have nice styles, and they've come to surf. They're not going to be easy walkovers. They're here to compete and and make rounds.
Well, Pointer out in the lead with a 7.33, dominating with that excellent score. He has a backup score yet to be registered in the judges. And let's see, last of yellow. This will be Toshihiro Harada, his second wave.
Yeah, it takes off and just does a small little half bottom turn into a sliding turn there. And again, just a nice little half cut back. Try and generate a little bit of speed until he gets his paddle stuck in the leash there. But, the wave's really flattening out here, and he's just going to try and just get a few more pumps in with a nice little top turn to finish off with. And, not a bad ride. He's got a couple of rides. He's got a 4.17, and this will be his second score, so not a bad start.
Well, we could have a situation here once scores lock in for Harada and Pointer. They could combo Gordon and Magra. So the potential is there for these two surfers in white and yellow. As we're seeing an excellent score already being registered for Sean Pointer, the defending gold medal champion. Pointer has been in the finals the last 2 years in Miraflores. He was third place bronze medalist in 2012. Behind Antoine DePerro, the gold medalist, and then they swapped places last year where Sean Pointer took the gold and Antoine took the bronze. So, and we know Antoine's already into the qualifying round number 4, so he's just 2 rounds away from making 3 finals in a row.
Yeah, Antoine's the ultimate, consummate professional, and Sean, you got to realize last year too, America didn't send a full team last year. Sean was there by himself basically, and I think one prone paddler if I remember right, and he went on to win the event with basically no support team, So
yeah. Well, Colin McPhillips was here last year. He placed 8th.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Colin was here.
Yeah.
So they had some surfers and one prone paddler. So,
But they're a full team.
Not definitely far from a full team. And, you know, these are the events you really like. You want to see your country following you. You want to see the people on the beach down waving the flags. Like, it really gets you motivated and fired up, and that's what it's all about. So last year must have been a really sort of a hard, like a weird feeling for him to win that, and not in front of a whole team, you know, so...
But mission accomplished for Sean.
Mission accomplished, got the world title at ISA, and, you know, just with that becomes confidence. And, you know, and as we see, the man in question is up and riding with a nice big hack to slash. And he's just going to generate some more speed. Another little, you know, turn off the top there and changing the paddle to a roundhouse cutback. And he'll just kick out there. And, you know, Sean is, looks like he's just out there and having some fun and just letting loose.
Sean originally from Florida, now lives in California, and he tours the World Series and the Sup Series tours. You know, he's up there with Kai Lenny. He's up there with the world's best. He competes all over the world, and he loves this ISA format.
Yeah, you know, it's you know, like a lot of these top guys these days, on any given day, when they're on their game, they can win, you know, any contest. So, you know, it's just how consistent can you be, and turning that game face on. You know, like obviously yesterday he wasn't on. Today he's turned up ready to go, and sometimes having a loss early in the heats just, you know, gives you a bit of a reality check on why you're here and what you've got to do. And who knows, it could have been the best thing for Sean Pointer as he drops 8.57. So here's the highest heat total of the day for sure.
Let's watch a replay last of that before we see this is surfer in red, Jose Magra, on the inside section. Our surfer out of Venezuela with a 2.83 and a 2.07. And before we get to that, we've got Harada, who's currently in second place with a 4.17 and a 3.77. But
just done a little check floater and just sort of like crumbling. Yeah, he's not going to get much out of that. So just sort of riding that to the inside. But wave selection again, I keep harping on that. But it's such a, you know, Sean's picked, you know, 2 or 3 really good waves, and it shows and it reflects in the scores.
So we're watching Harada paddle back out. This is Josh Gordon. Haven't seen much of Josh in this heat. Our Canadian surfer. Goofy footer getting into the closeout section. Has 3 waves all in the 1-point range. Now here's the replay of Sean Pointer. Now, Jamie, this wave was no more than knee-high on the inside, but he gets a great start and gets an 8.57.
Yeah, just a really aggressive slash off the top there. You know, uses that paddle to come around the section. Again, gets it right on rail and doesn't quite snap it as far. Into a roundhouse, changes hands with the paddle. 3 big moves, kicks out, and you can tell with the body language, very happy with that.
Yeah, 8.57 keeper, 7.33 keeper, a throwaway of a 5.67. That wave is almost as good as any 2 waves from our bottom 2 competitors. So right now, Pointer has comboed the field for first place, and we were expecting that going into this heat. Up and riding, this is Jose Magra from Venezuela.
Yeah, Jose on just a nice little left there. He's got a couple of little top turns, and you can see that wave there looks really nice. It's a small wave, but it's super clean, and the lefts are a lot cleaner than the right. And he just gets a little bit of fin release there, and you know that's you know, probably his best wave of the heat so far.
So there's Team Costa Rica as they're getting ready for their next heat coming up. We can see Brian Sandoval representing Costa Rica, getting ready for heat number 3, repo number 2. Last wave from Magra at 3.07, has him in third, needing a 4.87 to go to second. Josh Gordon from Canada needs a big score of a 6.27. And up and riding is our second place competitor. This is Harada from Japan.
Yeah, just again, the conditions have really cleaned up, and just got a couple of nice top turns off there. But you know, if you just look at the wave selection of Sean, he's just allowing a few more turns and just a little bit bigger. So, you know, Sean's generating so much speed with his paddle, and it just goes to show when he puts it on rail, he's got the, you know, speed, you know, power and flow, and that's why he's getting those huge scores.
So there we've got 2 Costa Rican surfers coming up in our next heat. We can see Dennis in yellow. We see Brian in black, and they'll also go up against another Venezuelan surfer, Francisco Hernandez, and Maurice Mock from Germany will be in red. So the next 4 getting ready for their heat. 3 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. Sean Pointer putting on a clinic. In fact, This two-wave score, 15.9, is the best performance in our first and second day combined. And here we go, pointer up and riding.
Yeah, see, Sean's picked another. Now he's going to go left. So he's experimenting now. He wants to change it up, and he goes into a nice roundhouse cutback. You know, see, he just gives it that little extra tweak right at the end.
event is a 3 times German champion. He's sponsored by Starboard, Killerfish, Garmin, 71% and Ion. And as we go to a replay of back, Brian Sandoval from Costa Rica. Nice little sort of foam climb there. Changes the paddle to try to get around the section. And just cutting back into the power source. And this wave's not really doing too much. He might just try and, yeah, as we go live action in yellow, Dennis Picado from Costa Rica.
And Dennis Picado, another young ripper coming onto the scene, has been impressing everyone here on the beach. Finding himself in the ripper charge here. And let's see if he can make his way into the final somehow. He's going to have to do very well in this heat. Being a lighter rider seems like those younger guys are making it way farther in there, but they're going to have to be careful about preserving their equipment there. Brian Sandoval just losing his footing a little bit as we look on to Francisco Hernandez for his third wave. He's currently leading the heat. Your situation right now has our leader right now. We're watching him tearing it up. Francisco Hernandez carving around that rock, slicing and dicing nicely through the rock garden. Currently sitting with a 6.60, but I believe that last wave will be good enough to top his 2.93 score as his backup. In second, Brian Sandoval from Costa Rica. Third place has Moritz Mausch. And in fourth place with Dennis Picado, but still a few more scores to drop here as we look on to Karsten Kermis, who was just in a previous heat representing Germany.
We have Brian. Oh, Brian just catching the nose there and going over. And it's definitely, you can see the boils from all the rocks there. These guys have to be careful not only for their bodies, but you know, getting a paddle too. It's very easy to have a paddle snap, getting in between those rocks. So you got to take a little bit more care right now, but just dodging the rocks, making it more exciting for the webcast. And as we see Moritz paddling out to a nice looking set, and he was going to swing around and paddle onto this one.
Quick little turn. Nice little turn there. Textbook showing you how to catch a wave as he steps forward. I believe he's on the 7.4 or the 7.1. Being a lighter rider, he's able to ride a pretty spicy little board here. Some nice turns here. A great paddle transition as he does a little roundhouse cut back into the power source. Driving down the line off a nice bottom turn, throwing the fins free a little bit. Nice paddle handling there as he works it back and forth. Nice and smooth transitions there, using that paddle blade to power himself onto the inside section. Not going to find much there, but another solid ride for Moritz Mausch, currently sitting in third place with a single wave score of a 3.93. That should add to his total and maybe put him into second place.
Yeah, I think that he'll move into first place after that one drops. But as we see Brian Sandoval from Costa Rica just redirecting back to the left and just doing a little tail slide at the end there. And now he's on the rocks, but he's all good. So we cut to a replay of the last of Moritz's wave. And nice wave selection here. Just a nice little half check sort of cut back, and he gets around the section. Nice little slash, brings that front foot up. And then just a little cut back into the power source. Another little sliding cut back, and here we go. Now he gets a little bit of the power going. Little reverse paddle cut back, and he'll just try and paddle that into the flat section here. And being so light, he just skips across that water real easy.
And the judges rewarded him for that ride there with a 5.33, moving him into the lead with a 9.26. So now he is on top of the field with 6.5 minutes left to go. Moritz Mausch coming out of Germany with sponsors like Starboard, Killerfish, Garmin, 71% and Ion. Now looking at Dennis Picado's got a little bit of work to do. He's only got a couple rides under his belt so far. Let's see what happens. We're waiting for his second wave score still to drop. So it's sounds like we got Bo down there with Sean Pointer from Team USA.
Thanks a lot, guys. Down here with United States' own Sean Pointer, the gold medal winner from last year in Miraflores in Lima, Peru. And Sean, obviously you were on a mission out here today to erase what happened yesterday.
Yeah, completely, exactly. I had a struggle fest yesterday, kind of one of the most unimpressive personal days for myself ever. So I did want to just come out here and put my best foot forward and just connect the dots from start to finish and get a couple waves and just notch up my score line and just be confident knowing that, the scores are out there and that I'm capable of getting them. And, I was able to do that out there. So I'm feeling good in that heat, and I'm looking forward to more. There's a lot more.
857, also a 783, the best one wave, the best two wave total. I mean, you really put on a clinic out there.
Yeah, just kind of, again, just more as I know what I'm capable of, and my surfing yesterday just wasn't hitting that note, not even on the par level, and with my own personal surfing ability, and so I just wanted to kind of come out here and showcase what I can do. I'm certainly got to conserve a little bit. A lot more heats coming now. I made it a little bit more difficult myself with entering into the lower bracket and the repechage rounds, and but I'm excited about the opportunity of having some more practice on the wave, and I think it can only help the overall result, which is to continue on and get back into the main. So,
what did meeting the world title last year here at the ISA come for your career to?
It's one thing to do it for your country. It's last year it wasn't a full team. It was just three of us, and so it was really kind of a impactful moment for me to do that for my country and for myself, personally. And it's an honor to be here with the whole team and supporting and repping the red, white, and blue, and I'm hoping to do them proud again this year.
And Kanga, as a surf coach, he's got to be a positive for you.
Oh, he is. I can see him right now. He's got a big grin on his face, and he's like young Gromit at heart, and he's just a big guy, lovable guy, and he gives us the great tips and great encouragement before going out in heats, and just a really great coach in general. And I work with him prior to these events and stuff, and I can't ask for anything more. And super supportive of the whole team, and just a great guy overall.
Well, we're going to see more this afternoon. You got repo round number 3 and hopefully repo round number 4 by the end of the day.
That's it. That's the plan.
Okay, there you go. Gold medal winner from last year, Sean Pointer. Back up to you.
All right, some great comments from Bo and Sean Pointer down there on the beach. Definitely coming out with a vengeance today. So really making a mark here and laying down the highest two-wave total here in some marginal conditions. So I think some of his competitors looking on to Sean and see how he did that, and looking out for him also in future heats. So I think he's back to his old self, and it's great to see him coming out here and doing well. So that was an impressive round, and we're right back into the next repechage round here, heat number 3. Right now you're looking at your situation with Maritz Mauch still on top with a 9.26. Hernandez in second in the white jersey from Venezuela, currently holding it down at a 7.87. Brian Sandoval in third in the black jersey, followed by Dennis Picado with a 4.63. I think Dennis feels the urgency now with only 2 minutes and 20 seconds, so he's looking out there to the ocean, hopefully get lucky and throw him a good wave.
Yeah, getting down to the business end, and both Brian and Dennis really needed just a sort of a mid-range 5 to get into that transition spot to second. So with 1 minute and 50 seconds left on the clock, they're going to be hustling to try and find the wave that can give them that score. So they're going to have to find a decent-sized wave, and as we see, wide up and riding and just trying to maybe block Yellow from getting that wave a little bit, just to keep his second place intact. So tactics are going to come down to the wire right here.
And Picado decided to take off on this left right here. Let's see if he sticks with the left or maybe fades back to the right, but being a goofy footer on his forehand, I think he'll stick with it. Some nice pumpy little turns there, but he's going to really need to get in some deep rail carves to get onto top or even into the second place spot right now. He's looking to replace a 2.10 to match a 2.53. I'm not sure that's going to do it, but right now, black Brian Sandoval in screen, and in the background, Maritz Mauch going left on that. So a little bit of action for two riders at the same time. Now cutting to live action. Maurice Mouch doing a good job of not catching the nose on that re-entry there. Nice and vertical as he hit the lip on his backside, Jamie.
Yeah, Maurice surfing a great heat, and looks like two starboard riders back to back, and he's going to ride this one all the way to the beach, and I would say that consolidate his first place position with 30 seconds left.
Well, his teammates have got to be stoked, or I should say his teammate is standing out there on the beach with the German flag. Carsten Kermis cheering him on right now, looking at Team Costa Rica, I believe, out there, cheering on Brian Sandoval.
Yeah, Team Costa Rica flying the flag. You can see Jenny Combach down there, and as we see Brian, last-ditch effort to move up into that transition place. So we'll wait for the last few scores to lock in, and but unconfirmed or unofficial results, I'd say first is Maurice Mouch, and second is Francisco Hernandez.
And as the tide climbs back up, I think we'll start seeing some better conditions and maybe some longer rides coming into our next couple rounds of heats. And here's a little recap for you. Maurice Mouch.
Yeah, Maurice just picking a nice wave. You see this wave's got a little bit more wall to it, and just trying to keep into the power source there, but he surfed a smart heat. He was only caught 4 waves, and he made them all count. So Maurice surfing a good heat, and just riding this one and milking it as far as he can to the beach.
Absolutely, and that should be good to continue his campaign in a search for a gold medal for the country of Germany. Here we have white, Francisco Hernandez on a nice one, also a regular footer.
Yeah, seems like riding a little bit bigger board than most of the guys, but again today, there's no use having a small board if you can't catch the waves. So he's just opted with the bigger board. As we see Maurice just, look at the quality of waves he chose compared to the other competitors in his heat, and ultimately that was the winning factor. He picked the best waves and he surfed them. He surfed them very well. So congratulations to him.
And looking good as he rounds out, I believe this was his second wave and his highest scoring wave for a 5.33. The young German at 18 years old. And a nice wide look out at the beach. My name's Dan Gavir here with Jamie Mitchell. We'll be right back with the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships here from La Boquita Beach in Nicaragua. Stay tuned. Championships. My name's Dan Gavir. I'm joined with Jody Nelson here for our heat number 4, round number 2 of the Reprecharge here at the ISA World Championships. Looking at our lineup for this heat, Zahui Vasquez from Mexico, Guillermo Caracedo from Venezuela, Rex Calderon from Nicaragua, and Oliver Solis, also from Nicaragua. Zahui will be in the red bib, Guillermo in the white bib, Rex in the yellow bib, and Oliver in the black bib. We have 15-minute rounds in our repercharge, and we're just a minute and a half into this round. Doesn't look like anyone's caught a wave yet. The ocean went a little bit flat out there, Jody.
Yeah, that was fun to watch. Sean Pointer got the highest heat total of the event so far with that 15.40 a couple heats ago. And, you know, some of these guys struggling to get double-digit heats. We saw that last heat. Moritz Mauch taking the win with just a 9.26 combination of two waves, and Francisco Hernandez out of Venezuela getting a total combination of 7.87. So, you know, those guys moving on, but as this event moves forward, everybody moving on is going to need to get those double-digit totals.
Oliver Solis up and riding from our hosting country of Nicaragua. Some
You've
nice little
practicing
turns there.
saying that, huh? Nicaragua. Yeah, he's you know, redirecting, going a little switch stance there, having a little fun with it, and it looks like this wind might have mellowed out just a little bit, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it definitely has. Hopefully we get a little bit more swell, and as the tide rises, seems like the surf gets a little bit better here. So looking forward to that, and got to thank all of our sponsors, and especially Intour, Nicaragua's Ministry of Tourism, for their hospitality and opening their doors and rolling out the red carpet for our whole event here for the 2014 ISA World Sup and Paddleboard Championships. We've been really stoked to be here in the loving hands of the tourism board there. They've done a lot to make this event possible, so they deserve a big thank you. And Red ripping it apart right there, just coming unglued a little bit with the back foot. Doesn't make it stick. Right now we lost a little bit of our graphics here, so as soon as we get those back up, we'll have the situation for you. Some of our media partners include SupRacer.com, Surfos, Latin America's leading surf publication, Passion Extrema on Fox Sports Latin America, Sup Club and Waves Brazil, also Surfers Village and StandUpLatino.com. So check out all of our media partners making it happen here. White up and riding with a nice tail slide. Nice, powerful surfing there. Good speed across the face of the wave. He picked a nice wave, a little bit of a shoulder on it, so he had some face to work with, and a couple beautiful turns for Guillermo Caracedo from Spain. There's a look at the Panama team looking on with their binoculars. Their team uniforms.
Our boy in white from Spain, Guillermo, he's only 20 years old. He's been surfing for 6 years, and his place of birth is Garcia. And looks like he's got a few accolades under his belt.
Have fun with those.
Huh? Under his belt.
I was trying to read those too, and I was like, okay, a third and a first, and
they're in Spanish.
And they're all in Spanish.
But he's won some events in Spain, gotten third place, and looks like a national champion possibly over there in Spain. As we see yellow up and riding, this is our local boy from Nicaragua, Rex Calderon, getting a nice little right-hander, Dan.
Yeah, sure is, Jody. Just kidding. Looks like we'll have a replay of White coming in with, I'm not sure if this is his first ride, but this was a beautiful ride here. Nice little slash off the top. This is his first ride. Another nice turn. Switching that paddle over. Little roundhouse cut back into the power source. Got a little bit of shoulder to work with. Sliding that board in control. Knocking the fins out. Nice power surfing there for our Spanish paddler, 20 years old, paddling for Ion, wet, quick blade, and deep. Some of his other hobbies include kite surfing, and buceo. Sounds like we're going to toss it down to the beach with Jamie, with the winner from the last heat, Moritz Mauch.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with the winner of the last heat, Moritz Mau from Germany. Nice surfing out there, mate. Just give the general public out there, whereabouts in Germany you're surfing and where are you practicing?
Well, actually, I'm from, like my parents are German, but I live on the Canary Islands, so I have pretty good waves back there. And right now I'm training, like I went to Hawaii and South Africa this winter, so I get quite a lot of time on the water.
Well, there's the secret right there. So how big is the Germany team? Have you guys got a full team here, or are you just running with a couple of guys? Give us a little rundown on that.
Sadly, this year we only have like 2 guys to compete. We do wave and the technical race. But hopefully next year we can get a bigger team or even a complete team, and yeah, hopefully.
And so what's your goals coming into this year's ISA? Getting through the rounds here, and do you have a specific goal, or are you just happy to just keep on going round by round?
Yes, last year I went into the top 20, so this year I wanted to go top 20 or a little bit better. Top 15 would be really good, but like now it's good already. Yeah.
All right, mate. Well, good surfing. Congratulations, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you.
All right, back to you guys.
Awesome. Thanks for that, Jamie, and congratulations to Moritz Mau on continuing his campaign towards the final round for his home country of Germany. The young rider spending his time now in the Canary Islands, and sounds like he gets to surf around quite a bit at 18 years old. That must be a pretty good life.
Yeah, Canary Islands, no shortage of surf there, that's for sure. So he's got a great training ground, and at just 18 years old, I'm sure he's going to be doing some damage at the World Stand-Up Paddleboard and Paddleboard Championships for years to come, and I'm sure making his country of Germany proud. We've got just 6 minutes and 50 seconds left in this heat. The current situation right now with Guillermo out of Spain in the white jersey, he's got that 3.07 and a 6.83. Rex Calderon in yellow out of Nicaragua, he's got a 2.57 and a 3.83. And our other Nicaraguan surfer, Oliver Soles, is in black, and he's only got one wave right now to 2.57. And Vasquez in red from Mexico just has that one wave of a 1.77. So a couple of the guys yet to really get a good backup score. And I would have to say that Guillermo has put himself in a pretty good position with that 5.83 opening ride.
Absolutely. It's a great score there to open up with and keep you in the hunt. So now he just has to replace that 3.07 to better his score. Right now, Rex Calderon from Nicaragua needs a 5.08 to take the lead. Oliver Soles needs a 3.84 to get into that second spot advancing position. Meanwhile, Zahui Vasquez has some work to do with a 4.63 to advance. See some lines on the outside there. Let's see who can pick it up. Looks like our paddler in black might be in position, but that one's just going to get away from him. A little bit more texture on the water as the wind starts to build again out of the south. Some of the peaks actually get a little shifty here too as the tide starts to fill in. We get a little bit more of a bump over to the south end of the competition area. So we'll have to see how the competitors post up and position themselves out in the lineup. Right now, they're all pretty close together.
Well, this is Repecharge round number 2, heat number 4. And after this, Dan, we're going to go straight into 3 heats of men's Repecharge 3. So all the guys that are advancing out of this round are going to surf again right after this round 2 finishes. And then we're going to go into women's Repecharge round. And we'll be surfing 2 heats of the women. And then we'll go back into the men's Repecharge round 4, 3 more heats of that. So the guys in this heat potentially could be surfing 2 more times today.
Red up and riding. Looking for a score to advance his single wave score so far of a 1.77, and this could do it if he can just hang on. That would be amazing if he can get that back foot planted, and he does. Zahui Vasquez with an unbelievable maneuver there. Nice off the top. Comes back down, charges hard on another nice bottom turn. Another off the top, but loses his footing and somehow lays back and keeps it going. Now surfing into the inside here, and we all know it's very shallow in there. So a nice round there, and looking on to Hector Gonzalez, who's been a standout for Team Mexico and a Mexican national champion for SUP surf, and I've had the opportunity to surf with him a little bit in Southern California, and he's always smiling, having a great time, and absolutely ripping in the waves in any conditions. So it'll be fun to watch him and some of the following rounds. Make sure you stay tuned throughout the week to everything we've got coming to you on our live broadcast at isawsuppc.com. Make sure you bookmark that page and check in with us each and every day. Wednesday will be the only day that we have a lay day between the SUP surfing and the SUP racing and the paddleboard racing, which will be taken out to Lake Nicaragua for some freshwater racing format. So that'll be a lot of fun, and we'll be looking forward to getting over there to the beautiful colonial city of Granada, where we'll be posting up on the shore of Lake Nicaragua for the racing portion of this event.
Well, here we see Rex Calderon just going down. Before that, we saw Oliver Solids out of Nicaragua here, getting a little left-hander, and it'll be interesting to see how these scores drop for red, yellow, and black, as we see Team Nicaragua there cheering on
With their national flag, which we see
two of their guys.
It's kind of cool. The paddle doubles as a flag post, so we've seen that as a pretty common usage of the paddle there. So, you can do more than just paddle with a paddle.
Yeah, it seems like at ISA Worlds it gets used as a flag pole a lot of times, and it's a great part of this event is all the camaraderie among the countrymen and the teams cheering each other on. So let's see as these scores kind of start to drop in. Still have Guillermo in white in the first place, as we see up and riding right here. Rex Calderon out of Nicaragua gets a little right-hander, redirects back over, tries to hit the whitewash and rebound, as we see Zahui out of Mexico on another ride.
And Zahui dropped a score of 2.33 on his last wave, so he still needs to improve upon that for a backup score to replace his 1.77. Guillermo Caracero holding down the top spot with an 8.90. Rex Calderon moving into second place from Nicaragua, 21 years old.
So the judges must have not really rewarded him for that turn that he did, where he kind of came unstuck and was able to use his paddle to save himself. He went down on one knee but got himself back up, but giving him a 2.33 for that wave, and his last wave just came in at a 3.07, so that moves him into the third position. He currently, Vasquez in the red jersey out of Mexico, has a 2.33 and a 3.07. So he's got to look to replace that 2.33 to move up into the advancing position. He's actually looking for a 3.34 to take over that advancing spot.
And on the last wave of the heat, most likely right here, still in the lead, Guillermo Caracero from Spain, able to latch on to one last wave here in the heat. So this should put a big fat period in his performance here, and hopefully continue his campaign.
I'm going to go out on a limb
Spain.
and say that a bit of an upset losing Vasquez from Mexico in this repechage round. Not to take anything away from Team Nicaragua. They're surfing amazingly. Everybody in this event is surfing really well, but that's definitely going to put a big dent in Team Mexico's overall performance and medal contention.
Yep, taking away one of their opportunities for a medal, but they still do have Hector Gonzalez, who has been absolutely ripping throughout the competition so far. Still well within reach of getting into the final round here. A little recap in white. Guillermo Caracero, I believe this was his 5.83 ride, highest scoring ride of the heat. Taking it all the way to the inside with a nice foam bounce.
Well, that's it. It is official. Guillermo out of Spain in the white jersey on your screen right now takes the win. Rex Calderon out of Nicaragua takes that second advancing position, and we'll see Vasquez out of Mexico being eliminated, as well as Oliver Solis out of Nicaragua will be now cheering on their teams from the beach.
And in yellow, have a little shot there on the recap, Rex Calderon. My name's Dan Gavira, joined here with Jody Nelson. We'll be right back with the ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships from La Boqueta Beach, Nicaragua. Don't go away.
Welcome back to the beautiful country of Nicaragua. We are at the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships, live from La Boqueta Beach in Nicaragua. And here we go, up and riding one of Brazil's best. This is Carlos Bahia in the red jersey. He is joined along with, in this heat, Hiranabu Hirokoshi from Japan in white, Matthew Baker-Smith from Great Britain in yellow, and Bruce Climo from New Zealand in the black jersey. I'm Bo Hodge along with Jody Nelson. Welcome to the Repo Round number 2, heat number 5. This heat and one more heat to go, and then we move into Repo Round number 3. So fast, furious action of these 15-minute heats. And I tell you, Carlos Bahia, he's got his own logo. He's got his own brand. He is making a name for himself in subsurfing.
Yeah, he's just, 30 years old, and those two Brazilian guys, him and Lucas are riding these really, really small boards, real narrow, as we see White up and riding. This is our one of our guys out of Japan. That's Hiro Horikashi, his daughter also competing in the women's stand-up paddle division. So great to see a father-daughter duo coming down here. Japan just having a team of 3. So not a full complete team. They sent a full complete SUP surfing team, but they don't have anybody in the racing division.
Well, look for that to be growing into the years. There's Carlos Bahia as he paddling back out, open up with a 5.17 as he has set the early pace in this heat. Matthew Barker-Smith from Great Britain open up with a 3.33 half-point score for Climo in black, and a 1.23 and 1.9 for Hirokoshi. Let's take a replay last of Carlos Bahia on this 5.17, Jody.
Yeah, Carlos picking off a smaller inside wave, but really able to throw that board around. It's a nice big first turn, and he's patiently waiting. He's kind of pumping back and forth, not really using his paddle there, but trying to get to the open face, does a cutback, redirects, waits for the wave to stand up. He's not over surfing this wave. He's being patient, waiting for that opportunity to hit the lip. Great maneuver right there. Another straight off the top. Comes unstuck, but the judges still really liked what they saw. They rewarded him a 5.17, and this is live action of Carlos Bahia on another right-hander, Bo.
Yeah, working his wave onto the inside. So Carlos setting the pace early in this heat. He's on the mission. He competed here last year in Miraflores for the 2013 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships, and he's going to be one to contend with. So a lot of these guys finding themselves delegated into the Reprecharge round, only finding themselves with only 15 minutes of competition time. So fast and furious, got to catch waves, got to get on the scoreboard, because you don't know if you're going to be behind the 8 ball and needing a score. But if you can set the pace and set your 2 scores early, the heat will come a lot easier to you.
Well, 15 minutes goes by in a blink of an eye, so we're already 10 minutes or there's only 10 minutes remaining in this heat, so 5 minutes into it. And, if you snooze, you lose. We've seen a lot of guys miss out on that opportunity. The last heat, we saw Vasquez just missing out. He needed one more higher scoring wave, and he ran out of time as we see White up and riding here.
Hirikoshi up and riding, big bottom turn, looking at closeout whitewater walls here. He's going to try to negotiate on the inside. He may get an open face, banks it off the whitewater. Nice big bottom turn. Here he goes for the goofy footer on the inside. Banks it one more time. He has 2 scores in the 1-point range, so definitely he has done better. This is definitely his best wave on the inside section. Now on the open face, generates one more big turn, slides the tail around, and with 9 minutes, 15 seconds to go, he's going to be paddling out with at least one solid score.
But we haven't seen the judges rewarding, a lot of big scores yesterday or today. A lot of the guys scoring under the double-digit two-wave total score. What do you think the judges? We saw Sean Pointer getting a 7. He got a 15.40 total heat score.
16.4, and he had an 8.57. So the best one wave and the best 2 waves. I think because the wave scale is so small, and they want to save something that really wowed them, like Sean did. They want to leave that upper end scale. Here we go. Matthew Barker Smith up and riding from Great Britain, trying to make that connection on the inside. He'll kick out here with 8:30 remaining.
Yeah, I think Sean, what set him apart to get that 8.57, he really put everything into the turns, and he was really pushing his tail all the way around, and I guess, a little bit more progressive on-rail surfing, and, obviously that's what the judges want to see.
Yeah, and he was generating maneuvers in knee-high surf. I mean, he was really excelling in the real small stuff. So he was showing the judges, hey, I can do big turns in small surf. It doesn't have to be the set wave on the outside. Here we go. Bahia on the outside from Brazil in position. He's going to stroke into this wave. He has a 5.17, a 3.7, easier heat leader, and he's up and riding.
Yeah, Bahia getting a nice right-hander. He cuts back because he sees this wave down the line opening up. He saw that opportunity to do a nice off the top there, but comes unstuck, unfortunately. And Bahia looking to replace a 3.70 as his backup score. He's currently holding down the lead.
Let's go down below. We got Dan Gravier. He's got our last heat winner for Spain. Take it away, Dan.
Hey guys, we're here on the beach with Guillermo Caracera from Spain. You're looking great out there, and a great ride at first wave, 5.83. Tell us a little bit about how you prepared going into the Reprecharge round, and maybe a little bit about your equipment.
Yeah, I have that wave that was really unexpected. Waves are start to pumping. I was really scared with the Reprecharge because my rivals were really, really good, and they played really good. And now I'm surfing with a 610, 24, 3.5, and it's my bigger one. And now small boards, more easier.
All right, and that's the word from Guillermo Caracera. Congratulations and good luck for the rest, and good luck to the whole Spanish team.
Yeah, go Spain!
All right, back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Dan. Congratulations, España and Guillermo. That's my small board. No, he said that's his big board. His 610.
Big board, 610.
Oh my
look at that thing.
Look at that thing.
He could probably fit 24 inches wide. He could probably fit his arm around that board without the handle.
Well, I was talking to Jamie Mitchell earlier when he was up in the commentary booth, and I asked him to foresee 5 years down the line here. Jody, let me ask you the same question I asked Jamie. 5 years down the line in subsurfing, how small are these boards going to go?
I think as long as these guys can stand up and paddle on the boards, that's how small they'll go. Because, we've seen some people, they can't even stand up on the board, and they're having to paddle out on their stomachs, and that's where it starts to cross the line. So as we see yellow Matthew Barker Smith out of the UK on a nice right-hander. He got a good set wave here, Bo, and he's making nice work of it. Good cut back right there. He's still got plenty of speed, cutting back into the whitewash. That board looks pretty good. It's not too small. You can see he's still got a bit of board under him, so he's able to go through the flat sections. And he's going to try and ride this one all the way to the inside. You can see the rocks are still kind of poking up here and there as the tide comes in. He's getting a couple more turns, sliding out the tail, but just catches a rail there. As we see Carlos Bahia in red, that's our heat leader out the back.
Yeah, nice carving turn on the open face. Generates those maneuvers with that bottom turn. You know, Tommy Carroll, Martin Potter, you know, all the great shortboard surfers have said in the past, you're not going to get that off the lip and that open face turn unless you have a great bottom turn. And we're seeing it there from Carlos Bahia and even Matthew Barker Smith. You can generate that board speed. You need to get the speed, power, and flow, and that's why it's so important for these guys to generate the big bottom turn. And that helps with the other sections of scoring on the wave.
Yeah, definitely. I think the bottom turn is the most overlooked maneuver. It's also just one of the most important maneuvers fundamentally because, like you said, without a good bottom turn, you can't get your board on rail and get your board up straight through the lip. So to go back to your question, though, about the size of these boards, you see the next heat paddling out. They're all paddling out on their stomachs. And there's a fine line between, you know, too big of a board and too small of a board. The smaller boards look great on the waves, but you can see the guys are really struggling when the waves are smaller to even paddle into waves because it's hard to get that glide and that momentum. And it just really, it takes a toll on your body to go out surfing on a board that's under 7 foot or even under 8 feet and just balance and catch waves on it. So we see up and riding. This is our Japanese surfer,
Hirokoshi. So Hirokoshi currently in third, needing a 2.74, very close between second and third. Remember, top two advance, bottom two are eliminated from the ISA World SUP Surfing Championships here. So in our surfing portion, and we've got the technical racing and the distance racing starting on Thursday. And Hiro going to town on this wave, digs in an inside rail on the inside, but definitely one of his better rides. He last scored a 3.3 in here. We haven't seen much of Bruce Clemo right here from New Zealand, currently in fourth.
Yeah, Clemo here. You know, Bruce going on the left. He surfed earlier in the repecharge round, and he's going to take this one all the way to the inside. He's on a bit of a bigger board. You can see he's not really getting that board up on rail, and he's actually like having to dodge a few rocks right there on the inside. The left's going right into the rock. So Bruce in black out of New Zealand. He's currently sitting on a 2.17 and a 2.27. This is his fourth wave of the heat, and he's going to want to get it back out there with just 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining and get himself on a nice set wave.
Yeah, he scores a 2.4. He does better himself, but he's still in that range where he's going to need more scores. We're waiting for all three scores from our surfers in red, white, and yellow, and they're going to be keeper scores up and down. There's Matthew Marker Baker, and there's Team Japan cheering him on, and his daughter right there in the middle cheering on Pops on the outside. And Hiro needs a score, let's see, surfer in white of a 2.74. You know he has that and more, but we're also going to see bigger scores for Smith and Bahia, so the situation's going to change here as all these scores get locked in.
Well, that's Team Japan right there in its totality. Those two right there on the right of your screen, as well as Hiro out in the water. And on the left of your screen, you've got Hiro's, that's his wife, and she speaks fluent Spanish.
And Toshihiro Harada on the right, and he advanced out of his heat with Sean Pointer.
That's right. That's right. So Hiro's wife there on the left, she speaks fluent Spanish and obviously Japanese, but you know, a little bit of English. She helped me translate a little bit earlier with Toshi's interview, but she's obviously taken on the role as well to you know, take care of the team.
1 minute remaining. Scores now have been inputted. 5.57 last for Bahia, so two solid 5-point rides. Carlos in red from Brazil in first. Second place being held by the surfer from England, Matthew Barker Smith, now with a 4.13 and a 3.33. Last wave for Hirokoshi from Japan, a 3.77. Now he needs a 3.7, so almost an identical score can get him into second place. Only less than 0.4 separates second and third. Look how close it is. A 7.46 for Matthew Barker Smith, a 7.07 for Hiro Horikoshi from Japan. Bruce Clemo, surfer from New Zealand in black, now needing a 5.06. So there's the breakdown. Bahia, Smith, 1-2, Horikoshi, and Clemo, 3-4. And there's the final seconds. Counting down. And that'll end heat number 5, repo round number 2 for the men. And Carlos Bahia and Matthew Barker Smith will advance on into the repo round number 3, which will be coming up after our next heat. And here's the ISA heat recap for this heat. Heat number 5, men's repo number 2. And it began, Jody, here with Carlos Bahia.
Yeah, Carlos got off to a quick start with this 5-1-7 opening up the heat. He knew he had to use that 15 minutes wisely because it goes by super fast, and he did a lot of good rail-to-rail surfing out there, and real patient, not over-surfing anything, waiting for the opportunities to arise as he got 2 nice off-the-lips critical maneuvers, and that's what the judges are looking for out here. And here's another wave of Bahia getting straight up through that lip and really just doing that rail-to-rail surfing. Here he's just going to try and make it through the flat section, but most of the scoring points already came earlier in that wave as he got a couple critical turns here, but he keeps milking this one all the way to the inside, gets a couple more taps, and the judges liked what they saw from Carlos.
And this was his best wave of the heat coming in at the end. And watch how he generates board speed. He's looking down the line. He knows what he's going to do. Nice carving turn on the open face, setting up for his next maneuver, needing to build the speed to get the power and watch the flow here. Boom. Nice transition, mixing up the paddle, getting through this whitewater section. He's not done here. He'll climb this section, taps it off the top. Another open forehand section. Big bottom turn, setting up the tail release. Big bottom turn again. Boom. Banks it one more time. And that's why Carlos Bahia won this heat. You're watching the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships. Stick around. Coming up next, our final heat of the men's Repo 2. Up next, live from Nicaragua. Welcome back to the beautiful country of Nicaragua. You're watching the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboard Championships. We are live at La Boquita Beach here in Nicaragua in our final heat of this round, the men's repo, and Tahiti flying proud. Why? Because the man in red, Tama Adalbert, will be representing Team Tahiti in red. 2 Denmark surfers and their brothers. That's right, Casper and Peter Stanfath. They'll be in white and black. And from Great Britain, in yellow, we're going to be watching Aaron Rowe. But first off, here's Peter Stanfath, the younger brother of Casper.
Yeah, what a 2 brothers in one heat. That's it's either going to be really happy Steinfath family at the end or a little disappointed. But Peter just getting a sort of average wave there, and he'll go back out and regroup and try and pick something a little better as we see older brother Casper paddling for this wave.
Let's see what Casper can do here. Can't really stroke into that wave. That wave really didn't materialize much. You can see on the outside, yellow in position, Aaron Rowe. Casper was telling me that Aaron's sometimes a travel partner with these guys, with Peter and for Casper. So it's going to be kind of a friendly heat with Tama in this heat.
Yeah, I was just saying I've seen Aaron with those guys. They're sort of like family. So this is a really interesting heat. Yeah, someone's going to be really bummed out, but that's competition. And as much as friends on the water, they still want to win. And here we go, up and riding. Tama from Tahiti, and nice little sort of hit to tail release there, and sort of just gets stuck behind the section. And he'll try and just milk this as much as he can, try and get a little inside bonus section. We see Casper here on his backside, Nice little change of paddle turn, little lip line floater. And Casper, again, just a nice little check turn, and he'll go for the roundhouse cutback. Nice little bank off, and Casper getting a nice wave, and that'll be a keeper, I would imagine.
Yeah, Casper finished 13th last year at Miraflores in the SUP surfing division as he competed not only with you, Jamie, in the technical SUP racing and in the distance, but fared kind of well. And also, Tama Adalbert finished equal 11th in the SUP surfing for the men for Tahiti.
Yeah, it's like I said, you know, this just goes to show the depth of what we have now is when you got guys like Casper and, you know, Peter and Tama in these repo heats. So, you know, we're getting to the business end of the event, and, you know, there's going to be no easy heats as they, you know, we keep rolling through. So, exciting times ahead.
Coming up next, we're going to be having men's repo round number 3. There will be 3 heats coming up there. So stick around for more exciting action. We're going to have women's repo round number 3 following that. And then we're going to end today with men's repo round number 4. So a lot of surfing action, a lot of repercharge. Today is moving day. You got to get to the final day, but you can't get to the final day unless you pass day number 2 here at the competition of the men and women SUP surfing for the ISA World Championships.
Yeah, it's like they say in like say a 400 swimming race. It's that middle. You know, the first 100 is just getting yourself into a rhythm. You really, you know, build that momentum through the, you know, the middle half, and which is the most important half, and then you come home with like a steam train at the end. So these guys are just trying to build their momentum right now and get through that second half. And if they can get through today, then tomorrow's another day, and it's gold and glory tomorrow.
Tama Adalbert opened up with a 3.17 surfer in red. We can tell you Casper Steinfath has a couple of great scores here. A 4.0 opening ride, backed it up with a 6.0. His brother, Peter, 2.33 and a 2.1 now. And Aaron Rowe from Great Britain at 1.83 and a 2.03. So Steinfath in white, in first, Casper. And let's watch an instant replay. This is Casper Steinfath's 6-point ride.
Yeah, and Casper into the wind on his backhand and just... Nice rail turn there. Changes his paddle, goes up. Nice little check turn up the top. Gets around that section. And just a little like speed climb floater there. Gets stuck behind, but gets around again into a nice little turn. And then he's going to go for a roundhouse. Banks off the white water there. And there is Casper's 6.0. And a nice way to, you know, start the heat off.
Well, Jamie, this morning we had the honor to interview Casper on our morning show for the ISA before the event, and I asked Casper, what did it mean to be a world champion and win the gold medal last year? And he said at the moment when he won, he was so excited, but he says afterwards traveling the world, holding up the responsibility of being an ISA world champion really came to him later and didn't really hit him until after the event.
Yeah, and what a deserving champion. He's such a nice kid and a good role model for the sport. And, you know, that was he took that title away from me, so I remember it well. But, you know, I couldn't imagine giving it, you know, not giving it, but getting beaten by, you know, such a nice kid. And, you know, I think, you know, that moment where I shook Casper's hand, and I think that sort of set the tone and hopefully is a nice motto for, you know, what the ISA stands for.
Tama up and riding, and he also said it opened a lot of doors for him too.
Yeah, you know, I take bribes, so you know, it was nice to let him win that and let him do that. No, I'm only joking. No, it has. You know, you're a world champion, and ISA world champion means a lot. And like I said, Casper is such a good role model, and he comes from, you know, like a smaller European nation, and you know, he's. You know, he speaks very well English, and he travels the world, and he's got a great family, and you know, it's really nice that the ISA's taken him under the wing, and you know, using him as an example for, you know, what the ISA can do and where it can come from.
Well, last month, him and President of the ISA, Fernando Aguirre, were meeting in Turkey with the IOC committee, and he said that was a great eye-opener, and they were teaching them, not only them the sport of SUP surfing, but all the other ocean sports. So it was great for him. And let's go down below. We've got a translator. We got Simon. He'll be interviewing Carlos Bahia from the last heat. Take it away, Simon.
Good afternoon. We are here with the last heat winner, His Carlos Bahia, he did an amazing job out there. And, you know, congratulations, parabéns. You did an awesome job. And just talk about your strategy out there. You told me, like, was super hard, but tell us about it.
Poxa, tentei segurar ali o máximo, ali, tentar já abrir a bateria com 2 ondas boas. O mar tá bem difícil e a estratégia deu certo. Consegui achar essas 2 ondas. O vento terral segura muito. Então acredito que foi muito bem, vou continuar usando essa estratégia aqui porque a onda é bem difícil, toda hora ela muda, série para um lado, série para o outro, mas está dando tudo certo, graças a Deus.
Okay, he says like he's super stoked about to make this heat. It's a tough conditions out there, just got 2 really nice waves, and then he's gonna stay like using this amazing board because it's working really good, and the wave it's moving with the tides. And he's going to keep that strategy. Hey, Carlos, just tell us about your board. What are you using?
Primeiramente, quero agradecer ao meu shape, ao Shine, a G0 que vem acreditando. E, poxa, estou usando essa prancha aqui, uma 7.5, quadriquilha, shape careca, lá da G0. E está andando muito bem nessa valinha aí, graças a Deus vai dar tudo certo.
The board is 7.5 or something, but what is the height of the board?
27. Tem 26,5 de 27,5
27.5. Yeah, it's amazing how they're just getting like shorter and shorter board and the smaller ones. And he wants to say like thanks to his shaper. And you want to say hello somebody at home or something?
Quero mandar abraço para toda a galera do Brasil, principalmente a minha família, meu pai e minha mãe que está fazendo aniversário ontem. Parabéns, mãe, parabéns, pai. Maresias! Vamos lá, vamos que vamos.
Okay, hello to all his parents and his family and his friends out there in Brazil. So, thank you very much. Hope to see you here once again. And back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Simon. Congratulations, Carlos. And it looked like Carlos just won the gold medal. I mean, he just won a repo round number 2. I mean, look at the energy that he has in this young Brazilian.
Yeah, the Brazilians just exude that energy, don't they? They just they're so patriotic and so energetic and just love it. And you know, you can feed off that, and the team can feed off that, and you can just feel that with the Brazilians wherever they go. They bring that real patriotic team feeling, and it doesn't even have to be a team event. They just roll in big groups, and they like to stick together, and they're very loyal people.
Well, guess what? Next year they're going to be hosting the World Cup Soccer, which is a huge event, huge sport in Brazil. And then in 2016, Brazil's hosting the Olympics. And I know Fernando Aguirre can't get Ocean Sports into the 2016, but his goal is Tokyo for 2020.
Yeah, that's an amazing goal, and I hope he can pull that off. If anyone can, Fernando can. So, Fernando's just an amazing person and, so passionate, and we're very lucky to have him as the ISA president.
Yeah, he'll be flying in tonight. He'll be on site tomorrow, and just in good time as we're going to be giving out medals for our SUP men and women here at La Boquita. And then before the transition day, Wednesday will be an off day, and then really looking forward to the technical semifinals that will be coming up, both prone and SUP racing in Lake Nicaragua on Thursday.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to, I'm loving the surfing, but I'm looking forward to the racing as well. I mean, that's where my bread and butter is, and it's going to be an interesting race, and I think we're going to see a lot of tactics involved this year, especially with the way the point score is with only one, your highest teammate scoring. So you can really see someone could sacrifice themselves for the team to get that first place, and be interesting to see. People go for individual glory, or will they work as a team for the team? So.
Well, there we go. Last wave score for Tama Adalbert put him into second place. Casper Steinfath sitting on that 4 and that 6 early in the heat and very comfortably in the lead. Now delegated down to third place is Aaron Rowe. Surfer in yellow from Great Britain now needs a 4.16. And for younger brother of Casper, Peter Steinfath, he's currently in fourth place, now needing a 5.1, but time is running out. 1 minute remaining in this heat.
Yeah, super tight heat, and, no one's out. I mean, a 5.1 is not out of the realm of young Steinfath. So it's going to come down to this last 45 seconds, and let's hope we get a couple of set waves and these guys get to surf and try, as we see. Whoa, there we go. That's that is living life on the edge when you're in second place. So, I don't think that'll be an interference, but you just never know. So, young Peter just trying to get his 5.0, but this wave's not offering too much. He gets a nice little wraparound cutback, slides the tail, but the wave is such a small wave that, we'll see what the judges think, but milking it for as much as he can.
Well, definitely getting his better maneuvers on the inside sections, but the judges take that into consideration. They want to see the surfers execute their biggest maneuvers out in the biggest sections of the wave. And Peter giving it his all. At least he gave it his best shot. And competing with his brother here at the World Championships at the ISA, that's got to be a good feeling for him.
Yeah, and as we go into the heat recap and we see, Casper, again, you see the more consistent, bigger waves, and it's got a longer wall on it. So Casper definitely using his experience here and selecting the better waves. And, I think this is Casper's 4, from the start of the heat. He just uses that paddle as a world champion to just get through that section, goes back left and finishes off with a nice closeout re-entry.
Continuing with the heat recap, this is Casper's 6-point ride.
Yeah, Casper just drives off the bottom here and does a nice little turn off the top. He gets around the section, another little turn in the pocket, a little lip line floater, gets stuck a little bit, but just drives around again. Just sets up, for this nice little finishing roundhouse cutback off the foam. So that was Casper's 6.0, and well-deserved. He surfed that wave very well.
And conserving his energy, knowing he was in first place, he's going to surf again in the next round. Didn't catch any more waves.
And also maybe give his brother a chance to catch some waves too, try and help the brother out. So, but we have the Tahitian there as well, and he nice little slash off the top, and looks like he's riding a touch bigger, thicker board, but little cut back into the foam there, and you can see that wave just teetering out there, and but still making it through in that transitional second place.
Stick around, more exciting action live from Nicaragua. You're watching the ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships. Coming up, Repo, round number 3 for the men.
Welcome back to La Boquita Beach, Nicaragua, for the 2014 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships, brought to you by Intour, Nicaragua's Ministry of Tourism, Avianca, Boss TV, Tigo, Channel 6 in Nicaragua, and our media partners, SupRacer.com, Surfos, Latin America's leading surf publication, Passion Extrema on Fox Sports Latin America, and SUP Club and Waves of Brazil. My name is Dan Gavira. I'm sitting here with Jamie Mitchell for another Reprecharge round. We're in round number 3, heat number 1, and in the yellow bib up and riding, we've got Moritz Mauch putting on a solid display of SUP surfing, but he will not get priority there as red takes priority, taking off to the left. Regan Farley in the black jersey, we'll have Rex Calderon, and in the white jersey, Toshihiro Harada, currently holding the heat down with a 4.50. And white looking for a wave there. That is Toshihiro. I'm going to have to milk this one to the inside, Jamie, and just peters out underneath his feet.
Yeah, as we see Rex Cauldron from Nicaragua, the local boy, cutting it back into the face. And you can see the wind looks like it's just kicked up a little bit now, and he just kicks out, doesn't really like what he sees on that one, and he'll go back out to reposition himself. And it looks like Toshihara may have the best of that exchange. First exchange with a 4.5, and Regan with a 2.93 and Rex with a 2.5. So as we see Moritz up again, and we just saw him surf not long ago, so he's definitely warmed up, and he'll be knowing what waves to look for, and another just sort of kick out wave where it's not going to do too much.
Remember to check in on all of our social media avenues out there. Facebook, you're going to go to International Surfing Association on Twitter at ISA Surfing, Instagram at ISA Surfing, hashtag ISA Worlds, and hashtag WSUPPC. Make sure you stay tuned into our official event website at isawsuppc.com for all the live feeds and updates from each and every day. We've got a lot of media coming out of here with great photography, interviews, and video recaps from each day of the action. Right now up and riding, Regan Farley, who has actually taken over the lead from Toshihiro Harada with a 2-wave score of 5.86. Moritz Mouch now sitting in second place with a total score of 4.70. And Rex Calderon with a 4.57. And Toshihiro Harada down into fourth place, but currently only has 1 wave under his belt.
Yeah, Toshihara sort of in the box seat, has the highest single wave, so you can really see your different strategies here. You see Rex from New Zealand, he's hunting the lefts and already had 3 waves. And, Toshihiro, looks like he's going to play the patient waiting game and try and pick the best waves. And he's done that so far. So 1 more solid wave. And as we see, the jet skier going past the lineup. But here we go. The man we were just talking about, Toshihara, on a small little wave. And yeah, look at that. That wave was hasn't even broken yet, so no harm, no foul. He'll kick back and paddle back out and try and get himself into another set wave.
And let's take a look at his first wave, that 4.5 point scoring ride here on our ISA replay cam.
Yeah, we just see him take off and get a nice little on rail turn there, and comes back in, sort of banks off that little whitewater section. Another little carving cut back just to get back into the power source of the wave there, and he'll try and milk this on the inside. Another nice little turn and 1 little bank off the inside, bang, and then nice way to start the heat off. He'll take that any day of the week. And as we see Moritz from Germany up and riding, this is live, and opting for the left, maybe a little smoother on the left now with this wind picking up. And, you're seeing these guys really have to work hard. They really have to use the paddle for speed. The wave isn't, allowing, you to generate too much speed without paddling. So as much as you're surfing today, you're paddling a lot as well.
Absolutely, and he's doing a good job of utilizing that paddle to keep his speed going. And as you see, surfing into that extremely shallow section there with a lot of rocks poking their heads out. But it's going to happen as this tide fills in. Those rocks are going to get covered up, and I think the waves are going to line up a little bit better if we can keep this wind to a minimum. Looks like we've got last heat's winner with Bo Hodge down on the beach.
Thanks a lot, guys. We have Casper Steinfath. Casper, an unusual heat. You're competing against your brother, and you also told me before you paddled out, Aaron Rowe, one of your traveling partners, it was almost a family affair out there.
It was something special. It's not every day you get to compete with your brother in a world championship against him. And my good friend Aaron from Jersey, we were good buddies. So it was a tough heat, but, out in the water, you got to do what you got to do to make it to the next round.
Well, you surfed a very technical heat. You got a 4, you got that 6 on your backhand on the rights, and you were kind of stopped from there.
Yeah, well, I was actually just trying to get 2 waves really quick off the bat, and thankfully my tactic succeeded. And I was a little bit nervous at first because I know Peter's capable of doing something crazy, and Aaron can pull something magic out of the hat. And Tama from Tahiti is so smart in the surfing. So I was happy I got those 2 waves, and just kind of made me relax a little bit in the later part of the heat. And I was kind of hoping that waves would come in from my comrades, but unfortunately it didn't quite do that.
I was talking with Tama's coach as he coming out of the water. Tama didn't know it was a 15-minute heat. He had 20 minutes on his watch, so he was kind of shocked when he was hearing the announcer. You know, these repo routes, they go by fast, don't they?
They fly by. It's you got to be on it from the first minute, and that's why I wanted to get those 2 waves right off the bat, because, you know, like we had almost a 10-minute lull here in our heat, and I think I got lucky with the 2 waves in the beginning, and I mean, I hope Tama makes it on from the next round, but he's such a great competitor, so I'm not questioning him.
Well, we're going to let you get back because I know you got round number 3. They're going to hit the water in the next heat, and all the best to you.
Thank you very much, Bill.
All right, there you go. Casper Steinfath advancing on into round number 3 of the repo.
And you know, he just embodies sportsman-like conduct right there. I think you couldn't find a better athlete spokesperson for the ISA as Casper, you know, wishing for waves for his competition and his comrades in the heat. And that's just a testament to how this is one big family. And yeah, we might be out there competing against each other, but we're also rooting for each other at the same time. So that was a great interview with Casper.
Yeah, Casper's a class act, and as we see, down to the 4.5-minute mark, and in first we have Regan Farley of New Zealand, and Toshihiro Harada in second from Japan, Moritz Mauch from Germany in third place, and Rex Cauldron, from the local boy from Nicaragua, holding down 4th place right now. But both 3rd and 4th place, only needing mid-range, you know, early 3-point rides to get into that transitional spot. So, you know, that's not too hard to ask for. So this heat is anything but over.
And bringing you up to speed now, we just had another score drop for Toshihiro Harada, which we got to see a little bit there during the interview, catching a nice wave there. On the right, dropping a 5.0, so that's going to put him right back into the top spot there with a 9.5. So now it's up to Regan Farley to come up with a 6.57 to advance, and Moritz Mauch also has his work cut out for him. Team New Zealand out there in full effect, supporting Regan Farley. Always
Yes.
smile on their face.
The Kiwis, the Anzacs. Here we go. See him do the haka. As we see Rex Cauldron up and riding. Local boy from Nicaragua. I'm sure he's got the hometown advantage here, and just coming unstuck there. But you know, great to see the local guys you know, progressing so far. And as we see Maurice Mauch just who was that? No, it was Toshihiro. Yeah, go down. So tough conditions. Looks like, you know, from the texture of the water out the back, you can see the wind is just, you know, starting to come up, you know, from the south a little more, so which making the right-handers very tricky to surf.
There's some Tahitian support crew out there looking good, having a lot of fun, a lot of smiles on their faces as well.
Yeah, wouldn't you love that? Take the ISA to Tahiti. Please, I'll put my hand up.
Yeah, both my hands are up, and both my feet.
What an amazing, beautiful place French Polynesia is, and amazing waves, amazing hospitality, and just, you know, one of those dreamy places you always want to go for a surf trip.
Well, right now, looking at 2 minutes left in this heat. Heat number 1, repecharge round number 3 in the white jersey. Toshihiro Harada currently in the lead with a 9.5. Regan Farley from New Zealand in second place, wearing the red jersey. Moritz Mauch in third place, wearing the yellow jersey with a 5.56. And Rex Calderon from Nicaragua in fourth place with a 4.57 in the black jersey. As you can see there on our on-screen graphic, about a minute and a half left to go.
It looks like Team Nicaragua.
That's right.
Looking out for their local boy there and showing all the support.
Throwing the shaka. the international sign of surfing.
Well, as we see, nice
Toshihiro.
move by Maric, yes, and
Toshihiro with a nice off the lip there. He had his board nice and vertical, got a nice re-entry, and now he's worked his way back into the pocket of this wave. You can see a little texture on it there, though, but as it doubles up on the inside, that's going to give him the opportunity to smack it a few more times. As we look at Maurice Mouch, the regular footer, going left on his backside with some nice paddle transitions there. Now a little micro foam bounce. Currently sitting in third place. He's looking to replace his lowest counting score of a 2.73. That might just be enough to do it. We'll have to see. He just needs a 3.60 to advance. So the competition within the competition here is between Regan Farley and Maurice Mouch. See who's going to advance here today and who's going to go home. So with just 20 seconds left, time is
running out.
Running out quickly.
Time is running out fast as we see Rex Cauldron, the local boy, going for one last heroic wave to get through. And he gets a nice little turn there, and he's going to bank off the bottom. And just catching the nose, unfortunately. So going down his final turn there, and we'll have to wait for. I'm not sure if that's Maritz's last score or not, but a couple of scores to drop before we get the final results as we go to the heat recap. And Toshihiro starting off with a nice wave, just a little foam climb there, gets it on rail, cuts back, and I want to say this is his first 4.5, which set him up for the rest of the heat, and nice little foam climb to finish it off. So nice way to start the heat for Toshihiro.
Yeah, looking really comfortable on that board. Really nice looking board there, actually.
And we have our Anzac up and riding, and just a nice little foam climb, and really utilising those lefts. Not too many people looking left, but being a goofy footer. And again, Toshihiro, this is going to be his 5.5, I think, and another nice little snap off the top. And board looks good under his feet. He's every time I've seen him surf it, it looks nice and loose, and maximising every little section there. And again, another little bank off the top and just catching the rail right at the end there in the shore break.
You could see that last ride there for Toshihiro, really keeping the speed and the flow going on that Padobo stand-up paddleboard. So my name is Dan Gabir, joined here by Jamie Mitchell here at the 2014 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships here in La Boquita Beach, Nicaragua. We'll be right back. And Team Brazil cheering on their paddler, Carlos Bahia, here at the ISA 2014 World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. My name is Dan Gabir. I am now joined by Jody Nelson. Looking on to an awesome heat here. Looks like we got some heavy hitters in this one, including Sean Pointer, Tama Audibert, Carlos Bahia, and Felix Palmero. With about 12 and a half minutes to go, Sean's already posted up a score of a 7.5. There you can see Sean will be in the yellow, Carlos in the red, Tama in the white, Felix in the black.
Well, and these guys were just out in the water about an hour and 15 minutes ago, and they'll have to if they advance out of this heat, they'll be back in the water, within the next hour. So a lot of surfing going down today, Dan, in these repecharge rounds. These guys have to surf a lot of heats. And we see White up and riding. This is Tama Aluebert. And, these 15-minute heats go by super fast. As we can see, there's already only 11 or under 12 minutes remaining in this heat.
Carlos Bahia from Brazil up and riding. Got some nice speed under his feet there. Working it way out in front of that wave. Now fading back to the left, looking for the reform on the inside. And now he's got a little critical section to play with there. Some nice slash on the wave there. Throwing the tail of that board around. Looking very impressive in some of the practice rounds. Carlos Bahia surprisingly finding himself in the repecharge, but he's got a chance still at the title.
And he was just out 30 minutes ago. So possibly it could be an advantage if somebody's on a roll. Like Carlos was on a roll in his last heat in the repecharge round, as we see Team Spain cheering on their fellow teammate, Felix Palmero, who's out in the water right now in the black jersey. But, I could see Carlos getting into a rhythm. He was on fire in his last heat just about 30 minutes ago, and it looks like he's keeping that going here in repecharge round number 4.
Yep, well, we have a little break in the action and love to announce some of our sponsors, including Intour, Nicaragua's Ministry of Tourism, Avianca, Voss TV, Tigo, Channel 6 in Nicaragua, and, of course, our media partners, SupRacer.com, Surfos, Passion Extrema on Fox Sports Latin America, and Sup Club and Waves Brazil. Looks like we have Black up and riding. Felix Palmero, I believe this may be his first ride so far. Just looking for the scoring part of that wave. He's got to get out in front of that white water, out in front of the foam to get into a scoring position. And now he's out there and unfortunately just losing his footing. And you can just see the wind has really picked up. We're looking at about 20-knot winds here, 15 to 20-knot winds blowing right into the face of the rights. And not making it very easy to get down there. There's some of our webcast crew working long, hard hours out there in the heat up there on the scaffolding. They've got a great view here from that angle. So we got several angles from throughout the contest area. So we'll be bringing you the high-quality webcast all week long, from the stand-up surfing to our paddleboard racing and our stand-up racing, also to take on to Lake Nicaragua later on in the week. On Thursday, we'll commence with the racing portion of the ISA World Championships this year.
Well, that was Tama Aluebert out of Tahiti, getting a nice long ride there. You can see that wind just blowing straight into the rights. And so these guys definitely have their work cut out for him. Sean Pointer, our American out in the water here in the yellow jersey, started out this heat with a 7.50. We're still waiting for some scores from red and white as well as black. So judges taking their time to kind of get this heat sorted out with just 8 minutes and 38 seconds left on the clock. This is an important heat because third and fourth, they're done in the competition. So only first and second advances as we see Felix Palmero out of Spain on this right-hander.
Yeah, just catching the tail end of that ride as he comes into the inside section there. A nice view of Felix Palmero. With about 8 minutes left to go here in our repecharge round 3, heat number 2. Looks like we'll have the ISA replay cam of Sean's first ride. Let's check it out. Nice takeoff there, sliding the tail out, getting way out in front, looking for the section off the top, throwing some spray up. You notice that board on a rail, throwing it vertically there with not much wave to work with. Sean has really excelled in the smaller conditions today, in these less than perfect condition, posting the highest combination score of the competition so far. So pretty impressive, and after a disappointing day yesterday, Jody, I think he's come out with a refreshed vision and a new charge, and certainly that's being noticed by everyone on the beach, and certainly our judges, and he's being rewarded with these scores.
Yeah, you can tell Sean's pretty fired up. You know, one unique thing with Sean, watching him just in these smaller waves, he still has like a really wide stance, and he's really using that paddle to kind of help him turn that board, but putting a lot into every single turn, not only just with his own, you know, power through his legs, but also just utilizing that paddle to generate speed and to really pivot and make some crucial turns. So judges obviously liking what they're seeing with Sean as we see him out the back paddling into yet another right.
Taking off on another one. Big slash, sliding the tail out. And there for just a second we got to see our current situation with Sean leading the heat with a combination score of 11.47. Tama Audibert in second with a 7.9. And a nice big floater off the top, throwing that board vertical, and that's going to be good for another great score, Jody. So
he's looking to replace a 3.97 is his second wave. That was his third wave just now, and right now Sean is holding down the lead as we see this man right here holding down second place, Tama Audibert out of Tahiti.
Also riding the starboard, I believe Sean's on the 7.7 or the 7.4. Tama choosing the 8.0. Little bit bigger rider than Sean, but really surfing with a lot of power. These Tahitians used to pretty good big wave conditions, but Tama showing that he can hang with some of the best in the world, even in these marginal small conditions here. And really nice, really nice speed and flow to the whole ride. He was always moving forward, very smooth with the paddle. And, you know, he's beat up a little bit in some of his, one of his rides in the practice. He was out here training and got into the shallow reef, and he actually got a couple stitches just below the eye, and he got pretty banged up. So for him to be paddling this well, that banged up, that's absolutely impressive. And here we've got Carlos Bahia from Brazil taking off. Just a little bit behind the section, having to race it out, but getting out in front with a beautiful turn there. Very smooth riding. Very nimble paddler here, and again, just driving down the line, always keeping that board flowing with some forward speed. So this should be good for a good score here. Right now, he needs a 6.15 to take the lead, or just a 2.57 to advance into that second position to stay in the competition here.
Yeah, and that's Felix Palmero from Spain in the fourth position. He's looking for a 5.20 to advance. He unfortunately hasn't really gotten his heat going real well here, as we see last wave of Carlos Bahia still waiting to drop in. And Sean Pointer, 7.50 and a 3.97. Judges taking their time for his third scoring wave, but I think that's going to get him in a real solid position there for that to lock down that first place.
Yeah, I think that third wave is easily going to outscore that 3.97, probably coming in at a low to mid sixes there. We'll have to see as the judges drop the scores. Taking a little bit time here to look at the stats for Carlos Bahia, 30 years old. Some of his sponsors include Amazou, Acai, SPR, Bueno Bacau, and G0. I believe the board he's on is actually a custom-shaped G0 board. I was checking it out earlier. It had some nice lines and a pretty small little board. He's probably about 150 pounds, I would say. Pretty light rider, pretty lean. At I think he's probably just at 5'11", maybe 6 feet tall. So he's a lean paddler, but certainly can throw it around and
yeah, even though he's on
skills.
Even though he's on that small board, he's got that technique. You know, Brazilians, even on prone surfboards, they're really good at getting into waves that aren't even breaking. And I noticed Carlos, his technique getting into these waves, he really utilizes his paddle, but he also like pumps up and down on his board to try and generate speed simultaneously while he's paddling through the water. And you know, in conditions like this where you've got that wind blowing, a lot of guys are missing out on opportunities by not being able to get into the waves. We saw that earlier, especially the guys with the bigger boards. The wind gets caught under there, but then some of the smaller boards, it's hard to get that glide and that push and really get momentum when you're on one of those smaller boards. So Carlos has a pretty good technique. Let's see if we can take a look at it right here. He's having a look at this peak, him and Tama.
Looks like he gave it away to Tama there, and showing some nice sportsmanlike conduct. Said, go ahead and take it. I'm not going to battle you for it. So Tama taking priority on this one. Nice slash, throwing his weight into it. Nice rail carving bottom turn. And looking onto a nice shoulder as it cleans up a little bit here on the inside. Once you get a couple waves that have already broken through the zone, it tends to clean up a little bit as you get to the inside break here. So let's see if this will reform for him. Maybe to open up some more opportunities. Looks like he might have been fading back to the left. And here we look at Sean in the yellow jersey, currently our leader with 13.67 points.
Yeah, look at Sean. He's got a really wide grip on his paddle too when he carries it on that side. Similar to his stance, he gets a really wide stance. So he kind of braces himself, real stable. He's got a lot of power in his surfing, and he doesn't move his feet around as much as some of the other guys. He really kind of utilizes that paddle and forces his turns.
And I think that really helps with that wide stance and the smaller boards like we were talking about yesterday. It allows you to move your weight from the middle of the board to the back of the board without having to move your feet. So every time you have to move your feet, it takes a second. You're not doing a turn when you're doing that, so it allows him to simultaneously change his weight positioning on the board while also turning. So that gives him a big advantage, and it's a stable posture. So he's looking really good and kind of showing you how it's done, and great technique out there. And
well,
right
Felix
now we're looking at Felix.
Felix has a really smooth style here. You can see he's just drawing his turns out. Not a lot of hopping around. Nice rail-to-rail surfing. He's got a lot of really good flow and technique. So pleasant on the eye watching Felix Palmero stand-up paddle surf out here at this ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships, and he's looking to replace a 2.30, and it looks like the judges like what they saw in that last wave.
Yeah, I think he'll do it with that one, and I'd love to see him on some bigger waves because it really looks like he would benefit from a little more power in the swell. And as we look on here to our rider in red, currently sitting in second, Carlos Bahia from Brazil. Made a mid-heat charge here and got himself into an advancing position. Let's see if he can hold it right now. He's looking to replace a low score of a 5.33 with a 6.33. He's looking at 11.66. So unofficially, it's Sean Pointer and Carlos Bahia moving on. Here's your heat recap for Sean's first wave of a 7.50, just racing the section. Great speed coming out of his board there, getting that board up and vertical on a little foam bounce there. Sliding the tail out a little bit on that backside. Coming into the inside section, and he finds some open face to throw some more water around and just kind of add a little bit more. And every turn here is just adding a little bit more to his scorecard, and that was enough to get him a 7.50. Here's a second wave. Just charging down the line against the wind, and you see him digging hard right there because that wave kind of sat down and he had to fade back to the left to get back onto the peak, and then there it is as it jacks back up and takes the opportunity to get on the vertical face of the wave there.
Yeah, Carlos Bahia in red, our second place finisher. He's an amazing surfer. You can see him getting up through the lip. He's got a great variety of maneuvers, which is what the judges want to see. Speed, power, and flow. Great utilization of the blade of the paddle. And he's on one of the smaller stand-up paddle boards, and he was absolutely ripping today.
And one thing you'll see, and you could really see it with Carlos's riding there, was just really committed to that bottom turn and just generating a ton of speed out of the bottom turn. And really that is the staple of any good surfer's repertoire. So if you can master that bottom turn, that's going to lead to that's going to be the foundation that's going to lead to building a great repertoire and a great surfing skill set. So my name is Dan Gavir. I'm joined here with Jody Nelson. We're going to be right back in just a few minutes after a commercial break for the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships from La Baquita, Nicaragua.
sexy. How long shall the wicked reign over my people?
Welcome back to La Boquita. We are in Nicaragua for the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboarding Championships, and we are in the men's Rippercharge, round number 3, heat number 3, as we're watching in action the Spaniard, Guillermo Carlosito, up and riding in red. He is joined along with Francisco Hernandez from Venezuela in white, Casper Steinfath from Denmark in yellow, and Matthew Barker Smith from Great Britain in black. I'm Bo Hodge along with Jody Nelson. Welcome to the exciting action as we're winding down day number 2 action. Still another hour and a half of surfing competition, both men and women. And after this heat, we're going to move into competition of the women's Rippercharge, round number 3, and then end up today with the men's repo round number 4 before we call it a day. So a lot of surfing done today, a lot of surfers seeing a lot of action, and some of these guys are going to be surfing 4 times in one day.
That's right, and you're not going to want to go anywhere because we've got so many good heats coming up. Not to mention the one that's out in the water now, but after that we go into the women's, and we're going to see the likes of Jenny Kalmbach and Shakira Westhorpe. We'll see Karen Jacobson, Alexis Poultier out of New Zealand. And in the men's, we're going to see Colin McPhillips, Brandon Ribnick, Tamil Martino out of Peru. We're going to see Bo Nixon out of Australia, as well as Sebastian Del Castillo, who's the young up-and-comer 16-year-old out of Peru, who kind of came out of the woodwork and surprised everybody, as well as Brazilian Lucas Medeiros. So a lot of the top surfers have, unfortunately, dropped down into the Rippercharge round, but that's great news for all the fans at home and us watching here, because there's going to be a lot of great heats today.
Here we go. Denmark and Venezuela battling for this wave is going to be the Venezuelan surfer Francisco Hernandez. Nice carving turn, bounces off the whitewater section, redirects on his backhand now taking the wave from the right to the left. A nice carving turn on the open face, a little bit of wobble on the wave, negotiates it. Big carve off the top on the backhand. And Francisco opened up with a 1.5 here, Jody. He's going to do a lot better on his second ride.
Yeah, that last turn, even though the wave is really small, he did a good job of getting his board up over the lip on his backhand and getting the last turn in. So we've seen the judges are deliberating on a few scores here from Matthew Barker Smith, as well as Guillermo. Just dropped a 2.83 in red out of Spain for his first ride and a 0.93 for his second ride. And it looks like Matthew Barker Smith, Bo, is going to drop a pretty good score for his first ride.
Yeah, judges a little bit up and down on his wave score, and that's why we have the high and low thrown out and the medium average of the medium 3 still on standby for there. So 4.83 for Matthew Barker Smith, as he said, and still on standby for last of white. So another beautiful day here in La Boquita, Nicaragua, day number 2 of the SUP surfing for men and women. A lot of surfing being done today. We started the day with qualifying rounds, winter rounds for both the men and women, and the top men and women are moved on into tomorrow's qualifying rounds for tomorrow, as we're seeing Matthew Barker Smith on the outside. And Jody, let's take a look at his opening wave of a 483.
Well, it's a good size bow. He does a good job to get off the lip in that first section. Cuts back into the whitewash there. Not a complete roundhouse, but back into the power source. The wave stands up. He does kind of, a little bit of a cutback. He was a little flat, not really on rail. There he gets his board on rail, back to the whitewash, and trying to generate some more speed. So you can see the difference between a flatter turn and an on-rail turn. And here the wave starts to stand up on the inside, and he's able to get a couple great turns on the inside there. And that was a strong wave for Matthew. And still going, the beauty of the stand-up paddleboard is that you have a paddle in your hand, and you're able to just milk this thing and get it all the way to the inside. And looking for couple more moves onto the inside. So he had to work hard for this 4.83, but he did his best with what he had to work with.
You know, in the professional tour, they've thrown out years ago length of ride as a criteria, but in stand-up surfing, length of ride can pay off because you can do more maneuvers.
Well, because you have that paddle, you're able to move through the flat sections, and sometimes there's little bonus sections on the inside where the wave stands back up, as we see Red up and riding. This is Guillermo out of Spain, and he's got a really good board under his feet. Watching him in the earlier heats, as well as Matthew Barker-Smith, his board looks really good under his feet. And Guillermo looking to drop a .93, and he's sitting on a high score of a 2.83, so this might help his situation.
Now, Carlosito from Spain. There's the Spaniards on the beach. They love Guillermo's surfing out there. If they had to give a score, what do you think? 10?
Yeah, they'd give him a 10, of course. Give him a pin. They'll run up there and put a 10 down right now.
Here we go. Venezuela, Francisco Hernandez up and riding. This will be his third wave, currently under 6 minutes, 36 seconds in this heat, and these heats are going by so fast. Mixing up the paddle on the inside section. Here he goes. Nice carving turn back into the pocket of the wave. A little bit of a tail slide there, but redirects. Boom. Throws the tail with some power and some speed. Now working on that inside section, gaining some more speed here, setting up for his next maneuver. Boom. Throws the tail again, using that paddle, and one more bank off the whitewater section. This is going to be a keeper wave for Francisco Hernandez out of Venezuela.
Yeah, that was a good ride for him. A lot of paddle movement. He had a couple interesting technique moves there with his paddle where it was kind of flipped upside down. But, everybody has their own little style and their own technique, and it becomes second nature when you're up on a wave. It's hard to learn that cross-bow turn and certain turns with your paddle.
We got the Venezuela flag team there. We see Jenny Kompach and Shakira talking, getting ready for their three-lady heat coming up next. This will be Repo round number 3, heat number 1. So a lot of action in the cliff sides here at La Boquita. And the fishing boats. Of course, we got a couple of fishing boats outside our house, Jody, and they're out in about 5:30 in the morning hitting the water.
Yeah, they're out there early, and pretty good fish they've got around here. I've had to sample a couple, and right behind us, the restaurant here, I heard they've got some good lobster.
Lobster, shrimp combo. In fact, we're going to intake on some of that tomorrow. So 5 minutes remaining, so the first 10 minutes have passed by. Matthew Barker-Smith in the lead on a one-wave score, and here he goes, Jody. He's looking for his second minimum ride.
Well, this wave doesn't look like much, but he's really digging in to try and get into this one, which is a good thing because he just kept Casper off of this wave, which Casper has yet to catch a wave in this heat, as we see Matthew Barker-Smith pulling into a nice right-hander. This one's standing up really good for him. He's, just a little misstep there with his paddle, and he goes down. And, unfortunately, that's going to be a bummer for him. He's sitting on that 4.83, but had he not gone on that, he would have opened the door for Casper Steinfath.
Yeah, this is a shocking heat for Casper because remember his last heat, he got 2 waves in the first 4 minutes of the heat and pretty much sat on the heat and left everything else for the other competitors. Now the first 10 minutes have passed by, the first 11 minutes have passed by, and he has yet to catch a wave.
Yeah, and it's top 2 wave scores, and Casper has no waves. With 4 minutes left in this heat, he's got himself in a little bit of a predicament right now.
Well, new situation. Francisco Hernandez from Venezuela, that last wave of a 3.9 has vaulted him into the lead. And a very low-scoring heat. Casper can go to first on a one-wave score of a 6.96 or better. Here's the situation. Francisco Hernandez, 3.9, a 3.9, and a 3.1. Matthew Barker-Smith on this last wave where he fell off on only got a 2.13, so he goes from first to second. Guillermo Carcendito in third, now only needs a 3.1. So still anybody's heat. Casper has the talent to win on the one big, huge, excellent score.
Yeah, and, we see this happen even in regular surfing, especially with these 15-minute heats. They can go by so fast, and if you don't take any opportunity that comes towards you, you're going to run out of time. And I'll go back to a heat with Yaden Nichols and Kelly Slater at the U.S. Open of Surfing, and, Yaden sat for it wasn't a 15-minute heat, it was like a half-hour heat, and, he caught no waves until the very end, and it was kind of embarrassing for him, but You know, it just goes down to you can't doubt yourself, and you've got to really be aggressive in these 15-minute heats from the get-go, or else you're going to find yourself in the very same predicament that Casper's finding himself in right now.
There's our Spaniard on the outside to the left in the red jersey, and on the inside to the right, that is our Great Britain surfer, Matthew Barker-Smith. Barker-Smith in second, and Guillermo Carcendito from Spain in third, and only .26 separates second and third between these two gentlemen right here. So Guillermo catches a 3.1. He can regain that top two spot. And again, Casper Steinfath, without a wave, he can go from fourth to first on a 6.96 or better. So very possible. He can go to second place on the 6.96. If he gets a 7.0, he'll go to first place. So that's how close it is.
And we've seen 7s and 8s getting thrown down, but, these guys have to get a good wave. Here we see Casper up and riding on a left. So this is a good sign for Casper. The wind kind of blowing into the lefts now, and he doesn't really get a great opportunity on that wave. Unfortunately, he's going to try and get out the back with just 1 minute and 45 seconds left in this heat. Casper's going to try and get another wave under his belt.
Yeah, Casper having a shocking heat, just like Sean Pointer yesterday being relegated to the Repa round. But this is the Repa round. Third and fourth will be eliminated. They'll tally up points for their team totals. So this could be an upset heat for Casper Steinfath.
Well, the judges are deliberating. I see a high score of a 3.5, a low score of a 2.5. There's still one more judge left to drop, and we'll lose those high and low scores and average out the 3 scores remaining. So pins and needles right now for Team Denmark as we wait to see what Casper's first wave.
I'd like to say aloha to all those watching back home in Hawaii on OC 250 and HD 1250. Dean Luke and the company at Time Warner Cable and Oceanic Cable, broadcasting live and on tape delay on Time Warner in Southern California and LA, the desert cities, San Diego, and of course on Time Warner Sportsnet. Check your local listings, and we thank those at Time Warner for bringing surfing to the 50th state and to California. And those watching on the webcast at www.isawsuppc.com, we say hola to all of you on this Cinco de Mayo, and understand happy birthday wishes to you, Jody Nelson.
Oh, thank you. I was trying to keep that a secret.
Yeah, well, the secret's been busted. And
33.
33. You look great for 33.
Thanks. Well, just 9 seconds left in this heat, and Casper's last wave and only wave comes in at a 2.85 bow, so not enough for Casper. Unfortunately, one wave score is not going to do it for him.
So Casper Steinfath will redirect his focus to the technical course and to the distance where he's good at, but Matthew Barker-Smith opened up with this heat with a 4.83.
Yeah, Matthew surfed a very smart heat, and a 6.96 is total heat score, which is very low, but it's enough to get him out and qualify through to that next repecharge round number 4.
As we watch the ISA heat recap as we celebrate 50 years of surfing with the ISA, Matthew Barker-Smith was really technical on the inside of this wave.
Yeah, he caught some good waves, but he also, knowing that he only had 15 minutes, he rode the wave all the way to the inside and got the most out of every single ride. And you can see his board really flying through those flat sections. He's able to get a few more turns on the inside. He's working really hard to get this one last turn, and that'll be a keeper for him.
This man, Guillermo Carcendito from Spain, unfortunately gets eliminated by 0.26.
That's painful right there.
But the Spaniard did have a good showing here at the ISA World Championships.
He surfed well. His board looks really good under his feet. You know, he's going to walk away from this with his head high. He had a really good performance here, and I'm sure next year he'll come back even stronger.
And here's the heat winner from Venezuela, Francisco Hernandez.
Yeah, Francisco, he's got a different paddle technique there, using his paddle upside down there on a couple of his turns. Everybody has a different style, and he was able to, he's got a little bit bigger of a board too. You can see he's not having to work as hard to keep his board in the wave through the flat sections, and he's generating a lot of speed on the inside, getting a few more cutbacks, and good for him. Congratulations to Team Venezuela for getting another one through to another round.
Yeah, only .3 separates first to third. You're watching the ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships live from Nicaragua. Coming up next, repo round for the women, number 3, heat number 1 on deck next. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the beautiful countryside of Nicaragua. You're watching the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championship. We're live at La Boquita Beach in Nicaragua. And here we go, getting underway. Jenny Combach up and down from Costa Rica. She'll be in the red jersey. Joined along with her is Holly Bassett from the Great Britain in white and Shakira Westhorpe from Australia in yellow. This is Repecharge round number 3, heat number 1. I'm Bo Hodge along with Jamie Mitchell, and this is going to be a very important heat because the top 2 ladies out of this heat will advance on to the repo round number 4 for tomorrow.
Yeah, I know. Shakira is very, very determined for this heat. She was sort of a casualty of yesterday's damage, like Sean Pointer, and she's will be out to take revenge today. And as we saw, Jenny, she had a nice heat this morning as well. So she's finding some form, and Holly Bassett from the UK. So you can't be making any mistakes at this time of the event. So one mistake and it can be critical.
Well, Shakira Westhorpe, she's a 2-time silver medalist, 2012, 2013 runner-up to the title. Of course, she's part of that winning Australian team that was part of your success, Jamie, for the last 2 years. And a very strong Australian team returns here to defend their crown.
Yeah, definitely. She's one amazing athlete. She's won Molokai in the prone. She's won the Battle of the Paddle, and she's doing it all. She's doing the prone. She's not doing the prone. Sorry, she's doing the stand-up, technical, and distance race as well. So she's got a busy schedule.
And let's watch Shakira here as she paddles in on her first opening wave. Not able to get it. The tide is starting to build up here. A 7-foot tidal difference between high and low really makes a factor here for the men and the women. My name is Bo Hodge, world champion Jamie Mitchell, 10-time Molokai to Oahu world champion, of course, ISA world champion, Battle of the Paddle world champion, and now big wave extraordinaire. Talk about that wave in France that you were on, Jamie. That was just remarkable.
Yeah, it was just one of those waves of a lifetime, really. I wish I'd made it a little further down the face, but I'm pretty proud just to have been able to swing and actually go for it, So, but yeah, it was a huge swell, and it was a really challenging day out there, and a day I'll never forget.
Well, I hope you have many more days like that, and your attack on the World Tour for 2014 and 2015 as it continues. Here we go, surfer in red. Jenny Combach from Costa Rica, up and down.
Yeah, Jenny just sort of losing control a little bit. You see a little smile on her face. She shakes her head, but she's having fun, and Jenny's got such a good spirit, and as competitive as she is, she'll walk off the beach with a big smile on her face. So. But, just two little throwaway scores for Jenny, and Holly and Shakira yet to get on the board. So the heat really hasn't started yet with only 8 minutes to go.
Yeah, almost halfway through this heat. These 15-minute heats, they're almost taking you back to your amateur days of surfing where the quick turnarounds and these heats, you really got to be on top of them. Here we go. Surfer in white. This is Holly Bassett from Great Britain.
Yeah, Holly's looking at she's going to go right, I think, here, and she's going to redirect left and try and, take that left, but the wave just shuts down and doesn't really offer too much for her. And whoa, somersault, hopefully not too into the rocks, but she looks like she's safe.
Let's take a look and learn a little bit more about Holly Bassett from Great Britain.
Hi, my name's Holly Bassett. I'm from Great Britain. I'm competing in the surf division of the competition. Practice in West Wittering in the UK. To all my friends, family in the UK, please go onto the ISA website and check it out. Thank you.
A little self-promotion there and helping the ISA. And here we go. Shakira up and riding on her opening wave.
Yeah, Shakira just, we missed the first bit of that wave, but, using that paddle, doing a little bit of a cutback there and just milking it for as much as she can. And body language there says that she was a little bit over that towards the end, but we'll see what happened at the start of that wave in a replay, hopefully. And at least, you got to have a score under your belt. You can't just leave it to the last few minutes like Casper did to, only get one score. You're really not doing yourself any justice by doing that. So good to see you get one wave.
I tell you, a tall order for this young lady, Holly Bassett, when you see the names of Shakira and Jenny Combach in this heat, world champions of their own, but this is a world title chase of her own, too.
Oh, totally, and she's out there and she's got her own goals, and as we see, Jenny sort of float off the top there, and you can really see the texture of the water has changed a lot, and it's really bumpy, and it's nowhere near as smooth as it was earlier, and I don't know, I think did I see Jenny riding a quad set up there? I haven't seen too many quads so far, so interesting. I might have to ask her that.
Let's watch Holly as she paddles back out, and you see she's battling, and that's one thing about SUP surfing. If you're going to go with the smaller boards, it is really difficult on the paddle back out.
And especially now with the way that the wind has come up, so it's you pick and choose and you win your battles.
Let's go down below. We've got Simon interviewing our Venezuelan surfer Francisco Hernandez.
Okay, I'm here once again with one of our hit winners. I'm here with Francisco Paiva Hernandez. He's from Venezuela. He did an awesome job. Hey, Francisco, tell us about what you did outside. You did it really well.
Este hit fue bastante importante para mí, ya que he tenido una preparación muy fuerte. Tengo meses entrenando y esto era uno de los hits más duros para mí, pues. He venido subiendo de nivel gracias a la preparación y al trabajo técnico que he estado haciendo, las tablas, el remo, las quillas, todo, acoplando todo para tener un resultado. Ahorita trabajé un poquito más en la técnica, me distribuí un poquito mejor en la ola, traté de marcar un poco de presión y maniobra combinada y logré pasar de primer lugar a la próxima ronda.
You want to say something else?
Le doy un saludo también a la gente de Venezuela, a la Federación Venezolana del Sur que me ha apoyado, a mi entrenador Sander Querales y de la parte técnica a Chelu con las tablas y a Roberto Ambrosio que me está haciendo un trabajo con las quillas y espero seguir dando buen resultado. Ahorita me viene otro hit mucho más fuerte. Espero las estrategias no me fallen y me salga bien ese próximo hit.
Okay, Francisco, he's super stoked about to make this hit. He's one of the hardest hits on his way to go to the gold medal. He's super stoked about his boards. He wants to say hello to all his people in Venezuela out there, and he just go out, got the waves, got the strategy that he made before, and that works for him. So, Fernando, muchas gracias. Espero tenerte aquí una próxima vez. Así que felicitaciones y nos vemos.
Gracias.
See you guys.
All right, and very exuberant, and that's what the ISA is all about. We have live web broadcast, not only in English that you're listening to, but a Spanish broadcast because, with 84 surfing nations in the ISA, 27 being represented here at the ISA SUP Paddleboard Championships, it's just growing each and every year.
Yeah, it's amazing, and the ISA has done a great job of promoting this, and with all the new countries joining, and especially in the SUP region, and it's amazing. Just the growth from the first year we went to Peru and to where we are now, and I can't wait to see where we are in 3 or 4 more years.
Yeah, I was talking with the vice presidents and the general director, Bob and Alan and Marcos, and they were saying many countries are now on a laundry list of hosting numerous different ISA events. Europe, even Australia, South Africa, Central, South America, even the United States is getting back into the ballgame. Everybody wants the ISA.
Yeah, and that's an amazing thing, it typically seems like it's a lot in Central America and South America, but, I think it would be, great to branch out, and, I mean, who wouldn't love to go to Australia or South Africa, even some of these countries to get to go to the United States and Europe. I mean, it'd be amazing, and we have so many, cool, places where we can do stand-up that I think it doesn't matter where we go, we would have an amazing time.
Well, coming up this November, the ISA will be celebrating its 50th anniversary with the World Surfing Games, the original surfing games that was held back in your part of the woods in Manly Beach in 1964, where Midget Farley actually won the event. And back then they had longboard, shortboard. They even had a division called hot dogging, which was made very famous by Rabbit Cake High.
Yeah, amazing history, and I love listening to those stories. And back in Australia, we Duke Kanamuku introduced us to surfing at Freshwater Beach, back in I think it was 1915. So huge history, and it's when you went to Peru, with just the history there as well at the Waikiki Beach Club there, and it's just surfing such a huge heritage and history behind it. It's amazing.
1 minute, 50 seconds remaining. Shakira has now taken the lead with a 5.33 opening wave and her last wave a 2.7. Jenny Kalmbach in second place with a 2.5 and a 2.47. Holly Bassett now needs a 3.77 to get out of third. Top two will advance on into the Repo Women's round number 4 coming up tomorrow. So just about 90 seconds remaining. And let's watch the last wave of Shakira in yellow from Australia.
Yeah, Shaq goes off the top. That's a really nice sharp turn. She nearly loses it there, but uses the paddle knot. Another little backside sliding turn, and again, nice little slam in the pocket there, and super small wave, but Shaq making the most out of that. So she knows she's in front, and it looks like another decent sized score going to drop for her. So she's going to consolidate her first place with 60 seconds to go.
Talking about Australia, you guys are defending champions here at the ISA SUP Paddleboard Championships, but thinking about the history with Midget Farley winning the very first ISA, how big is Midget Farley in Australia in surfing history?
Oh, Midget, I was just at the Australian Surfing Awards a few years ago where they had the top 10 most influential surfers in the history of surfing, and I'm pretty sure that Midget was in the top 10. And I mean, you're talking MR, Tom Carroll, Ockie, Simon Anderson. I mean,
all the legends of the sport.
Yeah, I mean, guys that have redefined the sport. And Midget Farley now is in the surf club. He rows those big surf boats. He steers the surf boats, and he's a real famous surfer and well respected back home. So we're very lucky to have guys like that we're able to look up to and learn about the history of where surfing came from for an Australian point of view.
Well, there's the sound of the horn, which rounds out Repo round number 3, heat number 1. And Shakira, well, mission accomplished. She came into this heat, a little bit of a slow start, but once she got it going, a 6.17 and a 5.33, she dominated in this heat.
Yeah, she told me before she went out she's been just trying to pick a higher score each time, and she wanted to get a 6 this heat, and she's got a 6. So she should be happy with that as we go into the heat recap. And Shakira just sort of look at those waves, the big lumps in it and big cross sections, and the girls are making really nice work of these waves. That is a lot harder than it looks on the screen. So using a paddle and just working really hard to make the most out of that.
And taking advantage on the backhand here, we've seen some of the lefts really shut down, so the rights have been opening up.
Yeah, and obviously, if the lefts were really good, Shakira would be hunting those lefts. But she's surfing really good on the backside, and I think that hunting those rights for her, she's looking crisp on the backside, and just hit that little bowly section there, and she looks solid on the board. So good job by Shakira, and she'll be happy with that result.
Well, You see why she has won silver medals for the past 2 years at this discipline of the SUP surfing. Stick around. More exciting action as you're watching live the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboarding Championships. Coming up next, Repo Women number 3, round 3, heat number 2.
Thanks for joining us again. This is Dan Gavira with Jamie Mitchell here at the 2014 ISA SUP World and Paddleboard Championships right here at La Buqueta Beach, beautiful country of Nicaragua. Taking a look here at our kind of our competitors area there and some of the areas that we've been hanging out all day long right now. Give you the situation update. We've got Karen Jacobson from Mexico in the red jersey. Right now we're looking at Jocelyn Alibi from El Salvador in the yellow jersey, and Alexis Poulter will be from New Zealand in the white jersey. In our Reprecharge heat number 2, round number 3 for the ladies. Looks like Karen Jacobson taking off on that 6'7" by 23-inch wide board. I think she's probably on one of the smallest boards out here in the competition today, Jamie.
Yeah, and she'll struggle right now, just purely the fact that you can see just the texture of the water, the lump in the water, and you know with the tire, you can see it looks like a bit of a rip just running through the lineup. So, you know, as you can see, she's paddling back out on her stomach, so not real confident, you know, to paddle that short board, but. Obviously, when you get on the wave, a little bit more maneuverable. But, you know, I think sometimes having a longer board in these conditions, you can just drive through those chops. And, you know, so, yeah, you know, a little bit of, you know, choosing the right equipment when it's like this can make a big difference. So, you know, some of the girls being really solid on their boards and some of the other girls, you know, like just really having to pick and choose when they can stand up. So,
and you know, it begs the question, should the paddler be standing the whole time?
Oh, I believe so. I mean, I believe that if you can't stand on the board, you shouldn't be able to surf it. I mean, that's you know, we are stand-up paddlers. We're not prone paddlers and prone surfers. So, you know, I think that if you get caught in the impact zone, you should be able to throw your paddle like this and paddle out. But, you know, if you can stand up and paddle, you should have to stand up and paddle. And that's just my opinion. But,
And I mean, it could just lead to everybody laying down and paddling out through the lineup,
all of a sudden, all of a sudden everyone's
just
paddling for the wave,
energy.
laying down, and then just jumping up. So we don't want to see that, I don't think. So, you know, maybe that's something that, you know, we need to look at for the rule book, and I'm not sure exactly what the rule is, but, you know, for me personally, I would like to see everyone have to stand up, you know, majority of the time. As we see yellow up and riding. Just a nice little check turn there, and you know, as I said before, so many lumps in this wave, and the girls are doing a great job by just, you know, maneuvering around them, and it is a lot harder than it looks sitting here on the screen out there right now.
Absolutely, just not a lot of power behind these waves here, as we see Alex Poulter with a nice little foam climb, trying to get some more digits on her scorecard. She's already got 2 pretty decent waves. She's leading the heat right now with a combo score of 4.57. Second place, Karen Jacobson out of Mexico in the red jersey needs a 1.90 to lead, and Jocelyn needs a 2.2 to advance. Right now, it sounds like Bo is down there with Shakira Westrup from Australia on the beach for an interview.
We're down here with Shakira Westorp, the two-time silver medalist from 2012, 2013. Shakira, you found yourself in an unusual position in the repechage round, but what an unusual heat you had out in the water. Halfway through the heat, you haven't even caught a wave yet.
Yeah, I was probably getting a bit nervous towards midway, and there was just no waves coming through. So I was just trying to know that there was going to be something coming through shortly, so I was trying to hold my nerve and just wait for a set. Sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't, but yeah, it did today, so that was good.
Now, you're one of many athletes, not only competing in the SUP surfing for the women, but also the technical racing for the SUP and for the distance. Talk about that, moving to a lake format for the first time ever.
Yeah, I had some unfortunate events with the race girls at home, then they pulled out, so I jumped in right at the last minute, and yeah, it should be interesting in the lake. A little bit different. I'm normally, if I've raced, it has been in downwind or during the battle of the paddle in and out of the surf, so it'll be something totally different for myself, but I'm looking forward to it, racing around the islands in the lake, and I think it's changing conditions the whole way through the race, so it should be good.
This is your third year coming to the ISA World Championships, and team title, you've won the first two. You've won silver medals in your discipline, and you won other medals. How important is this contest to you in your career?
Yeah, well, number one goal is to try and take it out this time round. Hopefully third time lucky. But then with the racing side of things, like that was definitely to get points for the team. Like without having those extra numbers in the races, you know, it's going to be close this year. A lot of the teams have brought really strong teams. A lot of the countries, brought really strong teams, and you know, we're up against it. We're defending champs, and we want to take it out again.
Anybody want to say hello to back home in Australia?
Yeah, I think there'll be a few people watching because it's about 8 or 9 in the morning. So hi everyone, thanks for getting up super early for the last heat and everything, and wish me luck for tomorrow.
There you go. Silver medalist, not once, but twice, going for the goal for tomorrow. She's qualified for the final day there, as Jamie calls her, Shaq, back in the water.
All right, thanks, Bo, and great interview there with Shaq, and pretty cool. She's doing some other events here, and just goes to show you there's a ton of talent out here, and a lot of athletes that just, you know, they're not one-trick ponies. They can surf, they can race, they can go in and out on stand-up boards, and a lot of them actually probably pretty darn good on a prone board too. So
yeah, you know, it's nice to have, you know, like I think, you know, the surfing goes hand in hand with the battle of the paddle style races, and you know, it's all, you know, we see a lot of crossover athletes, and like guys like, you know, Fernando from Mexico, and, you know, Casper, and there's so many of them that can surf really well, and, you know, can also, you know, race really fast. And so, you know, Shakira is a fierce competitor, and I've been trying to get her back on, you know, to race a little bit again, but she's just been real focusing on her surfing, but she's come to the call of the country, and she's only had about 3 or 4 weeks to train, so it's going to be hard for her, but I know she's a tough nut, and she's very race experienced and savvy, so don't be surprised if she's right up the pointy end of the field when it comes to the racing.
And looking on here to some of the Team Costa Rica cheering on their competitor out here.
Yeah, it's a little slow out there right now as we see the girls just trying to get into position and hold their position with this wind blowing, and as we see Yellow scratching for the outside, maybe seeing something that we can't see on screen right now, but she definitely wants to improve her 1.73 low score to try and move up in the first place, and Jocelyn from El Salvador is just gonna get over that? Yes, she is, and nice little bottom turn. She's just going to kick out of that one. It's
I think she just put a little too much weight on the rail there, but not much to work with right there. So as we look on, there's your situation on screen graphics there with Karen Jacobson taking over the lead now with a 6.54. Jocelyn Alibi looking for a 2.72 to take the lead, and Alexis Poulter from New Zealand currently sitting in third place with a combination score of a 5.44, and just taking off on this wave right here, carving just below. I believe that was Jocelyn, and she's looking to
get a little bit better score for her second ride. So looking to improve upon that 2.57. It'll be close on that one. I don't think she'll do it, though.
Yeah, Alexis looks like she's using a little bit bigger board than the other girls, which, you know, she looks pretty stable on that thing. As I say, that don't fall, please. The commentator's curse. But what would that be, do you think, Dan? Is that would that be the 8-0 or?
I think that's a 7-7.
It's a 7-7.
Yeah.
Okay, so
starboard 7-7.
But
bro.
she looks stable, and she, you know, you can see like when she's paddling for the wave, she looks, you know, very, you know, good. So, you know, that extra length there is helping her. And, you know, it's, again, tough conditions out there for the ladies, and, you know, it may look sort of semi-clean out there, but it's anything but, with the wind ripping up the face and, you know, making it challenging. So,
absolutely. And there we have a nice shot of Team Mexico cheering on their rider, currently sitting in first place, Karen Jacobson.
And yeah,
18 years old.
Karen with a high of 387 and a low of 267. So a pretty low scoring affair right now. So not much in it. Jocelyn with a 383, 173. And as we speak about Jocelyn, she's up and riding and just getting stuck up high in that wave. And yeah, it's just so many lumps and ridges in these waves right now. It's very hard to find the clean ones. So you know, she'll paddle back out to the channel and try and get one, as we see a little set here for Karen, but she's caught a little too far inside. And you know, that's another thing of you know, if you're not standing on your board, you get caught out of position a little more. So the pros and cons.
That's right. And looks like she's going to post up on maybe a little right here, maybe not. She took a little second look there, and maybe she sees something I don't see, but now she's moving to the south part of the competition area, looking like she's got something eyed up here she wants to try and work with just over 2 minutes left in this heat. Currently leading on the Rogue 6-7. I believe it's 23.5 inches wide as she digs hard. She's got a pretty good technique there on that forward stroke. You see how she really bending forward, digging hard. She finds herself up and riding on that wave, and a pretty dynamic maneuver there and a dynamic wipeout. But, yeah, she was going for it right there.
Yeah, going for it. And, you know, she's in the lead, so she can afford to, you know, she pulled that off. That would have been probably the highest heat score highest wave score for her, just purely on that one move. So, you know, she really tried to bank it off the top and then redirect down, and she was pretty close to making that, but just caught a rail or caught the nose and not to be. So, you know, with 1 minute and 20 remaining, it's getting down to the business end of this heat, and you know, the girls are going to scratch out the back for one more chance.
Yeah, and that was a tough break there for our jersey in white. Just caught a little bit to the inside there, getting hit pretty hard by the whitewash there. And that's always a difficult takeoff when you get hit by that whitewash and the instantaneous acceleration you get. You know, you've got to be low and you've got to be in your surf stance to pull it off.
Yeah, it's just that she didn't have a chance to set anything up then. It just was everything was just so fast. And but, you know, A plus for trying, and
absolutely.
And like I said, you know, she probably wouldn't have been trying for that if she was in third place, but you know, maybe looking for a little bit better of a wave. But being in first place, you have an opportunity to try new things, and she definitely went for it.
And it looks like Alexis got her eye on something there. It's a nice wave, kind of petered out a little bit. She's going to try and catch the shoulder there and look for the reform on the inside. I believe next up it's going to be another men's heat. I think I see one of the Japanese riders getting ready to start his heat. And just a few seconds left in this heat as Alexis does a good job of getting one last wave here, which she desperately needs before her competition is over, to see if she can make it stick and be good enough to stay in the competition. But a great effort for everyone in that heat. Basically, heat number 2, Repcharge round 3 with Karen Jacobson, Jocelyn Alibi, and Alexis Poulter. Let's take a look at the heat recap.
Yeah, we have Karen on a cleaner-looking wave for this heat. Most of the waves were sort of, you know, very funky, but Karen just getting a couple of little turns there. Wave really just petering out. She's just using that paddle to get one last turn, and it gets it up sort of vertical and the wave just sort of blows by. And then Jocelyn up and riding, and again, just so many lumps in this wave. But she gets up there, does a little check turn mid-face, and just tries to make it to the channel. And Karen once again, little sort of like nearly a setup check turn there, and a little cut back into the foam, and just trying to stay with the white water there to give us some projection, but really just S-turning her way through this inside section and trying to just milk a few more points from the judges, and she was the best one to do that in this heat.
That was amazing there too, just avoiding that rock. So some good quick turns and skills from Karen Jacobsen. Congratulations to her for the win on that heat. And my name's Dan Gavir. I'm joined by Jamie Mitchell. Thanks a lot for tuning in here at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. We'll be back in just a few minutes. And welcome back with the Vuvuzelas going. We know a South African's in the water. My name's Dan Gavir. I'm joined here by Jody Nelson here at the 2014 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships from the beautiful beaches of La Buqueta, Nicaragua. Right into repechage round 4, heat number 1 for the men. In the red bib from USA, Colin McPhillips. In the white bib from South Africa, Brandon Ribbink. And in the yellow bib from Japan, Toshihiro Harada. And in the black bib coming from Brazil, Carlos Bahia. This should be a great heat and virtually could be a finals heat. So again, there you see on the on-screen graphics, Colin in red from the United States, Brandon in white from South Africa, Toshihiro from Japan, and Carlos Bahia from Brazil. Make sure you tune in to ISA WSUPPC and click on the team tab to get all the bios of all your favorite riders or anyone you're curious about their background and kind of their accomplishments. It's right there on the team tab on our website.
And Carlos Bahia putting in some time, as well as Toshi. Those guys just got out of the water. So Colin and Brandon Ribnick have had a bit more of a break today than the surfers in yellow and black. But that's what happens when you get into this repechage round. It's a marathon, not a sprint, and these guys have to stay hydrated. They have to rest and really just take care of themselves throughout the day because they're surfing multiple times. Some people today surfing upwards to 4 times throughout the day today, Dan.
Yeah, it takes a good foundation of fitness, a good base of fitness to be able to last throughout the day, and when you get into a repechage situation. Here we see Team Japan supporting their rider Toshihiro, 35 years old, coming out of Zushi Kanawagawa, Japan. Up and riding right now. Sounds like the South African. I don't even have to look at the screen. I just listened for the Vuvuzelas.
Brandon Ribnick up and riding, getting a nice little right-hander, and getting his campaign started. He's got 1 3.0 ride, so that'll be his second ride on the scoreboard. And Dan, it'll be interesting to see if Carlos Bahia can keep his roll alive. I can see on the screen there he's got a 6.17 opener, and he's been on fire today in his earlier rounds. So he could very well be on a roll, and a 6.17 is a great opener for Carlos Bahia out of Brazil in black.
Yeah, that is a great opener, and a lot of the riders today having a hard time achieving that type of a score, even with 2 wave scores. So that's a great way to set yourself up for an advancing position in these repecharge rounds. So I'm sure Carlos Bahia is smiling after that one, and he knows that he's gonna have to follow that up with a solid second score. And sounds like Jamie's down there on the beach with Karen Jacobson, our heat winner from the last round.
I am, guys. I'm here with Karen Jacobson from Mexico, winner of the last heat. Karen, low scoring heat with you girls, but as I was saying up in the booth, looked like very challenging conditions out there.
It's so hard out there. There's so much wind, so much current. The offshore is on with everything. My board is super small, so it's really hard to use in these conditions, but I tried my best.
Yeah, we're talking about your board up there. We're saying it's like a 6.7 by 23. Is that correct?
Yes, 6.7 by 23.5.
So yeah, I mean, in the morning conditions when it's so clean, it's obviously a little easier to use. But do you have anything else? Like, do you have a backup board for when it gets like this? For that different conditions?
I have a couple boards at home. Like, when I was finding, I talked to a few people about this wave, and they told me the board I have right now would be good for this wave, but like not at all. I thought it was going to be like a clean, glassy beach break, and it's like completely the opposite of what I was expecting. But yeah, I do have a couple backup boards here and at home. Yes.
Okay, well, we look forward to seeing you in the next round. Good luck, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you, Jamie, for catching up with Karen. I can't believe how small her board is. That's crazy. She makes it look a lot easier than it is. It's very challenging, but definitely could probably use a little bit more board out there.
Yeah, and she did great with what she had out there given the conditions, and you just got to wonder if she was even in the repecharge round, maybe if she decided to use a little bit different board. But you get comfortable on the board with the highest performance, and I know personally I always want to ride the smallest, most radical board I can get myself on. But you also have to practice on that board in these types of conditions. Here we see Colin McPhillips, and he's looking very comfortable on his board out here, opening up with a 2.10. So he's looking to replace that wave score with something better, because Carlos Bahia came out swinging with a 6.17, and right now he's the man to beat. Like you said, absolutely on fire today. He's been surfing all day. I've seen him free surfing in between some of the heats. So, for him, sitting around and resting probably isn't a part of his game plan. He wants to be in the water, moving and shaking and staying wet, and just being connected with the ocean. I think that's really paying off for him right now, obviously, with that big opening score of a 6.17 right now. Toshihiro, who's also had a ton of water time today with a nice little layback turn there back into the pocket, and another nice cutty back towards the pocket there, looking for the most powerful part of the wave here, which is that vertical green face, that smooth green face that isn't quite breaking just out in front of the whitewash. That's where the judges are looking for our athletes to throw the most radical maneuvers and generate the most amount of speed, power, and flow. They're looking at
it's Hiranobu's father-daughter duo there, as we see Carlos Bahia picking up another insider. He kind of got pushed off the back of that last wave, so he's paddling back out. He sees something that catches his eye, and this is a great wave for him. Picking up a little scoring potential here. This one's lining up on the inside. He's able to redirect and get a couple roundhouse cutbacks and a couple slashes. And, Carlos on a roll. This heat's already more than halfway over. There's just 6 minutes remaining in this heat. And
he's going to ride it all the way to the beach.
That's his third scoring wave, so we're still waiting for the score for his second wave as we see White out the back, South African Brandon Ribnick on this right-hander.
With a dynamic move there. Almost looked like he got a little bit of air there, a little chop hop as the Vuvuzelas go nuts for him there. A South African with a nice little dynamic maneuver. Let's see how he gets rewarded from the judges. But your current situation right now with Carlos Bahia still out front, Brandon Ribink in second, Toshihiro in third, and Colin McPhillips in fourth, but still quite a few scores to drop. It looks like Colin McPhillips is going to register a pretty decent second wave score. We're still waiting for a few waves from Carlos Bahia, and the judges deliberating over those, make sure everyone gets a fair score and everything is considered and not one move is missed. So
These guys are literally right out our window. That's us.
I think I saw your hand for a second.
So we're getting the full Vuvuzela serenade as we see yellow up and riding. This is Toshi out of Japan.
And I really like the way Toshi keeps it moving. He really puts that board on the rail. He's not moving around on the board excessively, so he's got a real smooth style. That board really suits his style, and he's very confident. You notice he's using a wood paddle, so maybe there's a little bit more flex in that paddle, a little bit more of an organic feel to that.
Here we go.
Here we go with Colin McPhillips with a nice wide open face and a big slash off the top there, getting caught a little bit behind the foam pile there. Let's see if he can regain a scoring wave face here as he does with a little cutty back into the foam for a little roundhouse there. Just milking it back and forth, hoping for something to reform on the inside, which it looks like he's got a little wall here on the inside now, trying to make the most of it, but he also knows he's getting into some of the more shallow conditions there. He's going to kick out there as we look on to Toshihiro Harada.
That was actually Brandon Ribnick.
Oh, sorry,
South Africa
Brandon
in
Ribnick.
white, but some of these rights are lining up a little bit better on the reef all the way to the inside than others. We saw Carlos Bahia catch a wave that kind of hugged the reef a little bit better, and he was able to get a nice little inside connecting wave where Colin McPhillips didn't really have as much of the scoring potential. The wave didn't stand up as much on the inside for him.
And looking on, you can see the wind certainly adding some texture to the water, making it more difficult to catch the waves from just a standpoint of pushing a stand-up paddler back because you're catching so much of that wind in your chest, but adding a lot of texture and a lot of cross-chop to the water. So that makes it a little bit more difficult when trying to navigate a good ride and add those digits to your scorecard there. Looking on to Sean Pointer, who's been absolutely dominant today, coming out with a point
So
to
has
prove.
Emmy.
And same with Emmy Merrill. So sitting with their coach, Ian Cairns. So they got some great guidance there, and I think they've been utilizing that, and it's really shown in their performances today.
Well, Sean's going to have another heat coming up here as we see lots of scores dropping. Third wave of Carlos Bahia coming in at a 7.50,
Wow.
so he's got a 6.17 and a 7.50, holding down that lead. In second place, Colin McPhillips, he's got his second wave was a 5.0, and his third scoring ride was a 3.93, so he's sitting in the second position. Toshi is in third, needs a 5.26 to advance as we look at a quick replay of Carlos's last 7.50, his third wave of the heat.
Yeah, let's take a look at this. He is just surfing so hard. And like I said, take a look at his bottom turn here. He really generates a ton of speed there to set him up. So as we were talking about earlier, that bottom turn is really the foundation of a great surfing skill set. And you see him just laying it on rail there off the toe, and that gives him the drive to hit that face of the wave vertical, and that's exactly what the judges are looking for. So great variety in this ride. He's really moving and shaking the whole time, keeping that board going. Great use of the paddle. He's able to get to the inside section here and even milk a nice little floater there right onto the dry sand. There we see the 2013 ISA World Champion Nicole Pacelli from Brazil. These guys cheering Carlos on, and certainly they always come with a fully loaded surf team.
Yeah, Carlos's board, talking about boards that, the smaller boards, we saw Karen on a really small board, and we saw her really struggling to paddle on it. Here, Carlos is on a really small board, but he's able to balance on there and stay standing, and I think that's important when it's stand-up paddle surfing. I think these guys and girls should have to be able to stand up and paddle the majority of the heat, and Carlos has found that fine line where he's got a very high-performance board, and it surfs like a normal shortboard when he's on the wave. It's very progressive maneuvers. He's able to throw that thing around like it's nothing underneath his feet, and that's what you want. You want something that's the extension of your feet, and but there's that fine line of a board that's too small that you maybe struggle on and can't really float on and can't get into waves on. And we saw Karen struggle with that a little bit with that equipment choice of hers. So, you know, she might want to kind of reassess her, you know, her methods and maybe get a bigger board for her next heat, and I might have a better opportunity out here in these smaller conditions.
And Colin catching the last wave of the heat, it looks like there in red, currently sitting in second unofficially. He should be able to advance. Don't think that's going to be enough to better his low score of a 3.93. So unofficially, we've got Carlos Bahia taking that round, followed by Colin McPhillips, Brandon Ribbing, and Toshihiro Harada as we look on to the Brazilian cheering squad. And here's a little heat recap for you. Carlos really dominating this heat, coming off the bottom, vertical off the top, nice little floater, milking it to the inside here as he's just patiently waiting for this wave to reform on the inside, looking down the line, looking for some drive now as he gets a little pump on that board, but not really over pumping the board, but utilizing the sections where he can with those little bottom turns. Nice work there. And as we look to Colin McPhillips riding the Hobie from Team USA, coming out of San Clemente area. He's got a whole family full of surfing Groms. I heard they absolutely killed it in the Sup Fiesta this last weekend. So he's really proud of them, and it's pretty cool. Dad's out here in Nicaragua surfing for the World Championships, and his Groms are back in California surfing at what might be the Junior Nationals equivalent. And here, Carlos Bahia absolutely just destroying this wave section in here and taking this one all the way to the beach and just putting a clinic on how to rip in less than ideal conditions, Jody.
Yeah, no, Carlos is surfing very impressively. I think he's going to be one to watch. We'll see him surfing tomorrow. Is he going to surf again today? No, that's it for today, right?
And that's going to round it out for that last round of or that last heat, but we still have more to come, so stick with us. We'll be right back after a commercial break. My name's Dan Gabir, joined by Jody Nelson here at the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships here in La Boquita Beach, Nicaragua. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Nicaragua for the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships. We're at the beautiful location of La Boquita Beach here in Nicaragua. And continuing with the men's repo round number 4, heat number 2. And what a stacked heat we have here. Australian Bo Nixon in white, Tamil Martino from Peru in red, Francisco Hernandez from Venezuela in yellow, and Reagan Fairley from New Zealand in black. I'm Bo Hodge along with Jody Nelson, and another 15-minute heat. And the first 3-4 minutes have already passed by, and Bo Nixon has already shot out to the top with a 7.17. As we're watching, this is the second wave for Tamil Martino from Peru, a finalist last year at the 2013 ISA Sup World Championships.
Yeah, Tamil getting that board right on rail in that last maneuver, but just coming unstuck as we see Bo Nixon in white out of Australia. catching a little right-hander, not a huge wave, but he was able to get a couple turns in before he kind of got pushed off the back of that wave. He's opened his heat with his first wave, a 7-1-7. So that's Bo's second wave right there. And Francisco Hernandez is on the board with a 2-6-0. And Tamil opened up with a 4-3-3. Judges still deliberating on a few scores. But with these 15-minute heats, we're already 5 minutes into this heat, Bo. So these guys have to get going quick, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Jody, 2 of these 4 competitors in this heat were 2 of the 4 finalists in last year's men's final. Tamil was the silver medalist, and we see Bo Nixon there in the white jersey. He was the copper medalist. He was 4th place for Australia. Here we go, paddling in yellow. Very impressed by the Venezuelan surfer here, Francisco Hernandez, having trouble getting on top of this wave, but it looks like he finally found it on the inside section.
Yeah, the tide's really starting to come in now, Bo, as you see Francisco getting a nice cut back there, and another little off the lip there, slashing back to the whitewash as he's going to try and see if this thing will reform on the inside, utilizing his paddle really well to extend his board all the way around. Not really getting it on rail, but there he tries to do a roundhouse and bank off the whitewash, but just comes unstuck.
Well, we've seen some exciting surfing out here today, and a lot of surfers have been advancing, and a lot of surfers have been eliminated. And when we come down to today's end, we're going to have 6 women still in the competition, and 10 women still in the competition with 6 heats of women to be surfed tomorrow, and 12 men in the competition for the men's surf sup side, and 10 heats for them to compete for tomorrow. So still a lot more surfing to be done as we watch the Kiwi surfer from New Zealand. This is Reagan Fairley.
Yeah, and we've seen Reagan surf a few times today. A few of these guys have been having to put in some time. Francisco Hernandez surfing quite a few heats today as well. As we see Tamil out of Peru in the red jersey. This one's starting to stand up on the inside. He's going to get right off the lip there, but just catches a rail and comes unstuck. That's unfortunate because that was a great wave for Tamil. And we see Bo Nixon in white also struggling out there with the high tides and that wind blowing straight into the right. These guys are catching rails left and right.
Well, Jody, I think you hit it. Fatigue, conditions, swell declining. I mean, a lot of factors are playing, and a lot of factors are weighing on the shoulders of these competitors.
Well, and that's why you don't want to get into that repecharge round because you have to surf so many more heats. We see Colin McPhillips just made it out of repecharge round 4, heat number 1. Colin still has to surf 1, 2, 3, 4 more heats, Bo, before he even gets to the final.
Let's watch the opening wave of this man, Bo Nixon, a 4th place competitor last year on his opening wave during the commercial break. Nice slashing maneuver on the open face. And watch Bo as he cuts back into the pocket. And now he looks down the line here, Jody. He sets up for his next maneuver.
Yeah, he gets board right up on the lip and shoves his fins around, so gets his tail free a little bit. Digs back in to try and see if he can get a reform here. And most of his points came from that one turn, Bo.
Well, speed, power, and flow paid in a factor there for Bo Nixon as he shoots up to the top with a 7.17. He's backed it up with a 3.33. So now he has his house of a 2-wave minimum. Now he can add to it and build upon that low score and try to score higher. There's Francisco Hernandez from Venezuela, currently in 3rd place, seeking for a 5.77. And there's Team Venezuela with flags, and you can see the wind blowing really strong. That south wind really playing a havoc out here on the break at La Boquita.
Well, Bo's got to be feeling fairly comfortable. He's in that double-digit zone of the total score of a 10.50 as we see Red up and riding Tamil out of Peru. He's looking to improve a 4.33. He's got a lot of speed on this wave, able to generate some long, drawn-out turns, which the judges like to see that. And he's still throwing his tail around, digging his paddle in. You know, these waves start to reform on the inside, and he's just keeping his speed and momentum going throughout this wave, and I think he's going to get a pretty decent score on that wave as we see.
Well, here's Bo's answer back to Tamil's wave, the 2 finalists from last year battling it out in the repo round number 2, and a nice off the top for Nixon, and the Aussies are loving that. So 2 good, excellent back-to-back rides for Tamil and for Nixon as they counter here as they are sitting 1 and 2 in this heat.
Yeah, Tamil, I think he's might just improve on his 4.33 as we look at the last wave of Bo. He was able to get his board right up on the lip and dig his paddle in. Nice turn there. He's redirecting, little roundhouse. This wave starts to stand up here. and he's able to get a nice big sweeping cut back there, get his tail around, and the lip just kind of makes a perfect canvas for him to get this board right up in there. And surfing really aggressive. He's got a variety of maneuvers on that wave, and he really attacked it. And I think the judges are going to give him a great score on that one.
We are definitely on standby for scores. Last of white, last of red. They are going to only up the margin for Hernandez and for Fairley. There's Team Australia, the two-time defending ISA World Sup Paddleboard World Champions. And there's the whole team. There's Jordan Mercer down. You know, she's competing Thursday through Sunday, is up and riding. Francisco Hernandez from Venezuela digs in an inside rail, and Fernandez goes down. So, unfortunately for Hernandez and the Kiwi, they're going to be tall orders because these waves are coming in at above average score to near excellent scores.
Yeah, it's looking to me like the judges liked Bo Nixon's wave a little better than Tamil's, but what this is going to do is really pull first and second away from the pack. So Francisco and Reagan Farley are going to have their work cut out for them. That's yellow and black as Bo and Tamil start to pull away from the pack.
Well, we're seeing identical surfing heats from these two finalists from last year as we saw from Sean Pointer. These guys don't want to be in the repo round. They're proving a message out here, and they're surfing strong, and that's why they're leading in this heat. Here we go. Francisco Hernandez from Venezuela up and riding.
Yeah, Francisco's got a little bit bigger of a board, but unfortunately just mistimed that turn and got pushed out the back, and a little bit of a missed opportunity. That wave kind of shouldered out, so it didn't really line up really well, so maybe possibly it wasn't a lost opportunity there as we see Bo Nixon out the back.
Nixon, nice carving turn right in the pocket, throws the tail. A little bit of a side slip there for Nixon, and he'll regroup and look for more. So time ticking away, 4 minutes, 25 seconds. We'd like to thank all of our great sponsors making the ISA World Sup Paddleboard Championships a huge success. We are being presented by Intour, Nicaragua's Ministry of Tourism, sponsored by LuxDev, European Union, Viva Nicaragua, Channel 13, and our media partners include Surfers Village and StandUpLatino.com. And there's the lineup for our next heat, our final heat of the day. We got Sebastian, Lucas, Sean, and Matthew. Only 2 of those surfers will advance on into tomorrow's final day.
Yeah, this is going to be a really exciting heat as we see the young 16-year-old out of Peru, Sebastian, just coming out of the woodwork. And it's going to be really impressive to see what he can do out there as we see some of the scores starting to drop, Bo, for this heat. There's only 3 minutes and 38 seconds left.
7.27 for Bo Nixon, so he almost matches his first opening wave of a 7.17. Nixon in first, a 6.33, so just as you called, above average to near excellent scores there of a 6.33 for Tamil Martino and a 4.57. And up and riding is Francisco Hernandez, who now needs a 7.77.
Yeah, these guys I've pulled away from the pack. They need a combination of scores to get into the lead, but a 7.77 to get in that advancing position. Francisco's looking to replace a 2.60, and he's trying to get this one all the way to the inside to see if he can get a few more turns, and just comes unstuck there, and you can see the pack really pulling away here, Bo.
Yeah, Reagan Fairley up and riding for New Zealand on his backhand, taking it to his right, and then all of a sudden he has to kick out. So there's Team Venezuela cheering on Francisco Hernandez and supporting him as, hey, he's one of the best in the world. He's competing at the ISA World SUP Paddleboard Championship.
Yeah, all these teams should be very proud of their performances. Everybody's really surfing well, and it's a highly competitive. There's like 40-some guys, and so many of these guys are just absolutely ripping, and it's great to see all the teams representing out here. And, you know, this is a highly contested heat here between Bo Nixon and Tamil Martino. And we'll see if Francisco Hernandez and Reagan Farley can pull a rabbit out of their hat with just 2 minutes left in this heat.
Let's watch Tamil. He almost won the gold on his home country last year, competing in Peru in Miraflores, stroking hard. The silver medalist from last year. He placed 11th in 2012, second last year. What can he do in 2014? And look at the speed and power and the variety of maneuvers that Tamil has in his repertoire.
He's really good at utilizing not just his paddle but his board as well to generate that speed, and he got himself into the critical part of the wave right there, which is exactly what the judges want to see. And yeah, he's one of the faster surfers. His board looks really well, like it surfs really well under his feet.
Love that kicked up nose and the design. And look at the transition. The 180 turnaround and paddle back out. He has fluid transitions. Here we go. Our heat leader, Bo Nixon from Australia.
Yeah, these guys are finding those sections now, and they're seeing where those critical spots are going to be. And, you know, unfortunately, Bo comes unstuck after those guys are getting those critical maneuvers on the outside, they're able to kind of S-turn their way to the inside and sometimes get a reform.
Seeing a lot of hot boarding, short board maneuvers with these big, bulky boards. But these big, bulky boards are the smallest in the industry for SUP surfing.
Oh, definitely. If any normal human tried to stand on these boards, it would be near impossible. It's like standing on an exercise ball on top of the water. And these guys make it look easy, and it's absolutely one of the hardest things you can do. That's why you see a lot of them in a staggered stance, because you can't even stand and balance in a parallel stance on these small boards.
35 seconds remaining, Team Australia. You got to feel proud of the way Nixon surfed this heat.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Australia is one of the tightest teams. They always have been in all the ISA competitions. They really stick together. They cheer each other on. You can see Jordan Mercer and a couple of the other Lincoln Dews. Those guys aren't even competing here down at the beach. They're all doing their racing at Lake Nicaragua, so it's great to see them come down here and supporting their fellow teammates.
Tamil from Peru up and riding, a little bit of a hiccup there, but he's going to be advancing through. A swan song here for Bo Nixon.
Oh, Bo just getting that board straight up into the lip and unfortunately comes unstuck, but he's got 2 7-point rides and he's got that first place position on lockdown.
Well, the 2 finalists from last year are making a statement, especially here in Repo round number 4. Of course, they did not make it through their qualifying rounds, and it all began with a 7.17 ride for Bo Nixon here in the ISA Heat Recap.
Yeah, Bo surfed a really smart heat. That 15 minutes goes by so fast, and he was able to get straight out of the gates with a 7.17, which we see here, able to ride it all the way to the inside.
And Tamil Martino, the silver medalist from last year. I love the fluid fastness, quickness from this Peruvian surfer.
His board, like I said, looks so good under his feet. You can see how much speed he's generating, not just from utilizing his paddle, but from actually pumping the board. And is able to get that board up in a critical spot of the wave. And, yeah, I'm really impressed by Tamil. Looking forward to seeing him. I'm sure we might see him in the business end of this event.
Well, he's made it into the final day of competition, and that's what Bo Nixon has done. 4th place last year, not happy with the copper medal. He wants gold this year.
That's right, and he's going to have to fight for it as guys like Sean Pointer and Tamil, and we've got young guys like Sebastian, guys coming out of the woodwork, and a Tahitian young kid, Panaki. So great competition here at the ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships in Nicaragua.
Stick around, thumbs up. There's the Shaka. There's Team Australia. There's Bo Nixon. A great win. You are watching the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboarding Championships. Our final heat of the day coming up next. Don't go anywhere. Action-packed still live from Nicaragua. Stay tuned. There's one of our big bosses, Big Bob, and Bob's throwing us the big Shaka sign here, letting us know everything's A-OK here in Nicaragua. And welcome to the ISA 2014 World Stand-Up Paddleboarding Championships. We're broadcasting live from La Boquita Beach here in Nicaragua. And we're down to our final heat. Bo Hodge and Jamie Mitchell bringing you the final heat broadcast. Sebastian Del Castello from Peru in red, Lucas Medeiros from Brazil in white, Sean Pointer, the defending gold medalist from the United States in yellow, and Matthew Barker-Smith from Great Britain in black. And Jamie, what a last heat. Bo Nixon, Tamil Martino really putting on a show in that last heat.
Yeah, we're getting down to the pointy end of the business here, and the big dogs are starting to show their teeth. And Bo Nixon really putting on his best performance of the competition so far, and we saw Sean Pointer put on his best performance earlier on, and so we'll see if Sean can continue on with his role right now, and as we see Lucas from Brazil, this is a dangerous heat right here. Someone that could potentially be in the final could be missing out. So Lucas starting off with a really nice wave. That's that's got to give you a lot of confidence. He's got that all the way to the inside, and nice wave.
And on the backside, that's Matthew Barker Smith from Great Britain. You can see him on the backside of the wave behind the Brazilian, and a little bit too much lean there on the inside as he'll lose out. But again, our defending gold medalist, Sean Pointer, and Barker taking a look at the bottom of his board, may have gone over some of those shallow rocks.
It's getting shallow out there, that's for sure. So these guys not only have to try and pick the best waves, but they're going to have to try and dodge some landmines out there. So, but these guys are good enough to read that when they're out there. So, interesting. I like looking at body language and stuff with competitors. I saw Colin walk out of the water. Didn't have a great heat. Looked a little bit down. So, who knows? Is he going to do what Sean Pointer did and come out tomorrow all guns blazing? So it's just setting up for a great final day of action as we talk about the man of the hour, Sean Pointer, just ripping a big turn off the top there, generating so much speed, and another nice slashing turn, getting the fins free, and another just really nice turn. And Sean, again, he's just definitely coming to his own these last few heats, and nice wrapping cut back to finish it off. And this wave just sort of just lined up all the way, and there you go. He's going to finish off with you can see the body language. Yeah, he's happy with that one.
I tell you what, seeing Sean in the water, seeing Sean on the sand, he's like a three-piece suit man with a briefcase. He comes to this competition. This is work. This is business. And when he's out in the water, he's doing everything he can to win the contest. And when he's on the sand, he's focusing on what the ocean is doing, where his heat's at, who's his competitors are. I mean, I've never seen a more focused competitor in subsurfing.
Yeah. He's you got some guys that are happy to just joke around, but Sean, he's got his headphones on. He's in the zone. He's talking to his coach, Kanga Ian Cairns, and if anyone knows Ian Kanga Cairns, and then you know where Sean's probably getting his focus and drive from. So, Sean is here for one thing and one thing only, and that's to defend his title.
Yeah, and already his two heats earlier this morning, two of the top 5 best performances in the first 2 days.
Yeah, he, like we said, he had a terrible day. Like it was like he couldn't even believe the day that he had. The first day of competition, and he just regrouped. I saw an Instagram post. He was just really positive about it, and just he just came out and blew us out of the water this morning.
Let's go down below to the beach with Jody Nelson. She's got heat winner Bo Nixon from Australia.
Thanks, Bo. Bo Nixon, you advanced out of that heat. Getting into the repecharge round isn't really a familiar territory with you. I mean, tell us about your path this year.
Last year I placed 4th here at the event, so hoping to go a few better. But I mean, everyone's here to win the event. I've been through a few repecharge heats at home, so I mean, I'm quite familiar to it. Not saying that I'll lose a lot, but I mean, it's hard to get out of the repecharge round. A few of the really good guys got knocked early, so it's going to be a really tough road to get to the final. But credit to everyone, they're surfing really well, and the waves are turned on, which is great.
Now tell us a little bit about your board. This is an interesting sticker here on the nose of your board.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to get a little bit of support out there from potential sponsors and things like that. I've had a lot of help from my family and that to get me around the world. So hoping that I can spread the aloha and the lifestyle of stand-up paddleboarding to everybody out there. Get involved in the sport. It's such a fun thing to do. Come and try one of my boards. You're so welcome to. And it's just such a great sport. Get involved.
Tell us a little bit about your guys' team. I mean, you're gold champs from gold medalists from last year, and probably looking to defend that. And you guys really talk about the camaraderie. You saw your whole team on the beach cheering you on during your heat.
Yeah, the whole team creates the best atmosphere down here. They're always cheering you on. The surfer's going to be down at the racing event as well, cheering the racing guys on. So there's a real strong camaraderie within the team, and we have such a strong team this year, like we did the last couple of years. So we are looking to defend the title. Hopefully we can do it. but there's a few other teams looking to take it off us as well.
Well, I noticed you guys are missing one guy, and he happens to be in the commentary box. What happened there?
I think Jamie's taking a little break. I think he's doing a little bit of training and getting some big waves around the world, but stoked that he could come and cheer on the Aussie team. Yeah, it's a really great thing to have Jamie. He was captain last year, so it's good to have that support.
All right, well, congratulations, Bo Nixon. Moving on to the next round of Repicharge, and we'll see him surfing again tomorrow. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Jody. Congratulations, Bo. Bo takes first, Emil Martino second, so they'll advance on into the qualifying round number 5. And there's Sean Pointer, the gold medal winner from last year. Back to business on his backhand here. Open up with a 9.33 on that opening wave, the best one wave. Now Sean has the best 2 rides of this whole contest. 2 of the top 2 wave scores, and probably after this heat, we'll have 3 of the best 2 wave scores. He is on a mission.
Yeah, he could probably paddle in right now after that left. I think that left will be right up in the excellent range as well, and a 9.33, wow. He's going to go into tomorrow with some huge confidence, and I can't wait. It's going to be an amazing few heats tomorrow, and I can't wait to see the final.
Sebastian Del Castello, he's been quiet in this heat. This is the second Peruvian surfer behind Tamil.
Yeah, nice little slashing turn there, and just getting stuck behind, but he's going to try and he's twirling the paddle there, just sort of got stuck, needs to get done, little tail slide, but he was just a little bit out of sync that wave, as you could tell, so he'll need to regroup, get back out there, and Lucas Medeiros, he's got a 5 and a 4, so he's got 2 solid scores, but he'll be obviously looking to get up in that excellent range like Sean, so.
A 9.33. Taking a look at the judges, a 9.8, a 9.5, a 9.5, and 2 9.0s. I mean, that is committed surfing.
Yeah, I think we're going to cut to a replay right now, that ride. And so he takes off and he gets that nice drivey bottom turn, gets the rail in. He just projects with that speed with the paddle. Nice sort of, see how he just snaps that sort of halfway and keeps his projection and keeps the speed. He gets up in the pocket again, gets up, gets on rail, another sort of like half turn. Bang, as one of his money turns, a Sean Pointer turn that he does every event. Loses his paddle a little bit there, but look at this thing just line up. He just keeps doing turn after turn and straight past the rock. Another slashing turn there and kicks out knowing that he's got a huge score.
This is live performance here by Sebastian. Now putting it on rail right over the rocks as again where Sean was. But that wave, there was so much wobble and distortion in that wave, but Sean did not let that bother him. He was committed to every turn, every rail, every divot, every bottom turn, and every tail slide.
Yeah, he just committed and used his power and strength just to muscle through those chops, and here we go. He drops a 6.0, so, again, he's got a 9.33 and a 6, and now he gets to
6.0. Now he owns not only the best one wave score, but he has the best 2 wave scores and the best 2 wave tally. He is just on fire today. And look at this. This is the 6-point ride from taking it on his backhand.
Yeah, 2 like similar turns there, and again he goes up and just sort of loses the rail a bit there, but finishes it off, and nice use of the paddle, and yeah, he's on fire. And as we go back live, we have Lucas Medeiros from Brazil. Lucas has been surfing really well and on his backhand, nice sort of slashing off the top maneuver. Again in the pocket, slides the tail out, and Lucas getting a nice little inside. You can see now that inside's starting to bowl up a little bit, and it's giving him a little extra room to move on the inside there, which is great because we want to see outside big maneuvers and then get in the inside and make them count.
Matthew Barker Smith, currently in 3rd place, now needs a 6.8, along with Sebastian Del Castello needing a 6.5. So Lucas and Sean have really set the pace. Sean has comboed the field for first. So right now at this stage, Lucas has second. He's on the inside in white. And Barker Smith, now in black, will be heading back out. We're going to see an instant replay last of Matthew Barker Smith from Great Britain.
Yeah, he's taking off. Nice little, gets it on rail a little bit there, gets stuck up the top. Driving down the bottom, little cut back into the white water there, and now he's just trying to use the paddle, get some speed. Another little slashing turn, and just trying to get that paddle around that section, and just sort of gets hung up there and buries that inside rail. So, probably his his best wave to date. So, but Matthew Barker Smith will be looking for something a little better than that to progress through.
Well, by day's end today, we'll have 10 women remaining in the competition for the SUP Women Surfing Championship. We'll have 12 men remaining. And let's talk about the top 6 who are in the qualifying rounds, who only had to surf once today. Antoine DePero, the gold medal winner from 2012. Hector Gonzalez from Mexico. Jeremy Massaire, also from France, in that group. Jackson Close from Australia, Justin Bing from South Africa, and the young 17-year-old Raioa, that's Ponaiki Raioa from Tahiti. I mean, these 6 have been informed, and we only see them once today because we've had all these repo rounds to get through.
Yeah, and I'm starting to think that I nearly would have liked to have been in the repos because, look at Sean. He's found form. He's surfed his way into form, and, these guys, I'm not sure, what Jackson's been here all day, but it looks like I haven't seen Antoine or Jeremy, and that's going to be a tough heat for Hector because he's going to have 2 Frenchmen that are going to be trying to block him and, work together. So, but again, these guys are surfing themselves into form like Sean and like Bo, so it may be an advantage. These guys surf all day, every day, so doing some 15 minutes heats isn't going to wear them down. So, who knows? We'll see tomorrow. Hopefully, Antoine and that are on point, but I got a feeling that it's been really good for Sean and these other guys to surf themselves back.
Well, there's the sound of the horn. Here's a swan song victory lap for Sean Pointer. He had to surf 4 times today, and like you said, Jamie, I think that spurred him on to get him back into top form.
Yeah, sometimes out of adversity comes what we saw today from Sean, which was just. As he just pops a little reverse there coming in, so he's feeling it. He's gonna walk out of this water with his chest held high, head held high, and go into tomorrow with so much confidence.
Here's a heat recap. All began with Lucas Medeiros from Brazil, and Lucas makes it out of today's round into tomorrow.
Yeah, Lucas surfing very well and nice and smooth on his backhand, and looks like he's got a really nice thin-railed board there, and making that look really nice because it's not easy, it looks clean there, but there's so many ridges, up and down the face of this wave. So Lucas doing a great job, and we're going to see him progress tomorrow. And here we go, Sean Pointer just using power and speed there, and this is his 9.33, and bang off the top, just so committed, and that's what the judges love. Another committed turn right in the pocket. He's going to go up and sort of gets caught a little bit there, but. Again, look at that. Another half little slashing turn and changes the paddle around. And look at this little inside bonus section in the bowl. Straight over the rocks there. And another one turn. Boom, he just goes. There you go, guys. 9.33.
And what about his backhand?
Backhand just as good. This wave's not quite, the potential of scoring, but he does as much as he can. Second turn, third turn. By this time, his legs are burning. He's going to finish it off with another, off the top there. And as you can see, grabbing his spare board, walking off the beach, and Sean Pointer is going to be, the man to beat tomorrow from today's performances.
Well, I tell you what, he's making a statement out here today, forehand, backhand. We're going to break right now. When we come back, the best waves of today. You're watching the ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboarding Championships live from Nicaragua. Welcome back to Nicaragua as you're watching the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships. I'm Bo Hodge along with world champion ISA commentator now, Jamie Mitchell, as we are wrapping up our second full day of competition for men and women in SUP surfing. And even though the surf was small, I think some of the world's best surfing we saw today, some innovative maneuvers, some explosive maneuvers, and some of the world's best are here in Nicaragua trying to win a world title.
Oh, that's for sure. Is the top 10 waves going to be Sean Pointer? Is it just going to be all Sean Pointer?
It could be the Sean Pointer show, but you know what? There was some excellent surfing done by everybody, and we're going to show you some of the best waves of the day as some of the free surfers and some of the other competitors are hitting the water out here at Nicaragua. And unfortunately, we're in between swells, but hey, like you said earlier, all these competitors have to compete in the same conditions.
Yeah, and to be honest, I think today's, I think that today when the swell got smaller, but today I think the waves were better than the first day, and I heard tomorrow that there's meant to be a little increase in period, and you know, that might be nice. You know, the period will just give it a little bit of extra push, and it just allows the surfers not to have to, you know, use the paddle so much as in like trying to generate power themselves. So, you know, if we can hopefully, you know, see a little increase in period, and it just needs to stay this size. And I mean, look, you know, we saw some great rides, and it is so contestable. There's nothing wrong with these waves. Guys are dropping 9s and 8s and 7s. We have a contest on our hands.
Yeah, we're down to the top 10 ladies, the top 12 men. We are going to have 16 heats tomorrow, 4.5 hours. So the contest organizers can wrap it up in the first 4.5 hours. They can wait for the tidal surge, you know, and have a break like we had earlier today. But I think the momentum could be broken by that. You know, go with the flow. ISA President Fernando Aguirre will be on site tomorrow, so it is building up to be an exciting final day competition. And this is very much like an Olympic-type format where some of the earlier sports, like the SUP surfing, having their day 3 days in a row, take a break, and then we focus in on the distance racing starting on Thursday.
Yeah, it was definitely different than the last few years with it being around. But yeah, I think we'll break down to Jody with the last heat winner.
All right, thanks, Bo. And Sean, you had one of the highest heat scores of the entire event so far with a 9.33. You look pretty fired up. Tell us what your mental game's looking like right now.
Nice. It was a 9.33. Nice. That's what I got last year in the final, actually, one of the scores. But I'm feeling good. Yesterday was a shocker for me, and didn't link up with any waves and didn't link up with any scores. So I wanted to turn it around today and kind of just put my best foot forward and get some waves on my belt and hike up the score line. So I think I was able to do that today. You know, not done yet. Of course, I've got a lot more surfing to do ahead of me to make it to the final round. But I'm feeling good, and I'm looking forward to more.
Now, in retrospect, that day you had yesterday, you know, how has that affected your approach now going forward in this year's World Championships?
It just kind of humbled me a little bit, you know. It just kind of put the fire under my ass a little bit, and I just wanted to kind of come out and showcase what I have to offer. And yeah, I mean, pretty much point blank, that's what it did. It just kind of said, "Hey, step it up," and so yeah, I'm happy to kind of do that here.
All right. Well, 2 days of competition down, one more day to go. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Now that you're in the repecharge round, how are you going to prepare for tomorrow?
I'm going to talk with Maria, our cook at the place, and figure out like meal options that's going to keep me energized for tomorrow, because I think I have about like 6 heats tomorrow. Actually, I think it's 5, but I had 3 today, and yeah, it's becoming a marathon. So I'll finish the last leg out tomorrow. So I'm looking forward to it.
Congratulations, Sean Pointer, Team USA, moving on out of that repecharge round. Bo, we'll send it back to you in the booth.
All right, thanks a lot. And Sean Pointer putting on a display today. And Jamie, have a feeling we're going to see some of his waves in the top highlighted waves. We got the 9 best waves of both men and women today, and let's get right to it right now. And who's going to begin with? Gold medalist from Brazil. This is Percelli.
Yeah, Nicole Percelli from Brazil, and look at the difference in the conditions from this morning to this afternoon. Very nice, you know, for the girls this morning. Very clean, and you know, Nicole just making the most of that. And you know, number 8 is none other than Emmy Morel, not the defending champion, but the 2012 champion. And Emmy surfed great today, and again, she just surfed the one heat, I think, and she'll be rested up for tomorrow. And again, nice, clean conditions this morning with a nice big turn to finish there.
Jenny Combach coming up on this next wave, representing Costa Rica as we see the final maneuvers here from Emmy on the inside, and all three USA surfers have advanced to the final day competition.
Yeah, it's all the big teams and the big guys and girls are in the final. No big, huge upsets yet.
This is Jenny Combach from Costa Rica.
And Jenny just finding you can see the wind's a little bit stronger in this one, but Jenny just finding a nice smooth face and making it around that section, doing a nice little turn, and good to see the Costa Ricans progressing through, and she definitely found the feet.
Here we go. Sean Pointer, first of 4 waves we're going to see here today in the recap.
Yeah, Sean just muscling up over that, and again, huge big slash, changes the paddle around into a roundhouse, and he just kicks out, and he knows that's a good score.
Here we go. Sean on the backhand.
Backhand, Sean ripping as well. Just, you see how he gets that bit extra tweak there. He it's just not, everything's just not standard for Sean. He tries and get every little inch out of every turn, and finishing off here with a nice big closeout with the fins free and just ripping.
Sean can take a 3-point ride and make it a 7, can he?
The good surfers can do that. And who's this guy? Sean Pointer again. Afternoon session, you can see the winds up. He just punches that nose right up over the face. Bit of a foam climb, redirect back into the white water. And Sean's feeling it, he's can do no wrong. Just milking it right through the inside, and he's gonna get a good night's sleep and be fired up for tomorrow.
And here's the last maneuvers of his wave on the inside as he kicks out from Australia.
Yeah,
This is Shakira.
Shakira Westrop, and Shaq, had a better day today. She's in a better headspace, and just, look at those lumps in that wave. Just so hard when the girls were surfing, but Shaq found a nice wave and got some clean open face, did some nice turns, and she'll be fired up for tomorrow, and we can't wait to see the girls surfing. And again, Shakira again, just a nice top turn, nearly losing it there, but using a paddle to find the balance. A bit of open face there, this little bowl up inside section, and she just uses that to her advantage and just milks it for as much as she can.
And we go from Aussie to Aussie to Aussie. This is Bo Nixon.
Bo Nixon showing his power. And, Bo's, for such a big guy, he's so smooth and he just really knows how to throw that big frame around. Here we go. Nice big hack. He's just going to set himself up now. A couple of big bottom pumps and bang, big re-entry. And Bo gets around this section and he's going to finish off. Look at that closeout. Just making the most of that wave and finishing it off, and big exclamation point.
Last but not least, the 933 from Sean Pointer.
Sean Pointer, big turn, comes up, does that half slashing turn, big bottom turn into a big release of the tail there, and again, just up again. Sort of gets stuck a little bit there, but then look at this finish here. Another half turn, changes the paddle into a roundhouse, and then back into this nice bowly section, just past the rock there, and bang, another cut back, and wow, what a way to finish.
Day number 2 already in the record books. A very impressive day. The only thing we could ask for more is better wave size. But, like you said, some of the best surfing we've seen in subsurfing history.
Yeah, I mean, the waves, they were great. They're contestable. They're rippable. Sean's dropping 9s and 8s. Bo's dropping 8s. That's great surfing. And tomorrow I think we're going to see some even better surfing. Everyone's going to have to step it up. And it's going to be a huge day of surfing, so make sure you tune in.
Yeah, so we're going to see qualifying rounds for both men and women early in the morning, and then we're going to move back into the repechage rounds. And as you saw, the guys in the last repechage round, if they're going to make the final, they're going to have to surf 5 times tomorrow. So endurance is going to play a major factor, as it did today, into tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll see. We're talking about whether or not it was, big heats, long heats are going to hurt them, but we'll find out tomorrow.
And then Wednesday, we're going to have an off day as we move competition here from the west coast of Nicaragua into Lake Nicaragua. And Thursday, we're going to start our technical semifinals. That's going to be exciting.
Yeah, can't wait. Tomorrow is going to be epic, and then the racing is going to top it off, and we'll crown a team champion.
So ISA President Fernando Aguirre will be making his presence. We're going to be having him on the webcast, and we say hola from the Cinco de Mayo, day number 2 competition here at Nicaragua. You're watching the 2014 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. We'll see you tomorrow.